Chapter 40. Asked the three old men to come down from the back mountain. What kind of arrogance was this? What kind of arrogance was this? Who lived in the back mountain? They were the clan leader and the two grand elders. They were the foundation of the Yi family, the strongest force of the Yi family, and the symbol of the Yi family. Yi Qinghan dared to call them old men and ask them to come down? Many of the elders present changed their expressions. Even Yi Chang, who had always wanted to protect Yi Qinghan, had an ugly expression on his face. Although you have some complaints about him, there is no need to do it in front of so many elders. Tell me, how can you elders endure this? How can you step down? Presumptuous. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? You deserve to die 1,000 times. Yi Rong was the first to explode. Yi Qinghan curled his lips and said disdainfully, I have been presumptuous many times today. I will not be presumptuous again. I have killed 2 people and crippled 1. I will die anyway. Why can't I say it? Don't say anything. Call the 3 of them old man. So what if I call them senile? Do you think they are hermits just because they stay in the back mountain every day? Qinghan, stop talking. No matter what, he is still your grandfather. Yi Chang saw that the elders were about to go berserk again. He quickly blinked his eyes and advised. Grandfather? Ah. Hearing Yi Chang's advice, Yi Qinghan seemed to be even more excited. He laughed loudly and his expression was no longer calm. There was a hint of loneliness and anger in his expression, but it was quickly replaced by indifference. Grandfather? After my father died, when my mother and I were bullied, where was grandfather? After my mother died, when I knelt in the elders' hall and was drenched in the rain, where was grandfather? When I was injured on Yolan Street, when Yi Rong and Yi Qinghuang helped outsiders to deal with me, where was grandfather? When I was almost killed in the barbaric mountains, where was grandfather? Where was grandpa when Yi Qinghuang colluded with outsiders to kidnap my sister? At this time, my dear grandfather, where are you? Hearing Yi Qinghan's silent reproach, looking at his lonely yet stubborn face, countless elders fell silent. Now that he thought about it, Yi Qinghan's craziness and impudence today, it turned out that there were so many stories behind it. However, when he thought about how he had already committed a grave mistake and couldn't escape the death penalty, he felt a little regretful. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Let me tell you clearly, it's impossible for you to see the patriarch and the grand elder. You've already committed such a cruel crime, how can I let you disturb their meditation? If you let Yi Qinghuang go, I'll give you a quick death and guarantee your sister's future. Although Yi Jian didn't understand why Yi Qinghan had to see Yi Tianlong, he knew that it was definitely not a good thing. Therefore he rejected Yi Qinghan's request, glanced at the girl on his back and said. Yi Jian's words made Yi Rong react immediately. He said fiercely, That's right, Yi Qinghan, let go of the eldest young master. Otherwise your sister won't be able to escape death. Yi Rong, I promise that if I have the chance I'll definitely kill you. Let go of Yi Qinghuang? Dream on. I'll give you 1 hour. If you don't see the patriarch or the 2 grand elders, I'll die with Yi Qinghuang. As for my sister, I think she won't be able to live if I die. Why don't you come with me now? At least she'll have a companion on the road to the Yellow Springs. Looking at the hideous scar on Yi Rong's face, Yi Qinghan sighed in his heart. The body fusion technique's dizziness was a soul attack. The soul would also improve as a martial artist's realm increased. Therefore, the body fusion technique was only effective against martial artists of a higher realm. He was now a commander realm martial artist, so he could only make a general realm martial artist dizzy for about a second. As for martial realm martial artists, their soul cultivation was already very high. The body fusion technique had no effect at all, let alone Duke realm martial artists or Emperor realm martial artists. The martial artists present were all Emperor realm martial artists, including Yi Rong. Therefore, although he wanted to kill Yi Rong, he didn't have the strength to do so. As for his sister Yi Qingyu, although this girl looked soft and weak, he knew that she was very strong-willed. The bright red smear on the snow-white wall of his courtyard clearly told him that if he died, his sister would definitely follow him immediately. Of course, if he died, his sister would probably not have a good life even if she didn't commit suicide. Instead of letting her live miserably, it would be better to cut off all means of retreat with him and carve out a way out of this hopeless situation. Actually, I think that since things have developed to this point, it's not a bad idea to ask the family head and the 2 grand supreme elders. Qinghuang's life is more important, isn't it? Yi Chang had been carefully thinking about the meaning behind Yi Qinghan's words. Moreover, Yi Qinghan said that Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong dared to fake the family's orders and colluded with xuanhuan to kidnap Yi Qingyu. It seemed that if his father knew about this, it would be a good opportunity to attack the first branch. Yi Jian raised his eyebrows and shook his head. I don't agree. Before Father and the two Grand Supreme Elders went into seclusion last time, they said that their cultivation is about to break through. If we disturb them for such a small matter, who will be responsible if something goes wrong? I don't agree either. The family head and the others are cultivating. It's very important. Who would dare to disturb them? Yi Rong saw that this matter had become a vote of the Grand Supreme Elders and quickly said, I agree. I think this matter needs to be investigated carefully. There are many things that we don't know. However, in this situation, none of us can make the decision. Tianqing stroked his snow-white beard and frowned slightly. The news he received was that Yi Qinghan suddenly went crazy and killed two members of the family. He even set fire to the house and destroyed Yi Qinghuang's dantian. He had always been confused. 2 months ago Yi Qinghan was just an elite realm warrior. How could he defeat and kill two general realm warriors? Could it be related to the 9-colored halo during the Fiery Dragon Festival awakening ceremony? However, when he arrived, the situation was a little out of control. Yi Jian and many Grand Supreme Elders were furious, so he didn't ask the question in his heart. I also agree. There are many things that we don't know. We need to investigate. Tianqing was not the only one who was confused. Yi Tianqing was also confused. I don't agree. The cultivation of the family head and the others is more important. I don't agree. Just because Yi Qinghan insulted the family head and the Grand Supreme Elder. I don't agree. This kid is too arrogant. Instantly, more than a dozen Grand Supreme Elders expressed their opinions. However, there were only a few Grand Supreme Elders who wanted to be impartial. Yi Qinggang looked at the Grand Supreme Elders in front of him coldly. He was thinking whether he should send someone to report to Yi Tianlong in private. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian spoke first. All the Grand Supreme Elders have voted. Most of them don't agree. So, you don't have to send someone to report secretly. As for my son, I want to see if Yi Qinghan dares to gamble with his and his sister's lives. Yi Jian clenched his teeth and persisted. When the Grand Supreme Elders expressed their opinions, he had already secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghuang. He understood something that shocked him. He also understood why Yi Qinghan had to meet the family head and the two Grand Supreme Elders. Yi Qinghuang was not qualified to learn a high-level secret skill like secret voice transmission. However, as the city lord, Yi Jian had secretly passed it to him. Yi Qinghuang did not understand what was the light in Yi Qinghan's eyes that made him dizzy. But Yi Jian, who was experienced and knowledgeable, could guess a few things. Body fusion skill. This little bastard was actually so lucky. He actually triggered the body fusion skill with his trash beast. It was an extremely rare spiritual type battle skill. No. It was impossible for a 4th grade trash beast to appear. Such a precious and even heaven-defying body fusion skill would appear. Thinking of the dazzling 9-colored halo at the Fiery Dragon Festival awakening ceremony, Yi Jian became more and more frightened and chilled. This boy must not be left alive. He must not be left alive. Yi Dao had finally guessed and killed him. He would never allow another Yi Dao or even Yi Qinghan, who was even more terrifying than Yi Dao, to appear. Whether I dare to gamble or not, you will know in less than an hour. Yi Qinghan did not know that he had already been identified by Yi Jian as a target to be killed at all costs. He held the dagger in his hand tightly and did not tremble at all. The crowd quietened down. Yi Qinghan was gambling. Yi Jian was gambling. Yi Chang was also gambling. The rest of the people were watching. Some of them could even be said to be watching from the sidelines. For a moment, there was a hint of pressure and awkwardness in the crowd. Until, a soft and weak voice sounded. Brother? Is that you? Brother. Yi Qingyu had actually woken up a long time ago. She had already woken up when Yi Jian and the others arrived. However, when she first woke up, her head was a little dizzy, and her mind was filled with some inexplicable information. Therefore, she had been organizing and digesting the messy information in her mind. However, the more she organized and digested, the more confused she became. These inexplicable information actually said that she had some jade spirit body, and some other messy soul sacrifice, that could sacrifice the mysterious power hidden in one's body to one's lover, allowing him to possess terrifying power for a short period of time? Or when one's lover reached the peak of the Duke realm, one could offer her primordial Yin to him, allowing him to break through to the Emperor realm. What was going on? How did she have any mysterious power? How could he have that messed up jade spirit body? However, as the messy information became more comprehensive, she understood more and more. She began to believe it slowly. The information said that the jade spirit body was immune to all diseases and poisons. She believed this very much. She found it strange that she hadn't gotten sick in the 15 years she had lived. She hadn't even gotten a cold. Most importantly, the jade spirit body had a miraculous self-healing ability. She was clearly bleeding from the collision, but she was still alive. How could she explain this? She didn't know that Xuanhuan also had a miraculous ring that had miraculous healing abilities. If Xuanhuan hadn't fed her a large amount of blood, she definitely wouldn't have woken up so quickly. In the end, she accepted the information and completely grasped the soul sacrifice. She began to wake up completely. The first thing she saw was a familiar shoulder and a side profile that only appeared in her dreams. Therefore, she called out softly in disbelief, "Brother? Are you? Brother? Qingyu?" Xuanhuan was a little stunned. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at his sister. His heart trembled slightly when he saw that familiar pair of pearl-like black eyes filled with surprise. "Brother, is it really you? That's great." Qingyu looked at Xuanhuan's face in a daze. She wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. However, this expression only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by fear and shock. She shouted, "Ah, brother, be careful. Be careful." Seeing his sister's expression change in an instant, Xuanhuan suddenly came to a realization. A trace of ruthlessness appeared on his face. He exerted force in his wrist and slashed the dagger across Xuanhuan's neck. Swoosh. However, no matter how fast he was, the person who ambushed him was an Imperial Realm martial artist. General Realm martial artists could release their battle aura. How dare he get distracted in front of so many Imperial Realm martial artists? Yi Jian released his battle aura the moment Xuanhuan turned his head. To be safe, he only released a trace of his battle aura. It transformed into a thin needle and silently pierced Xuanhuan's arm that was holding the dagger. The thin needle accurately pierced through the meridians in Xuanhuan's arm. Xuanhuan's arm was instantly crippled. He no longer had the strength to hold the dagger, and the black dagger fell to the ground. Xuanhuan staggered a step back in pain. His expression changed and he raised his uninjured left hand and angrily slapped Xuanhuan's back. However, the thin needle was too fast. It circled in the air and quickly flew towards Xuanhuan's left hand. Then it stabbed everywhere on his body. Clang. The dagger fell heavily to the ground. Xuanhuan also fell to the ground with the dagger. Imperial Realm martial artists were too strong. In less than a second, Xuanhuan's body was stabbed dozens of times. Most of the meridians in his body were pierced, and the tendons in his arms and legs were all broken. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. "No, brother." Qingyu, who fell to the ground with her brother, screamed in fear. Her brother was paralyzed on the ground like a boneless worm. Her heart was broken. "I suggest that we take Xuanhuan into custody and investigate the cause of this incident. The Elder Hall will judge him for his crimes." Yi Chang sighed in his heart. He knew that something bad would happen when he saw Xuanhuan turn around. However, with so many elders present, he couldn't openly side with Xuanhuan. Right now, he could only wait and see if he could save Xuanhuan's life. No need. Yi Jian released his battle aura again. It turned into a giant palm and grabbed Xuanhuan. Then, he threw him to an elder beside him and signaled for him to heal his wounds. Then he turned around and looked coldly at Xuanhuan on the ground. "All the elders are present. Today Xuanhuan's crimes are obvious to all. Let's start the trial now. I believe that such a vicious and crazy person should be executed immediately. I will do it myself." Yi Rong twitched the scar on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Xuanhuan mockingly and said, "I agree. I also suggest hanging his body on the family's execution platform for 3 days as a warning to others." "Agreed." "Abstain." "I object." "Agreed." Sensing Yi Jian and Yi Rong's anger, all the elders made their decisions and voiced out their opinions. Although Xuanhuan's performance today had overturned everyone's impression of him, many people admired his courage and temperament. However, in the face of a crippled young master who had committed a heinous crime and was likely to be the next family head, many people could only helplessly remain silent or give up. The Elders' Hall finally decided that Xuanhuan would be sentenced to death. "I don't accept this. I want to see the family head." Things didn't go the way he expected. Xuanhuan's heart was filled with endless bitterness and helplessness. He shouted in despair. He was too careless. Facing more than a dozen Imperial Realm experts, he dared to be careless. The result of his carelessness was death. It didn't matter if he died. He had already died once. However, his younger sister, he had implicated her. "Qingyu, it's all my fault. I've implicated you. Let's be brother and sister in our next life." Seeing that his request was ignored by the elders, Xuanhuan knew that he was going to die today. His mood actually relaxed. He struggled to turn his head and looked at his younger sister. He tried his best to smile and said softly, "No, brother, you won't die. I don't want to be brother and sister with you." Xiangyu's eyes were filled with tears. She kept shaking her head. "Actually, I've always wanted to be your wife and give birth to a fat son for you." "Huh? What?" Hearing Xiangyu's words, Xuanhuan was shocked. What? His younger sister had always wanted to marry him? Xiangyu nodded her head forcefully and said seriously, "Brother, ever since I was adopted by father, I've already decided that I'll be yours for the rest of my life. However, it seems like I don't have this fortune now. Brother, if there's a next life, will you marry me?" "Brother, let me ask you a question. I'm saying if I want you to take me away from the Yi family and find a remote town so that we can live a peaceful and ordinary life, will you be willing?" He thought back to what Xiangyu said to his sister before she took out his father's belongings after his mother's death. Xuanhuan suddenly realized that his sister had always wanted to marry him and live a peaceful life in a small town. However, he didn't cherish it. Thinking about it, Xuanhuan felt like he had made a huge mistake. However, it seemed like he didn't have the chance to make up for it now. He closed his eyes in pain and nodded his head repeatedly. I'm willing. Xingyu, I'm sorry. Brother, you don't have to apologize. You have to promise me that you'll live a good life in the future." Xingyu shook her head lightly. She had stopped crying and a sacred aura appeared on her face. She looked at Xuanhuan with her tender eyes and gradually revealed a charming smile. "You too, are you done with your last words?" Yirong was a little impatient. He walked over coldly and was about to cut the rope on Xuanhuan's back. He wanted to pull Xingyu away so that Yi Jian could kill Xuanhuan. Live a good life? Xuanhuan looked at his sister with a faint sacred aura on his face. Listening to his sister's strange words, he felt an inexplicable fear in his heart. He shouted, "Xingyu, what are you doing?" "No. Yirong, stop my sister. Yirong, stop that girl." In the distance, Yi Jian also felt a trace of danger. He shouted and released his battle chi, which turned into a huge golden sword and slashed towards Xingyu. Yirong also felt something wrong. He hurriedly stretched out his hand to grab Xingyu at his fastest speed. However, in the next second something strange happened. Chapter 41. All of a sudden, a sacred light radiated out of Xingyu's body and rapidly formed a milky halo around her body. "Ah!" Yirong shrieked painfully. The moment his hand touched the milky halo, it was sent flying backward by the mysterious strength contained in the halo. Meanwhile, the bones of his entire arm were broken. Bang! The huge sword made of Yi Jian's battle chi ferociously hacked the milky white halo. The violent collision of energies caused a violent explosion, causing a strong impact, which forced all the elders to take a step back. What's going on? What's this mysterious strength? Gosh, I seem to smell a wisp of God's strength. The huge change in the scene shocked the countless elders present. With their cultivation bases, it was very rare for them to encounter something that could cause their expressions to change. However, today all of them were petrified as if they had been struck by lightning. The strips of cloth on Xuanhuan's back were torn to shreds. Xingyu slowly rose into the air within the milky white halo. She was originally pure and beautiful, but under the illumination of the milky white halo, her entire body emitted a pure and holy aura. She was like a fairy that had descended from the heavens, causing people to not dare to look at her directly. "Brother, promise me you must live well." Xingyu suddenly revealed a smile as if the tenderness in her eyes could melt the entire world. After throwing a deep glance at Xuanhuan, she said softly. After saying that, she closed her eyes, and a surge of power began to burst forth from her body. Suddenly, her dress began to flutter without any wind, and her loose black hair began to dance in the wind. In the end, every strand of hair turned white. Soul sacrifice. With a roar, Xingyu suddenly opened her eyes as she waved her hands. Closely after that, a milky halo directly entered Xinghuan's body. Closely after that, the halo around her slowly disappeared as her body slowly fell down. The moment she fell down, she tried her best to open her eyes. After throwing a glance at Xinghuan, she satisfactorily closed her eyes and fell into an eternal sleep. No! Xinghuan clenched his fists tightly and howled in pain. At this moment, his heart was filled with grief and indignation. The ball of milky white light entered his body and quickly healed his injuries. He didn't know and he didn't want to know. He did not know how the milky white light had temporarily given him great power, nor did he want to know. He only knew that it was very likely that he would lose her forever. He would lose that delicate figure. Soul sacrifice? What is a soul sacrifice? I've never heard of it. How can this soul sacrifice be so powerful? I thought a god had descended. That aura was too terrifying. Does anyone know what soul sacrifice is? What use does it have? It's a good thing that this soul sacrifice doesn't seem to hurt anyone. That lass is dead. It was a false alarm. Xuanhuan's painful howl did not arouse too much of the elders' attention. They were only concerned about the mysterious power that had just appeared for a moment. However, this kind of power, this kind of release of power, was beyond their understanding, so they hurriedly asked each other. I know. Yi Tianqing, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke. His snow-white hair seemed even whiter at this moment. He looked a little regretful and helpless, but mostly regretful. That lass has one of the two saint physiques in the continent, the Jade Spirit physique. We are all sinners of the family. Because of our wrong decision, the family has lost a saint physique, and the opportunity to cultivate a saint realm expert. After this, I will personally ask for forgiveness from the clan leader. Wow. Jade Spirit physique. They did not know about the soul sacrifice, but everyone present knew a little about the Jade Spirit physique. Their expressions changed again. Some were regretful, some were shocked, some were regretful. All kinds of expressions were mixed together. Yi Chang smiled coldly and looked at Yi Jian. If Yi Tianlong knew about this, Yi Jian and Yi Rong would probably end up badly. Yi Jian looked gloomy, but he felt a bit lucky. Fortunately, he acted early. Otherwise, if Yi Qinghan had a few more years, the consequences would be unimaginable. After carefully pondering over Yi Tianqing's words, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something. His eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light. At the same time, he roared at Yi Rong, who was next to Yi Qinghan. No, Yi Rong, retreat. Yi Rong was treating his broken arm with his battle chi, while staring at Yi Qinghan fiercely. Hearing Yi Jian's roar, he looked back in confusion, wondering why Yi Jian roared. Seeing Yi Jian's changed face, Yi Rong still patted the ground with his left hand and retreated quickly, although he didn't understand what had happened. While retreating, he looked at Yi Qinghan with confusion, trying to figure out what had happened. However, he saw two beams of dazzling light. Whoosh! At this moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly moved as he bounced off the ground and sprung up. Closely after that, he chased after Yi Rong like a sharp sword. Like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, the black dagger slightly cut across the neck of Yi Rong, who was in a daze. Yi Qinghan, how dare you? No! The speed at which Yi Jian shouted was very fast, and Yi Rong's reaction speed was also not bad. However, Yi Qinghan's speed was even faster. In a flash, Yi Rong had already fallen to the ground, clutching his neck in fear. At this moment, Yi Tianqing and Yi Chang shouted at the same time. However, they realized it too late. Yi Qinghan's speed was too fast, so fast that they couldn't react in time. They only saw a black shadow flash, and Yi Rong was already lying on the ground. When Yi Jian heard Tianqing talking about the Jade Spirit Constitution, he knew that something bad was about to happen. He felt that soul sacrifice was very familiar, but he couldn't react immediately. When Tianqing mentioned the Jade Spirit Constitution, he suddenly realized it. Perhaps many people on the continent knew about the Jade Spirit Constitution. They knew that when a martial artist merged with the Jade Spirit Constitution, they could instantly enter the Imperial Realm. However, many people didn't know that the Jade Spirit Constitution had another special ability, soul sacrifice. Soul sacrifice was a technique that allowed the Jade Spirit Constitution to burn the soul and offer all the mysterious power hidden in the body to someone else. This would allow the person to possess the combat strength of an Imperial Realm martial artist for a short period of time. Moreover, Yi Qinghan had the heaven-defying body fusion technique. How could Yi Rong not be in danger? Looking at the young man standing proudly and the Yi Rong who had died with his eyes wide open while holding his neck, everyone was shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. What happened? What happened today? A clan's trash young master, a low-level disciple, had actually killed a clan elder in a matter of seconds. An Imperial Realm elder. Were their eyes playing tricks on them? Or did the world change overnight? Heavens, Elder Tianqing, what is going on? One of the elders sighed deeply and asked the question that everyone else didn't dare to ask. Tianqing lowered his head and sighed deeply. He said sadly, nothing much. Yi Qinghan received that girl's soul sacrifice and gained the strength of an Imperial Realm martial artist for a short period of time. Also, if I'm not wrong, he also has a body fusion technique that attacks the soul. If we get close to him, he has the ability to kill any one of us in a second. What? The elders' expressions changed again. They quickly circulated their battle aura and flew up into the sky. After they flew to a height that they thought was absolutely safe, they widened their eyes and looked at the young man in black in disbelief. A 15-year-old young man could actually threaten them and could even kill them in a second. However, they had to believe that Yi Rong was lying on the ground with his blood still warm. Thus, for the sake of their lives, they could only stay away from the young man. Only 4 people didn't move. Yi Jian felt that he couldn't move. Whether it was because of his status, reputation, or hatred, he couldn't fly into the sky. Yi Chang didn't move either. He felt that Yi Qinghan wouldn't hurt him. Tian Qing and Yi Tianxing didn't move either. They felt that the young man was the future hope of their family. They wanted to see if they could save him. Yi Qinghan didn't move either. Although he wanted to move and kill Yi Jian with his life, he really couldn't move. The mysterious power that his sister sacrificed was very strong. It gave him the combat power of an Imperial Realm martial artist and the ability to kill Yi Rong in a second. However, the mysterious power left as quickly as it came. It seemed as if he had used up all of his energy to instantly kill Yi Rong. At this moment, his battle force had been completely used up. If it weren't for the fact that he had forcefully held on to his last breath, he might have already collapsed to the ground. The reason why he didn't move and didn't fall was because of a secret transmission. This transmission came from one person, the white-bearded elder of the Warbeast Hall, Tian Qing. The content was simple. Tell him to hold on. He had already notified the back of the mountain. Yi Tianqing stood there motionlessly. He lowered his head in silence as if he had fallen asleep. Of course, he couldn't personally notify the back of the mountain. The only person who could notify the back of the mountain was a red figure standing not far away. It was Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingwu had actually arrived a long time ago. She had been silently observing the situation. However, Yi Jian had given a strict order not to come over. She could only watch from afar. She saw something that she would never forget for the rest of her life. That stubborn and arrogant figure, Yi Qingyu's holy halo, Yi Qinghan's 2 dazzling lights, and the shocking slash that killed Yi Rong. She had always admired Yi Dao. She believed that Yi Dao was a real man. Therefore, she sympathized and took care of Yi Qinghan. She also helped Yi Qinghan suppress Yi Qingquang in the Warbeast Academy. She didn't expect that in less than 2 months, the shy young man with a poor memory had grown to such an extent. She had always wanted to save Yi Qinghan. There were several times when she wanted to rush into the battlefield. However, her rationality won over her emotions in the end. She knew that Yi Qinghan had killed Yi Xianxia, killed Yi Bao, crippled Yi Qingquang, and now killed Yi Rong. That delicate young man would probably not be able to escape today. Even if the clan's Grand Supreme Elder Yi Qingyo, her grandfather, came, things would probably not change. She sighed in her heart. She felt some pain and some indescribable emotions. Until she received a transmission. It was from Elder Whitebeard Tian Qing. He told her to immediately send a message to his grandfather. He would take charge of everything. She was wild with joy. She immediately crushed the life-saving transmission jade talisman that her grandfather had personally given her. At the same time, she ran toward the battlefield. As she ran, she said in her heart, Yi Qinghan, you must hold on. My grandfather will be here soon. There will definitely be a turn for the better. Hold on. Yi Qinghan also wanted to hold on, but he really couldn't. His body was too weak. His left leg trembled and went limp. He slowly knelt on one knee and hurriedly placed his left hand on the ground to support his body so that he wouldn't fall. Although his head was still held high, the sadness in his eyes couldn't hide his weakness and powerlessness. Yi Jian, don't do it. Big brother, wait. Yi Tianqing's drooping eyelids suddenly moved. A glimmer of light shone in them. He turned his head and shouted at Yi Jian, who was beside him. Yi Chang also shouted at the first instance. However, before they could shout, a huge golden sword had already left their bodies. With the whistling of the wind, it slashed down toward the half-kneeling Yi Qinghan with great momentum. Too late. Yi Jian smiled coldly, revealing his white teeth. Chapter 42. Buzz. At that moment, just as the huge golden sword descended from the sky and slashed towards Yi Qinghan with unparalleled momentum and oppression, a ray of light shone from the back mountain of the west courtyard of the Yi family castle. A ray of green light quickly formed a huge shield of light that enveloped the entire west courtyard in an instant. It was as if a transparent green pot lid had fallen from the sky and covered the entire west courtyard. Then an incomparably domineering roar rang out. Who dares to hurt my precious granddaughter? Hearing this voice, everyone in the Garden of Enchantment was shocked and looked towards the back mountain in fear. But what was even more frightening was that none of them could move, not even a finger or a neck. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment in the west courtyard. The sleeves of the elders who had flown into the sky had stopped moving. Elder Tianqing's white beard was still slightly raised. Yi Qingwu was still running. Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth. Yi Qinghan was still kneeling on one knee. The huge sword in the air was still carrying an incomparably ferocious momentum, but it had stopped right above Yi Qinghan's forehead. Everything seemed to have frozen along with the green light. Saint Domain. The same word came to the elders' minds at the same time. The unique, nature-defying ability of the Saint Realm, the Saint Domain. Although Yi Jian was still baring his white teeth and laughing coldly, he felt a wave of bitterness and regret in his heart. He had clearly sealed off the back mountain. As long as no one went to touch the restriction, no matter how many people died on the Yi family's side, no matter how fiercely they fought, the people in the back mountain would not know. But he had missed one point. He had missed out on Yi Qingyu's granddaughter, Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingyu doted on Yi Qingwu so much, how could he not have left something for her? Yi Chang and Yi Tianqing, but Yi Tianqing were delighted at the same time. Although he couldn't move his body, his brain was working quickly. Yi Chang was thinking about how to use this matter to deal a heavy blow to Yi Jian, while Tianqing and Yi Tianqing were thinking about how to plead with the clan leader to protect Yi Qinghan. Bang! Just as everyone was making their own plans, a green figure shot out from the back of the mountain like a meteor. At the same time, two figures, one yellow and one white, also rushed over. Umph! The green figure descended first. It was an old man in a green robe. The old man's face was ordinary, and his facial features were very regular. However, his eyes seemed to be a little bigger and bulging, which made him exude a brutal and domineering aura. The moment the green-robed old man landed on the ground, he let out a loud snort. He did not look at the crowd, but he nervously looked at Yi Qingwu. It was as if he was checking to see if his precious granddaughter was missing a hair or injured. Bang! The black and white figures also landed slowly. They looked at the chaotic enchanted garden, at Yi Rong, who was clutching his neck and dying with his eyes wide open, and at the huge golden sword in the air. The black-robed old man frowned slightly. With a casual wave of his hand, he gently dispersed the huge golden sword that Yi Jian had formed with all of his battle chi. He calmly said, "Qingyu, deactivate the domain." Seeing that his granddaughter was fine, Yi Qingyu relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he deactivated the domain and began to look around curiously. There seemed to be a great battle here? Why was there an aura of divine power? Yi Qingyu seemed to feel that something very interesting must have happened today as he stared at the cold and arrogant youth with his head held high. He hurriedly began to converse with Yi Qingwu in a low voice. Whoosh whoosh. When the elders in the air saw Yi Qingyu deactivate the domain, they hurriedly descended and knelt on one knee with the four people in the field. They loudly said, "Greetings to the clan leader and the two grand elders." Yi Tianlong said calmly. Although he just stood there quietly without releasing any battle chi or pressure, the others still felt that the black figure was as heavy as a mountain, which made them feel a bit depressed unconsciously. Yi Tianlong indifferently glanced at the crowd. He looked at Yi Rong who had died tragically, looked at Yi Qinghan who remained calm under the huge sword, and finally looked at Yi Qingyu who was dressed in white and had snow-white hair as if she was sleeping peacefully. Yi Tianlong's expression finally changed a little. He said with a little anger, "Who is that woman?" Everyone was silent. Ever since Yi Tianlong arrived, they had been thinking about how to explain what had just happened to the patriarch. They were all waiting to suffer the patriarch's anger, but they didn't expect that the first thing Yi Tianlong asked was who the woman was. For a moment they didn't know how to answer. "Her name is Yi Qingyu. She is my younger sister. She is already dead." Right when the elders were about to give a proper explanation, a cold voice resounded. When Yi Tianlong heard the answer, he slowly turned around. Looking at this black-clothed, bloodied and cold-looking young man, he felt that he looked quite familiar. He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Qinghan seemed to have heard a very funny joke. He wanted to laugh but he couldn't. The corner of his mouth twitched and he slowly stood up with trembling legs. "My name is Yi Qinghan, Yi Dao's son. I used to be your grandson but, not anymore." Yi Dao's son? Hearing the name Yi Dao, Yi Tianlong frowned even more. He waved his hand, signaling the elders behind him to shut up. He continued to ask in a deep voice, "Why was he before but not now? Also, why did they want to kill you?" Looking at Yi Tianlong's vaguely familiar yet foreign face, Yi Qinghan laughed self-deprecatingly. "Why not? Because I don't want to be your grandson anymore because I don't want to be surnamed Yi. As for why they wanted to kill me, it's very simple. Today I killed a lot of people. I killed Yi Bao, killed a core disciple xianxia, crippled the clan's eldest young master xuanhuan who had cultivated for over 20 years and killed elder Yi Rong. I even wanted to kill Yi Jian. Wow. Yi Qingyo and the white-clothed Grand Supreme Elder Yi Baihu revealed expressions of disbelief as they looked at the young man, who was trembling even as he stood. Had Yi Dao's son become so fierce? Last year, when they came out of closed-door training, they heard that this young man was a cultivation trash who could even summon a beast? Yi Qingxia and Yi Qinghuang were both juniors. Although it was a little strange that Yi Qinghan could kill and cripple them, it was still acceptable. However, Yi Rong was an Emperor realm expert. How could he kill him so easily? However, when they looked at the white-clothed, white-haired girl behind Yi Qinghan, they seemed to have guessed something. The two of them remained silent, waiting for the young man to reveal the mystery. I didn't expect Yi Dao's son to be even fiercer than him. His temper is also the same. Yi Qingyo sighed inwardly, as if thinking of that peerless genius from more than 10 years ago. Why did you kill them? Don't you know that the clan has rules, a punishment hall and an elder hall? Although Yi Tianlong had guessed some of it, he was still shocked by Yi Qinghan's words. However, he still maintained an indifferent expression on his face. Haha. Yi Qinghan suddenly laughed out loud. After hearing 2 super jokes in a row, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. However, the desolation and mockery in his laughter were not concealed at all. He coldly swept his gaze over the elders behind Yi Tianlong. Clan rules, *T clan rules. Punishment hall? The vice-elder of the punishment hall was lying on the ground. As for the elder hall, it was a pile of dog shit. Yi Tianlong, have you gone senile? If the elder hall of the punishment hall had a use for me, would I risk my life to kill them? Brat, how dare you? Yi Qinghan, how dare you be so rude to the clan leader? You deserve to die 10,000 times. Father, Yi Qinghan has gone crazy. Let me clean up this scum of the clan. Yi Qinghan's angry words were like a bolt from the blue, shocking everyone. In an instant, countless people trembled as they pointed at the arrogant young man and loudly cursed him. Yi Jian was even more agitated. He leaped into the air, his palm turned into a claw, and directly grabbed at Yi Qinghan's neck. Bang! Yi Tianlong waved his hand lightly, and an invisible force suddenly hit Yi Jian's chest, causing Yi Jian to fall back. Yi Tianlong turned around and coldly looked at Yi Jian, who was clutching his chest, and the countless elders who were cursing at Yi Qinghan. He said expressionlessly, Baihu, before this matter is clear, whoever makes a sound or tries anything funny, arrest them all. All of you shut up. If the clan leader doesn't ask, no one is allowed to speak. The eyes of the white-robed elder, Yi Baihu, flashed as he felt the complexity of the situation. Yi Tianlong nodded, turned around and looked at Yi Qinghan, who was standing quietly at the side, thinking about something. He said lightly, carry your sister and follow me to the punishment hall. I will give you an explanation. Of course, you need to give me an explanation as well. Chapter 43. Take your sister and follow me to the torture chamber. I'll give you an explanation. Of course, you need to give me one as well. Yi Tianlong's words had broken his image in front of the public. Yi Tianlong had always been serious, old-fashioned, and stubborn. Not to mention the Yi family's castle, it was also well known in the House of Aries. Yi Dao was a genius in the past. If it were any other family, they would definitely treat him like a treasure. In the past, Yi Dao had rebelled many times and disobeyed the orders of the family. It was all because of Yi Tianlong's old-fashioned and stubborn attitude. In the end, Yi Dao brought a prostitute back and knelt in Yi Tianlong's dormitory for 3 days. But Yi Tianlong didn't completely agree to it. He just tacitly agreed and refused to admit it. Now Yi Qinghan's son was even more arrogant than his father. He had killed many members of the family and even scolded Yi Tianlong as an old fool. If it was Yi Tianlong's temper in the past, he would have slapped him to death or at least sent him flying. But now, not only did Yi Tianlong not get angry, but he even said that he would give him an explanation. Explanation? Yi Qinghan shook his head and looked at the ground. The white-haired woman in white was sleeping soundly and peacefully. His face revealed a hint of heartbreak and death aura. Then he said lightly, she's already dead. I don't need your explanation. If you can kill someone or do something for me, I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Say it. Yi Tianlong looked at the faint death aura on the youth's forehead. His expression was a bit solemn as he quickly said, help me kill the young patriarch of the Shui family, xuanhuan. Also, go to the West Mountain and help move my mother's grave so that my parents can be buried together. Yi Qinghan raised his head and said. Yi Tianlong pondered for a while and said lightly, I promise you the latter. As for the former, you have to tell me what happened. Yi Qinghan's eyes were a bit gloomy. Yi Tianlong's straightforward answer had allowed him to fulfill his mother's last wish, which made him feel a bit gratified. He didn't want to say anything else, but in the end he said, "My sister Yi Qingyu has a jade spirit body. Xuanhuan was born with a pair of eyes, so he must have seen my sister's physique. So he joined hands with Yi Qinghuang and Yi Rong to kidnap her. Finally, my sister committed suicide by hitting the wall. I'm sure you can guess what happened next. I killed Yi Xianxia, who went to kidnap my sister, and interrogated him. Then I came here, crippled Yi Qinghuang, and took him hostage. I wanted to lure you out, but the elders didn't agree. Then I was ambushed by Yi Jian. My sister sacrificed her soul to save me. So, I got the combat power of an emperor for a short period of time. I killed Yi Rong and then you guys came. It's that simple." Yi Tianlong listened quietly with an expressionless face. However, the more he listened, the more he frowned. After listening, he didn't continue to ask. Instead, he tilted his head and sniffed. "Tianqing, is what he said true?" "Nonsense. It's all nonsense. Why would Qinghuang and Yi Rong help an outsider to deal with a family member? Father, it must be because Yi Qinghan doesn't get along with them. He's just making excuses." Before Tianqing could say anything, Yi Jian spoke first. "Shut up. If you open your mouth again, I'll seal you." Yi Tianlong's expression finally became a little angry. It seemed that the family had become more and more chaotic because he had ignored the family's affairs for many years. He glanced at Yi Jian coldly with a gloomy expression and finally stopped at Yi Tianqing. "Patriarch, I came to the scene after Yi Qinghan disabled Qinghuang. It was as he said. I don't know what happened before, but Elder Yi Quan just sent Yi Qinghuang back for treatment. I think he's fine now." Yi Tianqing nodded and answered honestly. He paused for a moment and looked at Yi Qinghan in front of him. Then he solemnly said, "Patriarch, I still have an important matter to report. It concerns the rise and fall of the clan. Yi Quan, go and bring Yi Qinghuang here." Yi Tianlong waved his hand at one of the elders kneeling beside Yi Qingyu. He sensed that Yi Tianqing's tone had clearly become more serious, and he could not help but feel somewhat surprised. He said, "Tianqing, if you have something to say, just say it. It's about the rise and fall of the family?" Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu were obviously attracted by Tianqing's words. Was the riddle about to be solved? They couldn't help but listen with great interest. "I beg you, Patriarch, to pardon Yi Qinghan for all his crimes." Tianqing's first sentence caused an uproar. Yi Qinghan had killed 3 people and disabled 1 today. One of them was an elder of the family, an emperor realm expert. The one who was disabled was the young master of the family, a core disciple of the family, and the future heir of the family. He actually said that he wanted to pardon him? Even if the 3 people who were disabled were at fault, they didn't deserve to die. Reason? Yi Tianlong said faintly. He could vaguely guess many things. He wanted to do some things, but he needed a reason. The Yi family also needed a reason. Tianqing's eyes were slightly excited. He glanced at Yi Qinghan, who was still standing proudly and not moved by his words, and said, "Because Yi Qinghan might have an extremely powerful battle beast. It's at least a peak 8th rank beast, and it might even be a holy beast, or even higher." What? What? Oh my god. Countless exclamations sounded. Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Baihu cried out at the same time. Everyone looked at Yi Qinghan passionately. It was like a group of men who had been in the army for many years suddenly saw a naked beauty. Moreover, according to my deduction, Yi Qinghan also obtained a heaven-defying combination combat technique that can instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Yi Rong died under this technique. Tianqing continued, throwing out a bomb that made everyone's soul tremble. Silence, dead silence. The entire place was silent, a deathly stillness. They silently pondered over the deep meaning contained within these 2 sentences. Holy beast. It was even higher than a holy beast. Combination combat technique? A heaven-defying technique that could instantly kill opponents of the same rank as him. Everything was like a bolt from the blue, exploding in everyone's heart, making them palpitate and tremble. Is what he said true? Yi Tianlong's tone was still calm, but his hands hidden in his sleeves were faintly trembling, betraying his inner thoughts. Whether it's true or not has nothing to do with you. From the moment my sister's soul was sacrificed, I told myself that I'm no longer a member of the Yi family, and even in death, I won't be a ghost of the Yi family. Yi family. I no longer have any attachment to them. Yi Qinghan lowered his gaze and looked at Yi Qingyu on the ground. After a long time, when Yi Tianlong couldn't wait to ask again, he spoke indifferently. His voice was cold, without a trace of anger. "Ah. Everyone and Yi Tianlong didn't expect to receive such an answer. They were all choked by Yi Qinghan's words and didn't know how to respond. There was another period of silence. After a while Yi Tianlong sighed and said, "It doesn't matter if you don't recognize this family. It doesn't matter if you don't recognize me as your grandfather. Don't blame you. I just want to ask you, is what Tianqing said true?" Hearing Yi Tianlong's slightly guilty tone and indirectly admitting his mistake, Yi Qinghan finally lifted his lowered gaze and said simply, "More or less." Wow. After receiving Yi Qinghan's confirmation, countless people's emotions surged with complicated emotions. That was a holy beast. How many holy beasts had appeared in the Yi family's thousands of years of history? None. Only one. Only Yi Ruoshui's ancestor had one. However, this holy beast had indeed brought the Yi family hundreds of years of glory and prosperity. Not only did this kid have a holy beast, but he also had a heaven-defying combination combat technique. Trash, you bunch of trash. Just as everyone was silently pondering, Yi Qingyo, who was standing to the side, had already bulged his big eyes and pointed at the elders as he scolded, "Did all of you Warbeast Hall elders grow up eating shit? Why didn't you report such a big matter? Now that such a situation has occurred, how do you think we should clean it up?" After scolding the elders, Yi Qingyo didn't wait for them to explain. He waved his hand and quickly hid the anger on his face. He turned his head and smiled wretchedly. "Kid, you're Yi Qinghan, right? That xuanhuan you mentioned, I'll help you kill him. If you follow me in the future, I promise you that you can do whatever you want in the House of Aries. How about it? Also, you don't have to hide anything. Give me a definite answer. Don't say things like, 'Not much, I don't like it.'" Looking at Yi Qingyo, who was smiling wretchedly in front of him, and then at the worried expression on Yi Qingwu's face in the distance, Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment, but still said indifferently, "Holy beast, soul-devouring beast, combination combat technique, soul dizziness, instant kill of the same level. Also, thank you, Senior and Yi Qingwu, for your good intentions, but I don't think I need it." Yi Tianlong looked worriedly at Yi Qingyo, and Yi Baihu, who was beside him, also twitched the corner of his mouth. Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianqing, and Yi Chang stood up anxiously. They all understood the meaning of death in this youth's words and became terrified, their eyes filled with anxiety and regret. Everyone fell silent, but Yi Qingwu, who was beside Yi Qingyo, shouted excitedly, "Yi Qinghan, don't do anything stupid. It's better to live a bad life than to die a good death. You're so young, you still have a bigger stage, you still have—" "No." Yi Qinghan interrupted Yi Qingwu and looked at her pure and beautiful face. He shook his head and said indifferently, "No, I have nothing, nothing. My father is dead, my mother is dead, and now my little sister is also dead. What am I living for? Who else can I live for? Perhaps I shouldn't have come to this world, this place doesn't belong to me." The more Yi Qinghan spoke, the more desolate and heartbroken he became. He knelt weakly in front of Yi Qingyu and stared at his little sister's pale face, snow-white hair, and the bright red drops of blood at the edge of her white clothes. He stretched out his hands and caressed his little sister's face. He thought back to the words his little sister had said before she sacrificed herself and softly murmured, "Qingyu, in my next life I will definitely marry you, I will definitely marry you. I said I would give you an explanation." Yi Qinghan took one last look at Yi Tianlong, then slowly pulled out the black dagger that was hanging from his calf. Everyone felt extremely complicated, but they did not stop him, nor did they have any way to stop him. If a person's heart was dead, who could save him? Chapter 44. "I don't need your explanation." Yi Tianlong shook his head and moved. A yellow light immediately shone from his body, but it did not spread in all directions. Instead, it headed straight for Yi Qinghan and stopped Yi Qinghan from committing suicide. Then, with a wave of his hand, Yi Qinghan's hand that was holding the dagger slowly fell. Then, his head tilted to the side and he fainted. What a joke. He was the second descendant of the Yi family to summon a sacred beast. He was the future hope of the Yi family. If he committed suicide in front of him, he would not have the face to face his ancestors after he died. So, he decisively released his sacred realm and knocked out Yi Qinghan. "Qingyo, bring him and that girl to the back of the mountain. Carefully check that girl's soul. I feel that she's not dead yet. Only her soul has been severely injured. See if there's any way to save these two siblings." Yi Tianlong transmitted his voice to Yi Qingyo. Then, he turned his head and looked at the dozen or so elders in front of him with a dark expression. He said angrily, "White Tiger, go and collect Yi Rong's body. Seal the Yi family castle and prevent any news from spreading. The rest of you follow me to the torture chamber." "Yes, father." "Yes, clan leader." Looking at the gloomy expression on Yi Tianlong's face, everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The torture chamber. It seemed that the clan leader was going to enforce the clan's laws. Yi family's torture chamber. Yi Tianlong sat silently on the main seat. His expression was somewhat complicated, as if he was deep in thought. Yi Jian and Yi Chang stood on his left and right respectively. The other elders stood on either side of him. Since Yi Tianlong did not speak, no one dared to speak. Their gazes shifted as they pondered. After a long while, Yi Tianlong suddenly said, "Yi Jian." An indescribable emotion appeared in Yi Jian's eyes. He took a step forward and cupped his hands, saying in a low voice, "Father, do you admit to your crimes?" Yi Tianlong continued, saying something that confused the other elders. "Guilty?" A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Jian's eyes. He then said with a serious expression, "I have been working hard for the Yi family's prosperity all these years. May I know what crime I have committed?" "That's right, Patriarch. City Lord Yi Jian has been working hard for the family all these years. Everyone has seen it with their own eyes. What crime has he committed?" "Yes, we can all testify." Yi Tianlong's words caused countless elders to be bewildered. They hurriedly bowed and explained to Yi Jian. However, Yi Tianlong waved his hand tiredly, indicating for the elders to be quiet. After a moment of silence, he said seriously, "Do you know why our Yi family, or even the 5 great families of the House of Aries, can stand tall for 1,000 years? Why did they bring glory to this era? Maybe you want to say that it's because the Yi family has beasts? Other families have their own secret techniques? Wrong. The reason why our 5 great clans have been able to monopolize the 5 great cities for several thousand years isn't because of these secret arts but because of our unity." "You heard me right. It's unity. If a family wants to survive for thousands of years, they definitely don't rely on experts. Are the previous house masters strong? Let's not talk about the previous generations. Let's talk about our current house master, Dragon Man. Is he strong? At the peak of the Saint Realm, he can fight me and 2 grand elders alone. But where will he be after 100 years? Will his son continue to be the house master? A strong family doesn't need a single expert, but countless experts who are united. Our Yi family was fortunate enough to rise in the world extermination war thousands of years ago and survive until today. We relied on the struggles of countless seniors and their unparalleled battle power of unity. The easiest way to break a fortress is to break it from the inside. But today, you have disappointed me. For the sake of your own interests, you have forgotten the rules of the family and the teachings of your ancestors. You have actually started to fight among yourselves and even started to ally with outsiders to deal with the younger generation of the family. I think that if this continues in less than 100 years, the Yi family will vanish into thin air. It will completely disappear from the long river of history of the Fire Dragon continent." After Yi Tianlong finished speaking, he seemed to have aged more than 10 years. He looked a little tired and sad as he leaned against the big bronze chair. "We are guilty." Yi Jian and Yi Chang hurriedly knelt down and said in a deep voice. Their faces were all gloomy. They didn't say a word as they carefully pondered over the deep meaning of Yi Tianlong's words. "Father, I know I was wrong. It was because I didn't discipline my son properly that led to such a huge mistake. I am willing to resign from the Tsang City Lord position and go behind closed doors to reflect." Yi Jian knew that Yi Tianlong was really angry today. His eyes flickered and he no longer defended Yi Qinghuang. He took the initiative to admit his mistake. Bang. When Yi Tianlong heard Yi Jian's words, he didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, he was completely enraged. He waved his hand and an invisible force crashed into Yi Jian's chest, sending him flying and bouncing back after crashing into the wall. Still quibbling? 10 years ago, Yi Dao was ambushed and killed by 4 demon thearchs at the Luotian Mountain. Do you think I don't know that you were the one who leaked the secret? Today, I still don't understand the matter with Yi Qinghan. But why did you order people to seal off the back mountain? Yi Qinghan wanted to see me? Why did you stop him? If it wasn't for your selfishness, would Yi Rong have died? If it wasn't for you, would that girl with the jade spirit physique choose to sacrifice her soul out of anger? If it wasn't for you, would Yi Qinghan be so cold to the family? If it wasn't for you, would the current situation be so tense? Because of a fool like you, the family lost an Emperor Realm martial artist, a jade spirit physique, and almost lost the hope of the family's prosperity? Father coughed. I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Seeing Yi Tianlong's cold eyes filled with disappointment and regret, Yi Jian felt a chill in his heart when he heard the secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. He struggled to get up and knelt down heavily on the ground. His body slightly trembled. He knew that his father would definitely kill him if he was not careful today. Yi Chang stood beside Yi Tianlong and felt his father's faint killing intent. He hurriedly knelt down and said, "Father, give big brother another chance. You also said that the family's interests are the most important." All the elders looked at each other and knelt down at the same time. "Clan head, please give Yi Jian another chance. We know we were wrong." Yi Tianlong fell into deep silence again. After a long time, he waved his hand helplessly. 10 years ago I gave you a chance. Although my words were vague, I don't think you are that stupid. Now that so many people are pleading for you, I will give you another chance. Go to the blame cliff at the back of the mountain and don't come out until you reach the sage realm. If you can't break through in your lifetime, then stay there for the rest of your life. Let me give you a warning. The Emperor realm cultivates the state of mind and comprehends the heavenly Tao. If you are still obsessed with hatred and selfishness, you are destined to die of old age in the mountain. Thank you, Father. Yi Jian understands. Yi Jian lowered his head and bowed. He turned around and left. His expression was a little dazed and he staggered as he walked. He seemed to be thinking about something and regretting something. Looking at Yi Jian's staggered footsteps, everyone was silent. They knew that Yi Tianlong called them to the discipline hall and they knew that Yi Tianlong was going to flip out. However, they didn't expect him to be so powerful. He actually imprisoned Yi Jian. Sage realm. It wasn't that easy to break through to the sage realm. Yi Jian might die of old age in the mountain. Yi Tianlong's eyes were dim. He forced himself to pull himself together. Bring Yi Xianxia here. Yi Xianxia was carried up. His waist was wrapped in white cloth and his face was pale. Once he reached the discipline hall, he shouted, "Grandfather, you have to seek justice for me. Yi Xuanhuan sneak attacked me and destroyed 20 years of my cultivation. You have to kill him for me." Although he was sent away to recuperate, he still managed to get some information through some channels. He found out that Yi Xuanhuan wasn't dead and had been taken away by Yi Qingyu. Therefore, he shouted at Yi Tianlong the moment he saw him. However, he didn't know that his father had just been sent flying by Yi Tianlong's palm and was imprisoned in the back of the mountain. He probably wouldn't be able to come out for the rest of his life. Slap. As expected, the reply he got was a fierce slap. Yi Tianlong didn't even want to listen to his excuses. He waved his hand and said, "Yi Tianqing, you're in charge of the interrogation. If you find out everything, you'll be punished according to the clan's rules. Take him away." Yi Qinghuang looked at Yi Tianlong in horror. The grandfather in his memory wasn't like this. He struggled to break free from Tianqing's palm and cried out, "Grandfather, how can you do this to me? I'm a cripple now and you still want to punish me according to the clan's rules? You're so heartless, so heartless." Yi Tianlong didn't look at Yi Qinghuang again. Instead, he looked through the door of the torture chamber and gazed at the green mountain in the distance. Everyone has to be responsible for the mistakes they make. You can still cultivate if your cultivation is crippled, but if you're still like this, you'll forever be a cripple. If you don't regret it in the future, I won't recognize you as my grandson anymore. Yi Tianlong's ruthlessness and iron-blooded methods once again shocked everyone present. Although the dragon had been in a deep slumber for many years, once he woke up, everyone was faced with his towering fury and supreme dragon might. The mountain behind the Yi family was actually not a mountain, but a valley at the foot of the mountain. There was a lake in the valley and there were a few simple lofts by the lake. In one of the lofts, Yi Qingyu placed a hand on Yi Qingyu's forehead. His expression was solemn and he was silent. Next to him was Yi Qinghan, who was lying quietly as if in a deep sleep, and Yi Qingwu, who was nervously watching from the side. Phew. After a long while, Yi Qingyu let out a long sigh and opened his eyes. "Grandfather, how is it? Can Yi Qingyu still be saved?" Yi Qingwu hadn't paid much attention to this delicate girl in the past and hadn't seen her many times. But this girl in the Garden of Enchantment had resolutely burned her soul for her brother's sake and offered it to Yi Qinghan. This scene had truly shocked her. Many people would probably say that they were willing to die for their loved ones, but how many people would dare to make such a decision when faced with such a scene? Would they dare to die with a smile on their face? That was why she had begun to like this girl and admired her from the depths of her heart. That was why she had followed Yi Qingyu to the back of the mountain with Yi Qinghan and his sister no matter what. Fortunately, this girl hasn't died yet because of her special physique. Yi Qingyu sighed faintly, his expression somewhat complicated. But unfortunately, her soul has almost been completely burned away, so she won't have long to live. So can she be saved or not? Yi Qingwu glared angrily and asked anxiously. Yi Qingyu was clearly a little afraid of his precious granddaughter and quickly said, "She can be saved, but the Yi family can't save her. Chapter 45. Swish. A yellow figure pierced through the air and flew directly into the small loft. He glanced at the sleeping Yi Qinghan and quickly said, "Qingyo, what's the situation?" "Greetings, clan leader." Yi Qingyo and Yi Qingwu were still talking when they saw Yi Tianlong fly in and hurriedly bowed. Clan leader's guess is correct. Yi Qingyu was injured before, so the final soul sacrifice was not completely successful. Therefore, a trace of her soul remained and fell into a deep sleep. In other words, she has become a vegetable. Yi Tianlong raised his eyebrows and was somewhat delighted. "Your soul cultivation is higher than mine. Do you think she can still be saved?" "I can save her, but the price will be very high." Yi Qingyo frowned. At their level, the price they spoke of was no ordinary price. "Fool, what price can be higher than losing an expert who possesses the sacred beast body fusion technique? Tell me, even if I have to sell half of the Yi family, I will still save her." Yi Tianlong glared at Yi Qingyo and said angrily. Qingyo is confused. "To save Yi Qingyu, we must first ensure that the trace of her soul does not dissipate. We will need a large amount of soul-nourishing medicine. Secondly, to completely wake her up, we will need 2 spirit pills." Spirit pills? Although Yi Tianlong was already mentally prepared, he was still deeply shocked by Yi Qingyo's words. He frowned and fell silent. Meanwhile, Yi Qingwu was confused and asked doubtfully, "I have heard of soul-nourishing medicine, but Grandpa, what is a spirit pill?" "A pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god after death." Yi Qingyo's indifferent words stunned Yi Qingwu. As Yi Qingyo's granddaughter, she was the focus of the family's nurturing. She vaguely knew some of the continent's top secrets. On the surface, the Saint Realm was the pinnacle of martial artists on the continent. However, Yi Qingwu knew that there was a higher and more terrifying realm above the Saint Realm, the Heavenly God Realm. Heavenly God Realm cultivators could actually be considered as cultivators. They had an endless lifespan and terrifying strength. They could split mountains and overturn seas with just a wave of their hands. They could kill a large group of Saint Realm experts with just a glance. They were true gods, omnipotent gods. But now, her grandfather actually said that to save Yi Qingyu he needed a spiritual pill formed from the soul of a heavenly god realm expert, and 2 of them? Could a god be killed? Are there 2 living gods in this world? Even if there was, who could kill them? Tell me when that kid wakes up. Yi Tianlong let out a long sigh and walked out of the attic. Yi Qinghan had a lot of dreams. In his dreams, he seemed to have returned to Earth and returned to the familiar campus. He saw his senior sister whom he had a crush on for many years. However, when he excitedly ran over to her, the scene changed. The beautiful senior sister turned into the flirtatious lady boss. The scene also changed to the pink bed on that spring night. Then the scene changed to the enchanted garden. It changed to the moment when his sister sacrificed her soul. It changed to the moment when his sister's hair slowly turned white, and the moment when he cried out in pain and helplessness, "No!" He screamed in fear and woke up with a head full of cold sweat. He saw an unfamiliar attic and a short yellow figure. "You're awake?" The yellow figure slowly turned his head. His eyes were as deep as the sea, and there was a faint smile on his lips. It was Yi Tianlong. "Where's my sister? Why did you stop me? You can stop me once, but can you stop me for the rest of my life?" Yi Qinghan turned his eyes and thought back to everything that had happened before he fainted. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he licked his dry lips with a cold expression. Yi Tianlong looked at the stubborn youth and seemed to see someone from back then. "Yi Dao." He said calmly, "After today I won't stop you anymore. Come with me if you want to save your sister." Seeing Yi Tianlong's short and skinny figure walk out of the room, Yi Qinghan couldn't understand why he wouldn't stop him after today. But after hearing the last sentence, his eyes suddenly widened and he instantly jumped up, chasing after Yi Tianlong. Clan leader. In another room, Yi Qingyo saw Yi Tianlong walk in with Yi Qinghan. He hurriedly bowed, then smiled and nodded at Yi Qinghan behind him. He left the room, leaving the grandfather and grandson alone. Qingyo. He gazed at the large bed in the room, where his sister lay quietly like a sleeping beauty. Yi Qinghan's eyes immediately blurred. He strode over, half-knelt by the bed and tightly held his sister's cold hand. The white bedsheets, white dress, pale face and snow-white hair made this room seem so special, so dazzling. "Your sister is not dead, so you don't have to pee like a woman. If you're a man, you should think of a way to solve the problem and not cry because you're sad." Yi Tianlong stood silently to the side and said coldly after a moment, "Are you sure?" Hearing this, Yi Qinghan reached out and stood up. Although he knew that as the head of the clan Yi Tianlong would not resort to such tricks, he still asked. Before your sister's soul was sacrificed, she was injured and did not fully recover. Thus, the sacrifice was not a complete success, and there is still a shred of her soul left. She is currently in a state of suspended animation. More accurately, she is in a vegetative state. Elder Yi Qingyo and I both confirmed that she still has a chance of coming back to life. The sacrifice was not a success? Yi Qinghan remembered that after he killed Yi Rong, his body had become extremely weak. He had originally thought that the mysterious power could only attack once. He did not expect that the sacrifice was not a complete success. There was still a chance? That meant that there was still a chance? As long as there was a chance. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at his sister and made a decision. Staring at Yi Tianlong's deep eyes, he knelt down heavily and said with an incomparably firm tone, "Please do your best to save my sister. I am willing to pay any price." Hearing Yi Qinghan call him you instead of grandfather, Yi Tianlong felt helpless. It seemed that this brat still had a deep conflict with his irresponsible grandfather and the huge Yi family. "Get up, I promise you, but you have to be mentally prepared. You will have to pay a lot. Come with me." Yi Tianlong turned around and walked out of the room. This time he walked towards the lake in the middle of the valley. Yi Qinghan was a little confused. He turned around to look at his sister again, then silently followed him out. Standing by the lake, Yi Tianlong gazed into the distance, at the buildings of the Yi family's castle. He let out a long sigh and began to tell the story. "Before that, I'd like to say a few words, even though you might think these words are unpleasant and somewhat fake. But I still have to say, your father was extremely talented, and his temperament was very similar to mine in the past. I liked him very much since I was a child. Because your father was born by one of my concubines, Yi Jian and the others always had some resistance towards him, and even some hostility. At that time, I had just taken over the family affairs, so I didn't ask too much about the affairs between the brothers. As a result, Yi Jian and the others became more and more hostile towards your father, and your father became more and more rebellious. Later, under everyone's opposition, I appointed your father as the successor of the clan head. As a result, it completely angered the first branch. Later, in order to treat your mother's illness, your father resolutely went to the god-slaying mountain. However, his whereabouts were betrayed by a cousin of Yi Jian from the first branch, which caused 4 demon emperors from the demon god residence to join forces to kill him. In the end, he was seriously injured and died. I was extremely angry about that matter and directly killed that descendant of the clan. After confirming that Yi Jian didn't know about it, I still heavily punished him. After your father's death, your biological grandmother was in too much pain and passed away. I was a little disheartened and a little disgusted with the world. There were also some other reasons, so I retired and didn't care about the affairs of the world. Unexpectedly, Yi Jian still held a grudge over what happened in the past and took revenge on you. Perhaps because of what happened in the past, the first branch has always been hostile towards the second branch, which led to the regretful incident a few days ago. Yi Tianlong paused and continued, "I'm saying all this not to redeem your hatred towards the Yi family. I want to say that everything is actually my fault. If you want to hate someone, hate me. And this time, you need the cooperation of the younger generation of the clan to save your sister. For the sake of your sister, I hope that you can temporarily put aside the hatred in your heart and work together with them to defeat the enemy and gain points." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and felt a little helpless. He was a little speechless at Yi Tianlong's eloquence. Even a pig could tell that Yi Tianlong was trying to persuade him after saying so much nonsense. However, in order to save his sister, he could only listen obediently. He curled his lips and said, "Let's make it simple. What do you need me to do? If your sister wants to wake up, she needs a large amount of herbs that nourish the soul. You don't need to worry about this. Secondly, she needs 2 spiritual pills. I know a place that has one and I will do my best to exchange for it. As for the last one, I can't do anything about it. Only you can obtain it." Seeing that Yi Qinghan was a little impatient, Yi Tianlong knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. He wasn't a good persuader, so he made it short. Hearing that it was a serious matter, Yi Qinghan's expression tightened and listened attentively. After listening, he thought for a while and said, "Spiritual pills? How do I obtain them?" You should know a little about the mansion battle. The 3 moon queens are the mansion battle that happens once every 30 years. This time, the mansion battle is an elite mansion battle. Only young warriors under the age of 30 can participate. What you need to do is to lead the Yi family's elite team to participate in the mansion battle. On the premise that you survive, try your best to kill the elites of the monster race and the barbarian race. obtain a large number of points, and go to the divine city to exchange for a spiritual pill. This time, the mansion battle is not the ultimate mansion battle. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I would personally participate in it. This time you can only rely on yourself. You need to pay attention in the mansion battle. Speaking of serious matters, Yi Tianlong's expression was also solemn as he slowly explained to Yi Qinghan. After a long time, Yi Qinghan finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. It seemed that this grandfather Yi Tianlong was really prepared to spend a lot of money to save his sister. Although he didn't understand what a spiritual pill was, he only knew that it was definitely a peerless treasure. Otherwise, why would he need to kill 10,000 low-level foreign soldiers to exchange for it? After a pause, he put forward his conditions. I have a condition. This time, I don't want anyone from the first branch to lead the team. Moreover, I want absolute command of the elite team in the mansion battle. Yi Tianlong thought for a while and nodded. I promise you. You have to promise that you will definitely come back alive. I will definitely come back alive. Mansion battle? 3-clan battle? Try your best to kill? A bloodthirsty light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. He nodded heavily. Looking at the attic not far away through the attic's window, he saw a delicate figure sleeping quietly. His face revealed a trace of a smile that hadn't bloomed for several days. Chapter 46. 5 days later in Song City. The 8-door gods stood proudly in front of the gate of the Yi family castle. Their gazes were sharp as they scanned through the crowd. Suddenly, from the corner of their eyes, they saw the side gate open and a luxurious carriage slowly drive out. The 8 of them tensed up, but they didn't smile and flatter like they used to. They just straightened their backs and didn't say anything. There were too many carriages going in and out of the Yi family castle. They were nervous at the beginning, numb at the end, and now they didn't care. However, behind the luxurious carriage there was another carriage and after that, another, 4, 5, 9, 10. As the number of carriages increased, the 8 of them started to look serious. Their expressions were still dignified, but they were shocked inside. This luxurious carriage was the largest model of the Yi family castle. Each carriage could seat at least 20 people. 10. That was 200 people. Furthermore, this carriage was the most luxurious one of the Yi family castle. It wasn't something that just anyone could sit in. There were so many important figures of the Yi family. Where were they going? However, after an hour, the side gate of the Yi family castle opened again. Another 20 luxurious carriages drove out and disappeared into the wide streets of Song City. Another half an hour passed, and another 20 luxurious carriages arrived. Big brother, what's going on? The family sent out 500 to 600 experts. Isn't this a big move? Looking at the third wave of carriages slowly disappearing at the end of the street, one of the door gods couldn't help but ask the biggest door god at the center of the gate. The people beside him also glanced at him. Their sparkling eyes couldn't hide their bewilderment. What are you doing? Stand properly. Do you think you can pry into the family's secrets? Hearing the question, the door god's expression became even more dignified. He reprimanded in a low voice. However, he was obviously satisfied with the gazes of the crowd. He scanned the street and made sure there was no one nearby. Then he whispered, "Elite Prefecture Battle." The crowd quickly retracted their bewildered gazes and continued to look ahead with stern expressions. However, the thick eyebrows on their foreheads revealed some of their thoughts. Didn't the Elite Prefecture Battle usually only send 200 to 300 people? Why did 500 or 600 go this time? It should be known that the young experts of the clan had come out in full force. What kind of secret was hidden in this Fu battle? In the mountains behind the Yi family, in front of the lake in the valley, 2 figures stood side by side. Patriarch, why did we send almost all of our young experts to the elite prefectural tournament? Also, that kid is going to the mansion battle at such a young age. Can you be at ease? Yi Baihu, who was dressed in white, looked at the yellow-robed man in confusion. The yellow-robed man turned around with a slight smile on his face. White Tiger, I thought you wouldn't ask. I didn't expect you to ask. I'm sure this is a question many people in the clan want to ask, but don't dare to. MHM. Yi Baihu nodded slightly. 5 days ago, Yi Tianlong walked down from the back of the mountain. He imprisoned Yi Jian and banished Yi Qinghuang. He once again displayed his ambitious and ruthless character. His dragon might shook the world and everyone bowed down to him. Unexpectedly, when Yi Tianlong regained control of the clan, he issued a few orders that caused the entire Yi family castle to be filled with doubts. However, Yi Tianlong's unparalleled prestige in the Yi family caused these elders to silently carry out his orders. They didn't dare to ask any questions. Today, after 30 carriages drove out of the Yi family's side door, Yi Baihu couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Actually, my intention is very simple. I sent people out to buy soul-nourishing medicines. I don't think I need to explain this. You should know that it's for that little girl. Although this jade spirit body has been sacrificed, it's still very important to Yi Qinghan's life and strength. I also admire that little girl. There are 2 reasons why I sent all of the young experts of the clan to the Fu battle. First, only a real bloody battle can train true elites. As for the second reason, I want to give that brat Yi Qinghan a chance. A chance to win over the young elites of the clan. Of course, it's also equivalent to creating an opportunity for the clan to win back Yi Qinghan. After fighting with so many young disciples of the clan, going through life and death situations together, shouldn't there be some feelings? The third reason about sending that brat Yi Qinghan to the elite Fu battle is actually something that I can't do. That idiot Yi Jian's foolish actions caused Yi Qinghan to have a deep resistance towards the Yi family and me. If we want to win back his heart, we'll have to spend a long time and do many things to slowly influence him. Otherwise, even if that brat breaks through the sage realm and becomes a god, he won't have any feelings for the Yi family. He might not even be a member of the Yi family. So what if the Yi family does? I sent him to the elite Fu battle for 2 reasons. Firstly, I want to see if he can break through quickly under the pressure of saving his sister. Secondly, he has just been hurt by the Yi family. Letting him go out for a walk will make him feel better. Yi Tianlong spoke with fervor and assurance. His expression was calm, but his words revealed a faint self-confidence and strategizing. It made his originally small body seem tall and big. Yi Baihu nodded and pondered for a while. He then asked, "But, clan leader, aren't you worried that something will happen to that brat? After all, his strength is so low. Once the news that he has a holy beast is exposed, he will definitely become a must-kill target for the Goblin clan and Barbarian clan. Of course I'm worried, but I believe that nothing will happen to that brat. Moreover, based on his strength, I estimate that he will definitely break through again before he reaches Dragon City." Yi Tianlong laughed mischievously as if he had thought of something. "Baihu, there are some things that you don't know. Do you know what level that brat Yi Qinghan's strength was before he summoned his beast? 1st level elite realm." "What?" Yi Baihu had lived at the back of the mountain all year round. This was the first time he had heard of Yi Qinghan's detailed information. After being stunned for a while, his eyes flashed and he frowned. "Clan leader, this doesn't make sense. 2 days ago, I still remember that this brat broke through to Commander Realm Level 2 in the back of the mountain. A Level 1 Elite Realm Warrior broke through to Level 4 in 3 months. Could it be that he hid his strength before? Or did he not cultivate before?" Yi Tianlong shook his head. There was a trace of curiosity and excitement in his eyes. "No. According to my investigation, this brat was stuck at Elite Realm Level 1 before he summoned his beast. Then his cultivation soared rapidly. After a trip to Barbarian City, he came back as a Commander Realm Level 1. This brat has too many secrets. And this time I sent Yi Shisan and Yi 17 to him for the Fu battle. His safety should not be a problem. Moreover, his 200-man team is the Death God team that Green Bull has trained for many years. I have already blocked the news of the Yi family. His information should not be leaked." Yi Baihu was silent for a long time before he calmed down from the shock in his heart. That thin and stubborn brat really gave him too many surprises. Hearing Yi Tianlong's arrangements for Yi Qinghan's safety, he nodded and felt relieved. He seemed to have absolute confidence in Yi Shisan, Yi 17 and the Death God team. He said lightly, "Well, Yi Shisan and Yi 17's strength is not a problem. However, can Yi Qinghan control these 2 people? Also, clan leader, are you sure you can get the spirit pill this time? You should know that this time, the Divine City has thrown out a spirit pill as the first treasure to be exchanged. The other families will definitely covet it. After all, the spirit pill only appears once in 100 years. Moreover, 100 years ago, the Feng family paid a terrible price to get the spirit pill in the Divine City battle. This time we need to." Hearing Yi Baihu's question, Yi Tianlong's expression also became solemn. Whether he can control it or not depends on his luck and ability. As for the spirit pill, Yi Qingyo should be able to get the first place to exchange for it. Whether they can get so many points or not will depend on their performance in the Divine City battle. As for the other pill, in half a month when you are in charge of Tsang City, I will go to the other side of the sea and ask for one. The other side of the sea. Hearing the words the other side of the sea, Yi Tianlong's expression became obviously respectful and even a little fearful. He nodded and said, "Since clan leader has arranged everything, there should be no problem. I hope everything goes smoothly." Yi Qinghan was not in a good mood. Although he was sitting in a super luxurious carriage, and although he had never enjoyed such high treatment, he still felt a little sad. The carriage was very big, enough to seat more than 10 or 20 people. However, he was the only one sitting quietly inside. The carriage was very luxurious. Not only was the exterior luxurious, but the interior was also very luxurious and comfortable. Pulling the carriage were 4 strong and beautiful black-winged horses from the savage mountains. It was said that they could travel 100 miles in a day without panting. In front of the carriage were 2 men in black. They were both guards and coachmen. The men in black were called Yi 13 and Yi 17. According to Yi Tianlong, they were the Yi family's secret death warriors. They were shockingly powerful and were at the 2nd and 3rd level of the noble realm. It could be said that he was currently enjoying the life of a crown prince. Not to mention Yi Qingxian, even Yi Qinghuang had not enjoyed such treatment before. However, Yi Qinghuan did not feel honored or flattered. He had long experienced the cruelty of this world. What if he was still that good for nothing? Would the Yi family treat him like this? Would Yi Tianlong, his grandfather, treat him like this? Or could it be said that he indulged him? Therefore, he did not feel any excitement or gratitude towards such treatment. Instead, he felt a faint sorrow of separation because he was leaving this place and the white-haired girl sleeping in the small pavilion at the back of the mountain. This journey would take more than a year. He would have to leave that soft and weak sister of his for more than a year. Although Yi Tianlong had promised that he would take good care of Yi Qingyu and do his best to protect her life, he was still very sad and unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he obviously needed to find something to do. He picked up the wine on the small table in the carriage and began to drink. The wine was good. A bottle of monkey wine cost dozens of purple crystal coins. However, the more he drank, the more unhappy he became. Looking at Song City, which was getting further and further away from the carriage, the sweet monkey wine in his mouth seemed to become more and more bitter. Chapter 47. Yi 17 was also in a bad mood. Although he had been taught by his family since he was young and shouldn't be in the mood for such things, he was still unhappy. As an orphan, he wandered the streets and alleys, searching for food in the smelly gutters and garbage dumps behind taverns. He slept in a dilapidated abandoned house and a dirty pigsty. Of course, he was extremely loyal and fanatical to the Yi family that had rescued and nurtured him. He was adopted at the age of 7. The family had nurtured him for 20 years and he had also contributed to the family for 20 years. This time, he was ordered to participate in the elite prefectural battle. He was extremely happy about this mission. He could finally kill again. It had been a long time since he had tasted fresh blood. However, it seemed that the most important thing on the order wasn't to kill. Instead, it was to protect the frail little fellow in the carriage. He didn't dare to disobey the family's orders, nor would he disobey them. But the family didn't order him to be in a good mood, right? So naturally he wasn't in a good mood. It wasn't that he hadn't received orders to protect the young master of the family. He had also secretly expressed his displeasure and ridicule towards the arrogant and unreasonable young masters of the family. However, he still didn't dare to show it on the surface. But this time he was deeply suspicious of the family's orders. Was this little fellow, who was obviously only 15 or 16 years old, really going to participate in the prefectural battle? Second-level commander? He shook his head inwardly. Wouldn't the family know how many people would die if they brought such a young master to participate in the prefectural battle? 17. Seeing Yi 17's gloomy face, Yi 13 glanced at the carriage behind and reminded him in a low voice. Umph. Yi 13 glanced at the curtain behind him and let out a low snort that only the two of them could hear, expressing his displeasure. It seemed that the young master in the carriage was even more arrogant than the previous young masters. He had been sitting in the carriage for more than a month, yet he hadn't said a single word to the 2 Marquis realm experts. He hadn't even stepped out of the carriage. It seemed that this young master was even more arrogant than Yi Qinghuan. Yi Qinghuan wasn't in the mood to talk nonsense. He didn't have the time either because he had been living a monotonous life of pain and happiness for more than a month. He was attacking the remaining 2 main meridians. In the Savage Mountain Range, he unexpectedly discovered a shortcut that could allow him to cultivate to the general realm at a terrifying speed. Using battle chi to attack the meridians and block the substance, he had done so. With the help of his strong mental fortitude and the miraculous bronze ring, he was already halfway there. In 1 month in the Savage Mountain Range, he had opened 6 small meridians and broken through to the Commander realm. However, he did not give up on cultivating diligently. When the nightstick sent him back to the Yi family in a horse carriage, he worked hard every day. Finally, on the 2nd day of his stay at the Yi family's back mountain, he successfully opened a major meridian, the extraordinary meridian. He had stepped into the second level of the commander realm. Now that more than a month had passed, the melancholy of parting with his sister had completely transformed into motivation for his cultivation. Along the way, the boring journey had given him ample time. Thus he began to train day and night. Other than sleeping, eating, and playing with his beast Xiaohe for a while every day, he was basically training. With the experience of breaking through 6 small meridians and 1 main meridian, as well as the experience of being injured many times in the Savage Mountain Range, Xiaochen was able to recover quickly. Now, it seemed that his cultivation had become very simple. Breaking through the meridians and shattering them did not seem to be able to make him faint. Although it was still very painful every time, so painful that his facial features were distorted and cold sweat poured down like rain, he had not cried out for more than a month. It seemed that the repeated pain and injuries had made him resistant to these kinds of pain, and he was already numb to it. After finishing his last training session for the day, his whole body finally began to relax, and a happy smile appeared on his face, which had not smiled for many days. He lifted the curtain and walked out, saying to the gloomy Yi Shisan and Yi 17 for the first time in a month, "Greetings, big brothers. I am Yi Qinghan, may I know your name?" Yi 17 was still sulking when he suddenly saw the curtain open and the delicate and thin young master walk out with a smile. He even spoke gently. For a moment he felt a little baffled and was stunned. Young Master Han is too polite. This subordinate is Yi Shisan, and this is Yi 17. Yi Shisan, who was sitting in the driver's seat, was the first to react. He put away the whip in his hand, stood up, and cupped his fists respectfully. Then, he stretched out his arm and lightly touched Yi 17 beside him. 17 greets young Master Han. Yi 17 quickly reacted and cupped his fists in greeting. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, a little unused to it. He smiled and said, "Don't be so polite and don't call me young Master Han. I'm not used to it, just call me Qinghan. I thank you for taking care of me for more than a month. I'm afraid I've neglected you 2 big brothers because I've been busy with cultivation. This subordinate doesn't dare. It's my duty to take care of young Master Han." Yi Shisan sighed at the obvious difference in young Master Han, and replied respectfully. Then he asked, "Young Master has never come out of the carriage before. Today you came out for a walk. Did you have a breakthrough?" Yi Qinghan stretched his arms. They were a little rusty after not moving for a long time. He looked at the distant sun shining down on the wilderness, and then looked at the green mountains and clear waters receding as the carriage moved forward. His mood was a little better. I broke through to the first heaven of the commander tier." Yi Shisan's expression froze. He felt a little suspicious. Breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month? Although the governing meridian and conception meridian were connected, and could actually be considered as 1 meridian, wasn't this speed a little too fast? Or had this young master already broken through halfway before he boarded the carriage? Although he had a lot of questions in his heart, Yi Shisan still smiled and said, "Congratulations, young Master Han." "Congratulations, young Master Han." Yi 17 also opened his mouth, but the suspicion on his face was very obvious. Yi Qinghan waved his hand, not looking at the suspicion on Yi 17's face. That's right, breaking through 2 main meridians in more than a month. This was a little too unbelievable and anyone would be suspicious. But he didn't care. He didn't want to explain and he wouldn't explain. The 3rd level of the commander tier. He had finally reached the 3rd level of the commander tier. In the future he would no longer have to endure the pain of his meridians bursting. He was very happy. The sadness of leaving his sister also disappeared in the whistling mountain wind. Strength. Only by continuously becoming stronger could he survive in the Elite Academy tournament. Only then could he kill more people, or more accurately, beastmen and barbarians. Only then could he obtain enough points to exchange for spirit pills. Only then could he wake up that white-haired, white-robed woman. In the evening, the convoy began to set up camp at the foot of a mountain. 10 large carriages formed a circle, and countless people began to emerge from the carriages and began to distribute tasks in an orderly manner. Those who made arrangements for the camp began to make arrangements for the camp. Those who hunted began to hunt. Those who cooked began to cook, and those who patrolled began to patrol. Countless people hurried in and out, and began to do their own things in an orderly manner, busying themselves with what they should be busy with. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan sat quietly in the carriage. Beside him, Yi 17 stood coldly beside him, while Yi Shisan went to make arrangements for everyone. Yi Qinghan watched with interest as everyone bustled in and out. It had been more than a month since he sat in the carriage, and he hadn't taken a single step out of the carriage. He had always given orders to Yi San, and this was the first time he had seen something so lively. What's that? We don't need to go help. Xuanhuan was a little embarrassed as he rubbed his hands. If we go help, it will only make things worse. They wouldn't dare to let you, the commander of the team and the young master of the family, do these chores. Yi said coldly, but he snorted in his heart. Now you want to help? What did you do before? That's true. Xuanhuan said, a little embarrassed. Although Yi-17's tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied with him, he didn't care much. This was because he had never been a true young master since he was young. He also felt that it was a bit unfair for the two dukes to be sent to serve and protect him. As such, he should accommodate them, not the other way around. He looked at the busy people in front of him and the young master who had suddenly appeared today, and from time to time, looked at him with curiosity and awe. He knew that Yi-17 was right. He was afraid that if he went to help, he would become busier and busier, so he continued to rub his hands and continued to sit there and watch. After half an hour, Yi San slowly walked over and said to Xuanhuan, Young Master Han, will you continue to eat in the carriage today or? No need, let's eat together. Xuanhuan smiled and nodded, then got off the carriage. Seeing Yi-13 and Yi-17 arrive, everyone sitting around the fire hurriedly stood up respectfully. When they saw Xuanhuan behind Yi-13, everyone's expression stiffened, then they simultaneously knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Greetings, young master. What did it sound like when 200 people, 200 men, shouted at the same time? Xuanhuan didn't know before. Now he had a deep understanding. He rubbed his ears, turned his head and said to Yi-13, 13th, I seem to remember that I'm the commander of this team. Yi-13 was also a little shocked by this sudden roar. Although he didn't understand why Xuanhuan said this, he still answered honestly, That's right, young Master Han. Including the two of us, there are a total of 202 people, all of us must listen to your orders. That's good. Xuanhuan nodded, turned around and said seriously to the 200 people kneeling on the ground, Everyone listen carefully. In the future when you see me you must not kneel or bow. As long as it's not a battle you must not be too serious. I don't like it. This is an order. Chapter 48. The 200 people quietly looked at the handsome young man in front of them and listened to his strange words. They were a little confused. They were all men of sacrifice secretly trained by the Yi family. They were the Reaper Squad. Like Yi San and the others, they were orphans from all over the House of Aries. They had been adopted and trained by the Yi family since they were young. However, their talents were not as terrifying as Yi San and the others. Therefore, they were arranged into a group of 200 people. After being adopted into the Yi family, they were very grateful to the Yi family and had been taught and trained by the Yi family for more than 10 years. Therefore, they had always taken the orders of the Yi family as the highest standard. Before they came, their chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingyo, had personally told them that Xuanhuan would be their master from now on. He was the person they would protect with their lives. If Xuanhuan wanted them to die, they would die. Therefore they were very puzzled. Why was the first order given by this new master that they must never kneel in the future? Did they not need to respect their master? If they wanted to respect him, they had to kneel. However, when they glanced at their leader, Yi San, they suddenly realized something when they saw the coldness in Yi San's eyes. They quickly stood up and said respectfully in unison, Yes. Yi San's cold eyes made them instantly understand one thing. The chief instructor had once said that no matter how ridiculous the master's orders were, an order was an order and must be carried out. However, they had actually hesitated just now, so as the leader, Yi San's eyes turned cold. Okay, it's okay. You go about your business. Those who can eat, those who can drink, and those who can brag just pretend that I'm not here. Feeling that the atmosphere in the field was a little heavy, and this heavy atmosphere was caused by him, Xuanhuan felt a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and sat down next to the fire at the edge. After taking a yellow rabbit leg from Yi San, Xuanhuan waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to sit down. Yi San hesitated for a moment before sitting down with Yi-17. Xuanhuan nodded. He was very satisfied with the barbecue technique and turned to ask Yi San, I feel like they respect me very much. Or should I say they are very afraid of me? Because they are the Reaper Squad. The chief instructor, Elder Yi Qingyo, bestowed this team to you, which means that the lives of these 200 people will be yours in the future. Furthermore, before the Elite Academy battle ends, both of our lives are yours. If you tell us to die, we don't even dare to live. How could they not respect you? Not afraid of you? Before Yi San could answer, Yi-17 interjected. He seemed to find Xuanhuan's question a little strange. They had originally thought that xuanhuan was a very important young master of the family. This time, it was obvious that the clan wanted these 200 people to be his escorts for the prefecture battle. Then before he left, the clan would definitely tell him of their existence and their role. Thus, when Yi Shisan asked this question, Yi 17 easily misunderstood that xuanhuan was showing off his power as a young master. He was asking a question that he already knew the answer to, so his answer was obviously a little sarcastic. There's such a thing? Xuanhuan frowned slightly, revealing the shock in his heart. He had never seen any of these people before. He had told Yi Tianlong that the first branch didn't want any of them. But in the end, Yi Tianlong had sent out the clan's secret suicide squad and directly bestowed a squad to him. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 were obviously not over 30 years old, but they had actually reached the second and third level of the Duke realm. With such strength, they were more than enough to be sent out to be city lords. It was obvious that they were experts that the Yi family had secretly nurtured, but now they were only sent to protect him? Young Master Han really doesn't know about the Reaper squad? You didn't know about our existence in the past? Yi Shisan asked doubtfully when he saw that xuanhuan's expression was obviously not artificial. Any young master of the clan could shit on me in the past. My status in the clan was probably higher than any one of the 200 people. Why do you think the clan would let me know about your existence? Xuanhuan said self-deprecatingly. Thinking of his past life, he smiled somewhat bitterly. 17 and I didn't know. We wrongly accused young Master Han. Please forgive us. Yi Shisan and 17 quickly looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise and shame in each other's eyes. They had wrongly accused him. It seemed that this young master definitely didn't have a good life in the clan in the past. They were afraid that he had some fortuitous encounter recently and was valued by the clan leader. Thinking of what xuanhuan said on the carriage just now that he had just broken through to the third level of the commander realm, the two felt that it was really possible. Seeing this young man's somewhat bitter smile, Yi Shisan and Yi 17 seemed to gradually feel that this young master had a trace of familiarity. It seemed that he had the same experience as them, that he had slowly been valued by the clan through his own efforts. This made the two feel that he had something in common. Thinking that this thin and weak young man hadn't gotten off the carriage for more than a month, it turned out that it wasn't because he was arrogant, but because he was cultivating. The two felt that they had somewhat wrongly accused him, and the trace of disgust they had for him slowly faded away. Yi Shisan paused and opened his mouth to explain to xuanhuan, Young Master Han, let me give you a brief introduction. These 200 people and us are all orphans adopted by the clan. We have been secretly trained by the clan since young. Under normal circumstances we are all in the dark. We have never appeared together in the open like this time. We have a total of 1,000 people, but some are dead and some are crippled. In the end there are only about 700 people left. This time 605 people were sent out for the Elite Academy battle. I don't know how many of us will be able to return alive in the end. How can there be more than 600 people? Aren't there only 200 people? Xuanhuan asked as he chewed on the delicate rabbit meat. The more he listened, the more puzzled he became. Other than our small team there are 2 other small teams. It is likely that the clan has some secret mission. Otherwise, they would not have exposed almost all of us, Yi Shisan said indifferently. There was a trace of confusion and doubt in his eyebrows. It seems that the old men have also arranged 2 hidden chess pieces. They are quite thoughtful. Xuanhuan naturally knew what the 2 small teams were secretly carrying out. He felt a trace of guilt in his heart. Looking at the 2 people in front of him and the 200 people in front of him, he said solemnly, I cannot guarantee that these 200 people will not die in the Elite Academy battle. However, I can promise you that if it is possible, I will not let a single one of them die. I thank young Master Han on their behalf. When Yi Shisan and Yi Shisan heard this promise that was not really a guarantee, they finally felt a little happy. They stood up at the same time and said seriously. In fact, the 2 of them had always been a little unhappy. It was because the clan's action this time seemed very stupid, but it was an action that they could not resist. They were all orphans. After many years of training and living together, they had already developed a deep bond. If this young master, who was merely at the commander realm, died for no good reason, they would be very unhappy and very pained. Xuanhuan nodded. After eating a big rabbit leg he wiped his mouth and drank some water. Then he seemed to think of something and suddenly turned around to ask, Where are we going now? How much longer do we need? You family's Enchantment City. We will meet up with the disciples of the other 4 clans who are participating in the Elite Academy battle. Then we will go to Dragon City together and enter the Academy Battle Island together. About half of the Moon Queen will arrive. Yi Shisan replied respectfully, but in his heart, he rolled his eyes. You are really a competent young master. You actually traveled for more than a month and we don't know where you are going? I'm going back to rest. Yi Qinghan nodded and walked into the carriage. There was still half a month left. He decided to cultivate hard, condense his dantian as soon as possible, and break through to the general level. However, he didn't know if he could reach the terrifying martial level after he merged with his battle beast after breaking through to the general level. If he could reach the martial level, then his journey to the academy battle should be easier. Chapter 49. The 10 carriages moved quickly and smoothly on the main road. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 sat calmly in front of the third carriage. Their expressions were very natural and relaxed. But their eyes that kept turning and ears that kept twitching betrayed their constant vigilance. The carriages had traveled more than half the distance and had long passed the Yi family's sphere of influence. They had arrived at the Yu family's territory. In order to better protect the young man in the carriage, they needed to be constantly vigilant of their surroundings and be ready to deal with sudden special situations. Thinking of the young man in the carriage, the two no longer had the usual feelings of disgust or even disgust. Instead, there was a kind of respect and intimacy that came from the bottom of their hearts. Ever since Yi Qinghan stepped out of the carriage that day, they increasingly found that this young master was obviously different from the young masters they had served in the past. Perhaps it was because this young master was not favored in the family when he was young or because of his nature. Yi Qinghan did not put on any airs. He was very easygoing with the Death God squad and very respectful to the two of them. This made them feel very comfortable and honored. This made the two of them feel closer to their master, Yi Qinghan, and they were somewhat satisfied. What made them feel even more respect was the hard work of the young master in his cultivation. Apart from eating and sleeping, Yi Qinghan was holed up in the carriage every day to cultivate. Back then he was able to stand out among the 1,000 orphans. Of course, he knew that if a martial artist wanted to become a strong martial artist, talent was absolutely indispensable. However, apart from talent, hard work was the most important thing. And this young Master Han, since he could break through to the 3rd level of the Commander realm in more than a month, his talent was definitely not bad, at least for now. Now, seeing how diligent he was in training and hearing that he even had a pretty good beast, although they didn't know what level it was, they knew that if young Master Han continued to work hard, he would definitely become a strong warrior in the future, and strong warriors deserved respect. At this moment, Yi Qinghan certainly did not know that his position in the hearts of Yi Shisan and the others had changed from disgust to closeness and respect. He did not deliberately do anything to make them respect him. He only did certain things according to his nature. From Yi Shisan and 17, he learned that they were all deathsworn of the clan. They were people who silently contributed to the clan without asking for anything in return. Therefore he was very respectful to these people. He did not feel superior to them because of their status and his current status. Because they had participated in the mansion battle to save his sister, he felt grateful and guilty towards them. Therefore he was very easygoing with the Reaper squad and very respectful to Yi 13th and 17. He told himself to work hard and improve his strength as soon as possible so that he could save more people's lives in the mansion battle and complete the mission faster. Therefore at this moment he was still sitting in the carriage, closing his eyes and continuously cultivating. He needed to condense his dantian, break through the commander realm and enter the general realm. Battle chi was like wine and human meridians were like wine bottles. However, these bottles were very small. Warriors needed more power, so they had to have more battle chi in a bigger bottle. Therefore, the last stage of a martial artist's basic training was to condense a bigger bottle and condense the dantian. Once the dantian was successfully condensed, the warrior's battle chi would have a much larger storage space than before. Secondly, it could allow the battle chi to circulate faster in the meridians. The human body had 12 meridians and 9 minor meridians. The 3 major meridians had a common connection, which was the dantian acupoint in the lower abdomen. Therefore, the dantian was condensed in the dantian acupoint. Relatively speaking, the dantian acupoint was the closest to every part of the human body. If battle chi was needed, it could travel from the dantian acupoint to every part of the body faster. Unneeded battle chi would return to the dantian, and needed battle chi would be deployed from the dantian. The dantian was like a hub that could make battle chi play a greater role and faster. Therefore, the dantian was very important. Therefore, if a warrior without a dantian was a baby, a general realm warrior with a dantian was definitely a teenager. As for an emperor realm expert who could vaguely sense some of the rules of heaven and earth, he could be considered a teenager. Above the sage realm he was definitely in his prime. Condensing the dantian sounded simple, but it was actually very complicated. It was simple because in theory, the dantian only needed to constantly push the junction of the 12 meridians in the dantian acupoint with battle chi so that the junction would expand. Finally, the junction would become an ellipse and the two sides of the ellipse would fuse with the dantian acupoint. Once it was stabilized, it would be considered a success. The reason it was complicated was because the process couldn't be too fierce. The control of battle chi had to be gentle. The balloon had to be blown up slowly and carefully. Moreover, it had to be blown up a little and nourished with battle chi for a period of time so that the meridians at the junction would slowly become thick and tough to prevent it from exploding. Then, it had to be blown up again. Moreover, it had to be completely focused on that point, the balloon, to sense its limit and control the speed of the battle chi. Because this was related to one's cultivation and life. If the balloon exploded, one's cultivation might be crippled. If the explosion was too fierce, one might lose his life. However, this dantian condensation was extremely simple for Yi Qinghan. After watching the secret skill of condensing the dantian which Yi Tianlong prepared for him for a whole day, he burst into laughter. Blowing the balloon? Be careful. One careless move and it might explode? Was he afraid of exploding? Yi Qinghan looked at the bronze ring in his hand with a smile. He sighed with emotions inside. With this sacred object and bronze ring, even a pig could reach the general realm if it knew how to cultivate. Therefore he started to blow the balloon. However, on the first afternoon of cultivation the balloon exploded, causing his mind to shake. His limbs became numb and his mouth corner started to bleed. However, it seemed that he had been used to exploding this thing. He didn't even make a sound. After resting on the carriage for a whole afternoon and drinking a jar of liquor, he had recovered in the evening. In the evening he continued to open the junction of the dantian acupoint with battle chi and continued to explode it. Then, after sitting with crossed legs for a while, he fell asleep. On the second day, the third day, the ninth day he still exploded it. There was no other possibility besides exploding it. This was because he had intended to use battle chi to explode that meridian. He had done it on purpose. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't have the habit of being abused, and it wasn't that there was something wrong with his nerves of pain. Rather, he had discovered a long time ago that after exploding meridians were repaired by a mysterious flow of chi, they would become even more resilient and thick. Thus, after careful consideration he decided to create a peerless dantian. He wanted to create a dantian that would be even thicker and more resilient than other general realm cultivators, or even duke realm cultivators. Battle chi was something that cultivators could quickly obtain through cultivation. Thus, a cultivator's strength was determined by how much battle chi he could store in his body and how he used it. The most important part of storing battle chi was the dantian. After a cultivator condensed the dantian, they needed to constantly expand and nurture it so that they could accumulate even more battle chi. For example, a newly condensed dantian was like a pigeon's egg. After a cultivator continuously cultivated it, it would slowly grow larger. When a cultivator reached the martial realm, it would become the size of a chicken's egg. After cultivating to the duke realm, it would become the size of an ostrich's egg. Yi Qinghan's current goal wasn't to make his dantian the size of an ostrich's egg, but it should at least be the size of a chicken's egg, right? Thus, he slept in the carriage every day and continuously exploded the balloon. The bronze ring would then repair it, and the membrane on the surface of the balloon would become even more rigid. On the 15th day, Yi Qinghan was expressionless as he sat cross-legged in the carriage. Outside the carriage, he could hear the whistling of the wind and the slight noise. The whistling of the wind and the faint clamor outside the carriage didn't affect his state of mind. He could feel that the meridian in his dantian was no longer as strong as before. It had probably already reached its limit. He decided to completely condense his dantian today. He couldn't wait to find out just how powerful his dantian would be after it was condensed. He circulated his battle chi and it wasn't as brutal and vicious as before. Instead, it flowed gently and slowly towards the intersection of the meridian. Then he continued to gently and slowly expand the bulging meridian. His movements were gentle and careful, like a groom slowly undoing a bride's dress on the first night of marriage. The balloon slowly grew bigger and bulged. An hour later the balloon stopped growing. The balloon wasn't like the description in Yi Tianlong's secret technique. It wasn't a long oval sphere with only 2 points on both sides that connected to the dantian acupoint. Instead, it was a rectangular oval. Instead of 2 points connecting to the dantian acupoint, the 2 sides were firmly attached to the acupoint. Damn, that's a little scary. Feeling that his dantian was much larger than the description in the secret technique, Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and increased his speed. After confirming the limits of his dantian's expansion, he quickly circulated his battle qi, allowing it to flow through the cells of his dantian to the walls of the acupoint. Then, using the secret techniques method, he firmly connected the dantian and the acupoint together and stabilized them. Another hour passed. Xuanhuan slowly opened his eyes. He stretched out his hands and rubbed his face fiercely. Then he began to laugh loudly. Ha! Yi 13th and Yi 17th were a little confused. Looking at the nearby ecstasy city, Yi 17th frowned and whispered, "Although I'm a little excited to come to the holy land of men, ecstasy city, there's no need for young master to laugh so obviously, right? So, slutty, right?" Chapter 50. The original name of Ecstasy City was not Ecstasy City, but Silver Moon City. Thousands of years ago, a peerless woman called the Moon Queen walked into the city. The city became the Yu family's city, and the city became Silver Moon City. The reason it was nicknamed Ecstasy City was because of a joke made by a house lord. After successfully challenging the previous manor head in the Manor Head Challenge competition, the expert who had been cultivating in seclusion for several decades received invitations from the 5 great clans, inviting him to stay in their respective great clans for a few days. As for the mansion master, he did not refuse the invitations from the great clans. After settling the affairs of the mansion, he went on a tour of several major cities. However, after staying in Silver Moon City for 5 days, he resolutely refused the Yu family lord's invitation to stay. He was determined to return to Dragon City. After he left Silver Moon City, he looked at the plaque that read, Silver Moon City, for a long time. He said, "This city should not be called Silver Moon City. It should be called Ecstasy City. This city is ecstasy." Later on, the people of the House of Aries began to call this city Ecstasy City because it was truly ecstasy. If the divine city was the holy land of all the races on the continent, then Ecstasy City was definitely the holy land in the hearts of the men of the House of Aries. There was nothing famous in Ecstasy City. There were only women, beautiful women, and all kinds of beautiful women. So this is the famous Ecstasy City? There's nothing special about it. Xuanhuan sat at the front of the carriage with a relaxed expression. He looked at the wide road in front of him, the sparse passers-by, and the shops on both sides of the street. He did not feel anything special. He smiled at Yi 17, who was sitting beside him. From the outside, there's nothing special about this city compared to other cities. Yi 17 chuckled. He seemed to remember something and his eyes flashed. He licked his lips and continued, "The special things about this city are in the buildings in front of us, as well as the moon loft that we will be staying in." Xuanhuan nodded. He didn't think much of it until the carriage continued forward. After 2 or 3 kilometers they made 2 more turns and arrived at a street. Xuanhuan finally understood what was so special about this city, and why it was called Ecstasy City. The street ahead was very wide, even twice as wide as Tsang City's Nyolan Street. It was enough for the 2 carriages to travel side by side. Logically speaking, there was no need for a city to build such a wide road, but it was obvious that the architect who designed this road was definitely a genius. That was because the road was densely packed with carriages and pedestrians. What is this place? Why is it so lively? After walking for a few miles and making 2 turns, Xuanhuan suddenly felt as if the sky had changed. Looking at the densely packed carriages and crowds of people in front of him, he felt a trace of shock. Why didn't he see anyone on the streets just now? It turned out that they were all gathered here. This street is called the Street of Clouds and Rain. There are 13 streets like this in Enchanting City. And what you see isn't the most lively. You'll see what's really lively later. Yi 17 nodded. He was very satisfied with Xuanhuan's expression, because he had the same expression when he first came here. Those women, this place is actually a brothel? These people are all here to visit prostitutes? Before Yi 17 could finish, Xuanhuan suddenly shouted. He suddenly discovered a very surprising phenomenon. He finally understood why the street was built so wide, why there were so many people on this street, and why this city was called Enchanting City. This was because he discovered that the street in front of him was filled with neatly arranged lofts, and in front of each loft was a row of beautifully dressed and flirtatious women. They were constantly throwing flirtatious glances at passers-by, their half-naked breasts and snow-white thighs swaying from time to time, displaying their powerful charm and passion. Whenever a guest stopped in front of the door of the loft, countless women would immediately surround them and use their coquettish voices and plump breasts to make the guest dizzy. In a daze, the guest would walk in unknowingly. Yi 13 smiled, nodded, and explained to Xuanhuan, "Hee hee, young Master Han, it seems that you really don't know much about the Yu family and Enchanting City. The Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, and Enchanting City is most famous for its brothels and beautiful women. There are more than 3,600 registered brothels in Enchanting City. Beautiful women of all races and styles are gathered here, and they are said to be 100,000 beauties. And their slogan is that there are only things that you can't imagine, and nothing that you can't get. Let's go. When we reach the Yu family, you'll know what it means to be in ecstasy. I know that the Yu family is most famous for their charm techniques, which are as famous as our family's beasts. But I didn't expect them to use their charm techniques to seduce men, and even make the city's sex industry so prosperous and powerful. Xuanhuan frowned slightly and said in confusion, "Wrong. Young Master Han, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not like what these prostitutes have shown. There is only one brothel in Enchanting City that belongs to the Yu family, and that is the Yu family's Yu family that we are going to now. Furthermore, the Yu family's charm techniques are definitely not on the same level as the low-level charms displayed by these prostitutes. You'll know when we reach the Yu family's Yu family." Yi 13th's face showed a hint of nostalgia, and he said with certainty very seriously, "Is that so?" Yi Qinghan smiled with great interest. He was looking forward to the Yi family's charm techniques, which were as famous as the Yu family's beasts. 10 horse carriages moved forward majestically. On the horse carriage, Yi Qinghan was once again shocked by the brothels and the densely packed crowd on the street. This street was more than 10 miles long, and the entire street was filled with brothels and more brothels. Other than prostitutes, there were only customers. It was still dusk and the sky had not really darkened yet. The nightlife had not started, and yet there was such a luxurious lineup. Furthermore, there were 12 such streets in the Ecstasy City. However, when the group of carriages turned a corner in front of them, they arrived at a plaza. Only then did Yi Qinghan understand what was called shock and what was called a lineup. The plaza was very big. It was as big as 2 football fields in Yi Qinghan's previous life. There was a row of lofts in front of the plaza, but they were surrounded by a pink palace wall. There were 3 large doors in the middle and 2 large words Yu families were written on top of the doors. The super large plaza, the long pink palace wall, and the 3 large doors that were twice the size of the Yi family's main door did not shock Yi Qinghan at all. What shocked him was the countless luxurious horse carriages in the plaza, as well as the countless horse carriages that were rushing over from all directions. "I'm afraid there are thousands of them." Yi Qinghan's mouth was wide open. He pointed at the neatly arranged luxurious horse carriages, and his heart was truly shocked. "There will be more in the future." That. "Young Master Han, you are the young master of the Yi family," Yi 17 reminded him, a little embarrassed. Why did his young master feel like a country bumpkin entering the city? Did this young master really have a hard time when he was young? Of course, Yi Qinghan had a hard time when he was young. As the young master of the Yi family, it was his second time sitting in a luxurious horse carriage, not to mention visiting such a big place. Although his identity was different now and he had changed from a chicken to a phoenix, he still thought of himself as the 7th son of the Yi family, and not the 7th young master of the Yi family. However, he had grown up in the Yi clan after all. Moreover, he had lived 2 lives and had experienced so many changes. After a short period of time, he regained his composure and nodded silently, indicating that he understood and understood. The carriage slowly came to a stop in front of the brightly lit moon tower. What made Yi Qinghan curious was that there weren't rows of half-naked beauties standing in front of the moon tower's entrance. Instead, there were rows of middle-aged men in gray robes, their backs hunched and their smiles sincere. Seeing the 10 luxurious carriages parked neatly in front of the moon pavilion, the gray-clothed men's smiles became even more sincere. And when they saw the flamboyant knight on the flag fluttering in the wind, their sincere smiles clearly became a bit more respectful. 3 people quickly walked out from the group of gray-clothed people and stood in front of the carriage. They smiled as they looked at the members of the Yi family getting off the carriage. Finally, their gazes stopped on Yi Qinghan, who was surrounded by Yi Shisan and Yi 17. They cupped their fists together and bowed. The gray-clothed man in the middle smiled and said, "Yueping greets young Master Yi and sirs. Please come inside. Our steward has been waiting for young Master Yi for a long time." Yi Qinghan nodded, smiled slightly and walked inside. Yi Shisan, Yi 17 and Yueping followed closely behind him. As for the Reaper squad behind him, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried because he knew that since Yu Qiu knew that he was the young master of the Yi family and also knew why they were here, he would definitely make good arrangements for the 200 people. After entering the moon tower, Yi Qinghan didn't directly enter the hall under Yu Ping's lead. Instead, they turned into a luxurious passageway on the side. The passageway wasn't big, but it was very luxurious, even extravagant. From the two guards standing at the entrance, it was obvious that not everyone could enter this passageway. The passageway wasn't long. After exiting the passageway, the four of them came to a quiet pavilion. The pavilion had 2 floors, and the decoration wasn't as luxurious as the passageway. Instead, the 3 ancient words "square pavilion" in front of the door faintly revealed a trace of an ancient atmosphere. There were people in front of the pavilion, and they were all women. 4 women exuded a seductive aura. Moon Tower Manager, Yunyang greets young Master Yi and the 2 lords. The mature woman standing slightly in front of them spoke. Her voice was very pleasant and enchanting. She was very good-looking, like a ripe peach red, and gave people the urge to take a bite out of her. Her figure was almost comparable to that of the beautiful lady boss of the barbarian city, but the charm on her face was a bit better than that of Dark Moon. It seemed that this woman was born with charm. She didn't need to do much. She just greeted them lightly and smiled slightly, and the space became charming. The Yu family's charm technique is really powerful. This mature woman definitely didn't use any charm technique, but she actually made my mind faintly waver. If she used charm technique, I would be dizzy for a few seconds. I wonder who will faint first if my body fusion combat technique and the Yu family's charm technique go up against each other? Xuanhuan was slightly stunned. He thought a few words in his heart, and then he smiled slightly and said politely, "Lord Manager is too polite. My apologies for disturbing you. Yunyang, I haven't seen you for a year, but you are still so charming." Yi Shirsan only nodded lightly, while Yi 17 beamed with joy and tried to curry favor with her. Hehe, Lord 17 is still so bad. Yunyang rolled her eyes, and her sweet smile dazzled the eyes of the others. "Young Master Yi, please come inside. The other 3 families have already arrived and we are just waiting for you." Yi Qinghan took the lead and walked into the attic. Unexpectedly, just as he stepped through the door, his smiling face suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes narrowed into slits. Endless killing intent burst out from those slits, causing Yi Shirsan, Yi 17, and Yunyang to feel a chill, as if a cold winter wind had blown past them. Yi Shirsan and Yi 17 tensed up, and instantly prepared for battle. Their sword-like gazes followed Yi Qinghan's gaze, and what they saw was an incomparably handsome face and a pair of eyes, one big and one small, exuding a demonic aura. Chapter 51. Xuanhuan looked at the skinny young man at the door in surprise. He had mixed feelings. A few months ago, he had met this young man for the first time on Yolan Street in Song City. This young man was like an enraged lion. He jumped up high and waved his hand at him. However, the young man casually slapped his hand away. In the Yi family's courtyard, he asked Old Shi to investigate this young man. He found out that his name was Yi Qinghan. He was Yi Dao's son. He was a useless cultivator. He was the poor young master of the Yi family. He didn't care about him. He thought that the young man had Yi Dao's temper, but he didn't have Yi Dao's strength. He was just a useless person. He knew that in the Fire Dragon continent, in the House of Ares, and in the 5 noble families, those who didn't have strength were useless. Even though he was the direct descendant of the Yi family, they could only ensure that he didn't have to worry about food and clothing. He didn't have any power or influence. As a direct descendant of the 5 noble families, he knew that similar things happened in every family. Of course, his family was no exception. Therefore, after knowing that Yi Qingyu was a resolute person, he didn't think much. He ordered Shui Yi and the others to capture or kill Yi Qinghan. He knew that as long as he did it discreetly, even if the Yi family knew that he did it, they wouldn't make things difficult for him. Because he knew that the Yi family wouldn't make things difficult for him because of a useless person. Then news came from the Man City. Shui Yi and the others were killed by Yi Qinghan. He started to pay more attention to this useless young master of the Yi family. He took the risk to kidnap Yi Qingyu. However, he didn't expect that Yi Qinghuang wouldn't succeed. He even crippled himself. He didn't know what had happened to the Yi family that day. He only knew that Yi Rong had been killed, Yi Jian had been imprisoned, and Yi Qinghuang had been crippled. As for the youth that he once thought was trash, he seemed to be valued by the Yi family. He had never thought about hiding what he had done in the Yi family castle from the Yi family. He had never thought that the elders of the Yi family would attack him, the young master of the Shui family. He also knew that the Shui family would give the Yi family a satisfactory price to resolve the hatred the Yi family had towards him. However, when he looked at the thin and weak young man in front of him and the endless killing intent in his squinted eyes, he understood that even if the Yi family did not do anything to him and no longer hated him, this young man would never let him go. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about meeting this youth again. He had also thought about what he should say and what he should do when he met this youth again. But he didn't expect that the two of them would meet again so quickly and so suddenly. He hadn't expected the killing intent in the youth's eyes to be so obvious and so arrogant. So much so that he couldn't say a single word of what he had prepared and wanted to say. Young Master Han, this is the Moon Pavilion. Yi Shisan didn't understand what had happened, nor did he know what had happened to the Yi family not long ago. He only knew that this young master had been quiet, shy, and even a little uncouth for more than a month. Why was he acting so sharp and arrogant at this moment? But he also knew that the target that caused his young master to display such shocking killing intent was Xuanhuan, the young master of the Xue family. And this was the Moon Pavilion of the Yu family, so he spoke in a low voice to remind his young master who was about to go berserk. I know this is the Moon Pavilion, so I didn't make a move, Yi Qinghan said in a low voice. His voice was cold and not loud, but he didn't deliberately suppress it. In the quiet 8-direction pavilion, his words were like a clap of thunder, exploding a group of people. There weren't many people in the pavilion, only about 7 or 8. But those who could enter this 4-direction pavilion and sit inside to drink tea were not ordinary people. This 4-direction pavilion didn't receive guests from anywhere, only distinguished guests. And there weren't many people in the House of Aries who could be called distinguished guests by the Yu family, one of the 5 big families. Of course, Xuanhuan could be considered a distinguished guest. He was the young master of the Xue family, a young elite ranked 10th on the earth roll. Of course he was a big figure. And this unfamiliar, immature youth in front of them released his killing intent the moment he entered, ruining the elegant atmosphere in the room. Of course, the people sitting inside weren't very happy. And now this youth was boasting shamelessly that he wanted to make a move on Xuanhuan? This kid was a little too pretentious, and the people in the room were a little dissatisfied. A young man on the far left stood up, ready to help young Master Xue gain some face. The young man wasn't old and his face was a little pale. He was quite handsome and his curly hair was casually draped behind his head, giving him a very demonic air. He looked carefully at Yi Qinghan, and after confirming that he didn't know him, he said unconcernedly, Yuji, which family is this kid from? Why are you so impudent? Young Master Long Shuelu, this is the young master of the Yi family. Young Master Yi, can you give me some face and come in to take a seat quietly? Yunyang smiled sweetly and explained. Then, she turned to look at Yi Qinghan with an expression of hope. I'm giving face to your family, that's why I didn't make a move, Yi Qinghan said indifferently. He didn't care about the people in the room at all and walked straight in. He walked to the front of Xuanhuan, squinted his eyes and actually smiled. Xuanhuan, young Master Xue. You're very good. Xue asked me to pass a message to you. He said that you can go and meet up with them when you have time. What? Xuanhuan didn't move, but his face became a little gloomy. Next to him, Old Shi and Old Mo stood up with a flop and fully activated their battle chi. They stared fiercely at Yi Qinghan, their eyes full of anger and a trace of surprise. Others didn't know, but the two of them and Xuanhuan were very clear about the meaning of Yi Qinghan's words. Xue Yi and the others were already dead, killed by Yi Qinghan. And Yi Qinghan said that he wanted to meet up with Xue Yi, which was a naked threat and a declaration of war. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 stood nervously behind Yi Qinghan. They didn't know why Yi Qinghan said those words. The two guards of Xuanhuan immediately looked like they were about to attack. They only knew that if the two old men in front of them wanted to attack, they could only attack at all costs. Xuanhuan didn't say anything. Old Shi and Old Mo didn't say anything. But the curly-haired young man, young Master Long Shuelu, who was standing beside them, smiled with a hint of anger at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that when Yi Qinghan walked over expressionlessly and didn't even look at him, he felt a little despised. Or perhaps Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude made him feel very uncomfortable. He twisted his neck and said, Young Master of the Yi family? Isn't the young master of the Yi family Yi Qingquang? Since when can a kid who hasn't even grown his hair represent the Yi family in the elite prefectural tournament? Is there no one left in the Yi family? This sentence was very hurtful and harsh to the ears. Even the two well-dressed young men sitting next to him, who were obviously young masters, narrowed their eyes. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 narrowed their eyes slightly. Yi Shisan and Yi 17 also looked a little gloomy after hearing this sentence. As for Yi Qinghan, he was still expressionless and indifferent. He just turned his head in surprise and looked at Yi Shisan. He said lightly, Who is he? Young Master Long Shuelu, the nephew of Chief Long, Yi Shisan's lips trembled as he said in a low voice. Yi Qinghan nodded and twisted his neck. He asked with some doubt, "Isn't Chief Long's only daughter? Since when did you have a nephew? Could it be that he was arrested?" Yi Qinghan's question caused Yi Shisan's face to darken even more. It also caused the expressions of the two young masters beside him to brighten. Of course, it also caused Long Shuelio's pale face to darken. Yi Qinghan didn't wait for Long Shuelu to speak. He turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Well, even if you are a relative of Chief Long, I don't think you are a relative of Xuanhuan, right? The matter between me and Xuanhuan. What right do you have to stand up for him? Or I can think of it this way. Are you standing up for the Xue family on behalf of Chief Long? Are you standing up for the Yi family on behalf of Chief Long?" Wow! Yi Qinghan's sharp words shocked everyone present. His words were too sharp. He had actually elevated a small dispute to the level of the chief and the 5 great families. Who would dare to say such things? Who would dare to answer? How could Long Shuelu dare to represent Chief Long? How could he represent Chief Long and make an enemy of the Yi family? Therefore his mouth was wide open but he couldn't say anything. However, his handsome face seemed to be slightly distorted. The 2 young masters sitting next to him also had very distinctive looks. One was a typical muscular man who exuded a fierce and barbaric aura and carried a long sword on his back. On the other hand, the other young master was the exact opposite. He was even more handsome than Long Shuelu. One could even say that he was quite beautiful. If it wasn't for his Adam's apple, people would definitely think that he was a beauty. At this moment, the expressions on their faces were even more distinctive than their looks. However, no matter who it was, if they wanted to laugh but tried hard not to, their expressions would be very special. Yunyang's expression was also very special. She was thinking, why is it that each member of the Yi family is more and more arrogant than the other? Her beautiful phoenix eyes winked at the maid behind her, revealing a special meaning. The maid nodded and quietly left the loft. Of course, young Master Long doesn't represent the chief now. However, I would like to know something. You are just a young master who has fallen from grace. Since when can you represent the Yi family? At this crucial moment, Xuanhuan finally spoke. Previously, when he was facing Yi Qinghan, he felt that he was in the wrong. Therefore he remained silent. However, at this moment, Yi Qinghan's insolent and even direct hostile attitude had successfully aroused his arrogance. In the face of such a situation, if he didn't speak, others would definitely look down on him. "You tortoise, you finally dare to speak? Also, since I can stand here today, I can represent the Yi family. Although I don't really care about this identity," Yi Qinghan looked at Xuanhuan with interest. He raised his eyebrows and said provocatively. Xuanhuan's pupils shrank. His expression changed a few times. Finally he said, "Yi Qinghan, sometimes it's better to be friendly. I've always been friendly, but I don't think it's necessary to be friendly to people like you. Moreover, I'm not friendly? What's wrong with you?" Yi Qinghan sneered and said arrogantly. Seeing that Yi Qinghan was looking for trouble, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Everyone was silent. The place was quiet, but everyone could smell the gunpowder in the air. Chapter 52. You. Hearing Yi Qinghan's provocative words, Xuanhuan almost went berserk. He clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. Finally, he remembered what his father had told him before he left. He suppressed his anger and snorted, "I don't want to talk to a lunatic like you." His father, the leader of the Xue clan, Xue Piaru, had warned him before he left. This time he came to Ecstasy City not only to meet up with the elites of the 4 clans, but also to resolve the conflict between him and the Yi family when he planned to kidnap Yi Qingyu and kill Yi Qinghan. After all, the Xue clan was in the wrong, so this time, the Xue clan sent a supreme elder to negotiate with the supreme elder of the Yi family. More importantly, the representative of the Yi family was said to be Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's violent temper was well known in the House of Aries. Therefore, Xue Piaru warned Xuanhuan not to do anything out of line if he met the disciples of the Yi family in the Yu clan. Otherwise, Yi Qingyu would lose his temper again. Therefore, when faced with Yi Qinghan's arrogant attitude, Xuanhuan could only snort coldly. He did not dare to say or do anything. It was obvious that Xuanhuan knew that Yi Qinghan was not someone to be trifled with. However, the people present did not know that, especially Long Shuelu, who had just been slapped in the face by Yi Qinghan. He was a little curious about Xuanhuan's behavior today. However, after a while, he thought that perhaps Xuanhuan did not want to ruin his gentle temperament. He did not want to quarrel with this kid or teach him a lesson. Just now, both of them had been slapped in the face by this young man. Since xuanhuan was embarrassed, then he felt that he should stand up and regain his face. Therefore, he stood to the side and said in a somewhat sinister tone, "I also think it's better to be kind. Usually, people who are not kind will basically be taught a lesson. They will all be slapped to the ground." The moment Long Xuelio's words left his mouth, the other two young masters sitting beside him smiled at each other, shook their heads and remained silent. "Idiot!" Yunyang cursed inwardly. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan wanted to flip out, but xuanhuan didn't want to face this young man. Yi Qinghan couldn't find an opportunity to flip out. At this time the idiot Long Xuelu actually came to the door. He didn't understand why Master Long, a hero of his generation, would have such a nephew. Moreover, this nephew of his didn't understand how much wealth he had. He often used his uncle's name to show off. She shook her head helplessly, not daring to get involved. After all, as a middle-level member of the Yu family, she didn't dare to interfere in matters between young masters, nor did she want to. A few months ago, a lot of people could slap me to the ground and I was slapped a few times. And now, I think a lot of people want to slap me to the ground, but there are a lot of people who are slapped to the ground by me. If you want to have a taste of being patted, you can try. Although his words were a little awkward and sounded like a tongue twister, the arrogance and contempt in his words could be heard even by a deaf person. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders and let you know that the sky outside Song City is even vaster than the sky outside. Long Xuelu sneered and cracked his knuckles. It seemed that he was about to take action. The sky is indeed very vast, but I don't think the area above your head is very vast. Yi Qinghan shook his head, but he suddenly thought of something. He turned his head to look at the two young masters who looked very special and said, What is that? I guess you two are the young masters of the Feng clan and the Hua clan. I have a question to ask you two young masters. Since young Master Long wants to teach me a lesson, why don't you come here? I have no choice but to accept the lesson. It's just that he failed to teach me a lesson and got slapped. You won't be so ungentlemanly as to find the adults of your clan to continue teaching me a lesson, right? The two young masters were obviously stunned by Yi Qinghan's words. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. They didn't provoke anyone, but this young master was obviously trying to drag them down with him. However, since he had been asked, it would be embarrassing not to answer. Thus, the muscular man flexed the muscles on his chest and chuckled. He said, "Well, under normal circumstances when I fight with young people, I won't find my clan even if I win or lose. That's very embarrassing. I've never found my clan because I've never lost." The beautiful young master's words were very simple and his voice was also very feminine. However, the confidence and disdain in his tone were very obvious. "You don't have to provoke me. I don't have the habit of doing that. Talk is not real. Go out, it's not good to break things." Long Xuelu snorted and walked out with a black face, expressing his extreme displeasure. It didn't feel good to be looked down upon and looked down upon, let alone by a 15 or 16-year-old youth. Yi Qingyo was in a very good mood at the moment, even though his face was even darker than Long Xuelio's. At the moment, he was sitting in the three-way tower, not far from the four-way tower, and was slamming the table with force. He didn't know that Yi Qinghan was about to slap someone. He only knew that if he didn't slam the table, no one would know that he was about to flip out. As expected, when he slammed the table, the few people in the room all reacted. Sitting opposite him was an old man dressed in snow-white clothes and with a white beard that looked like a living immortal. The old man's face darkened first, and his fair and clean face was even darker than Yi Qinghan's. There were also two old men sitting on the left. However, their eyes were originally closed as if they were asleep. At this moment they also opened their eyes. The two of them sighed at the same time and shook their heads. On the right was a beautiful middle-aged woman who still retained her charm. Although the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes showed that age was unforgiving and that she was a butcher's knife. However, the ripples in his eyes and his well-maintained figure still gave people a familiar feeling. At this moment, seeing that Yi Qingyo had slammed the table loudly but did not break, she knew that Yi Qingyo was about to explode. He smiled helplessly and stood up to mediate. "Brother Nyo, don't be angry. You're already so old, why can't you change your temper? You're here to solve the problem, aren't you?" Yi Qingyo's bulging eyes bulged even more as if they were about to pop out. Hearing the middle-aged woman's persuasion, he snorted and turned his head. "Sister Yuji, if I'm not here to solve the problem, would I be slamming the table?" Jade spirit body. How long does it take for a jade spirit body to appear on the continent? But now he was crippled by that black-hearted wolf, xuanhuan. Also because of this, our Yi family's elder Yi Rong died. He was a martial artist who had 100% chance of entering the Saint Realm. Also, Yi Qinghuang's cultivation was crippled. You all know Yi Qinghuang's aptitude. He had a high chance of entering the Saint Realm, and he also had a jade spirit body to create a Saint Realm. Our family lost 3 Saint Realm martial artists in one go, and that's not even including the dead core disciples. Look at old Xue. Does he think he can settle this matter with something that's used to dismiss beggars? Let me tell you, there's no way. As they listened to Yi Qingyo's bulging eyes and roaring angrily, black lines appeared on everyone's foreheads. It was said that Yi Qingyo used to be in the underworld when he was young. It was not groundless after all. Look at this smack. Let's not talk about whether Yi Qinghuang, a general realm martial artist, could enter the Emperor realm or not. As far as they knew, Yi Rong had been stuck at the first level of the Emperor realm for more than a decade. It was unknown whether he could advance 1 or 2 levels in this lifetime, but he had the cheek to say that he had a 100% chance. As for the compensation that the Xue family was offering, even the higher-ups of the various families who had seen the treasures were tempted. How dare Yi Qingyo say that he was a beggar? Yi Qingyo, don't go overboard. I also said that xuanhuan was young and ignorant. Our family had also taught him a harsh lesson. Now I have come with sincerity. We almost emptied out our family's treasury to gather these items. The Xue family's grand elder was so angry that his white beard actually fluttered. He stood up with a thump and said in a low voice. Yi Qingyo snorted disdainfully and said coldly, young and ignorant? 26 years old is considered young? Ignorant? How would an ignorant person know about the jade spirit body? Taught a lesson? I know that he is still sitting in the square tower drinking tea, safe and sound. Almost emptied out but not emptied out, right? Why don't the Yi family secretly send someone to kidnap him the next time someone with a divine body appears in your family? Do you still want the rules? Do you still want the blood oath of the 5 great families? Forget it. Brother Xuefei, Brother Niu, the 2 of you should talk less. Give me some face and take a step back. The middle-aged beautiful woman, Yu Ji, smiled slightly, and the wrinkles at the corner of her eyes slightly curled up, but she looked a little charming. As the host, she had no choice but to persuade them. She did not want the 2 of them to tear down her building. Alright, Yu Ji, I will give you some face. The Xue family will give you another 5,000 and 6,000 bottles of snow panacea, 3 divine level secret skills, and 1 condition from the Yi family. Then we will let this matter go. Yi Qingyo nodded, indicating that he would accept Yu Ji's mediation. When Xuefei heard this, he jumped up in anger. His originally dark face turned even darker. His lips trembled slightly as he said, 5,000 bottles and 3 divine level secret skills? Why don't you just rob them? If you don't have them, I can at most give you another 500 bottles of snow panacea. Anything more than that is nothing. When Yi Qingyo heard this, he could not take it anymore. He waved his hand and slapped the table again. This time he clearly did not control his strength, and the table was instantly shattered. Following Yi Qingyo's slap, the 2 old men at the side simply closed their eyes again, looking as if they were none of their business. Yu Ji also sighed and did not want to care anymore. The scene suddenly became serious and solemn. Sha. At this moment, a woman suddenly walked in from outside. When the woman saw the extremely tense atmosphere, she stuttered while trembling, Supreme Elder, they have started fighting. The young master of the Yi family and young master Long Xuelu are fighting. Chapter 53. The young master of the Yi family? He fought with young master Long? Yu Ji laughed bitterly and thought to herself. The members of the Yi family were all carved from the same mold. The younger ones had already started fighting before the older ones had even started fighting. Yu Ji glanced at the servant girl, who didn't dare to breathe loudly under the pressure of Yi Qingyo's aura, then said to the servant girl, "What exactly happened? Tell me in detail." Yi Qingyo saw the look Yu Ji was giving him and didn't want to make things difficult for a little girl. He withdrew his aura and said, "Tell me in detail. The members of the Yi family are not people who look for trouble." When the servant girl saw that Yi Qingyo had relaxed, she hurriedly explained, "It's like this. The young master of the Yi family had just arrived, and when he saw young master Xuanhuan, it was as if he had seen an enemy. Then young master Xuanhuan stopped talking, and young master Long Xuelu wanted to teach the young master of the Yi family a lesson, so the 2 of them prepared to fight outside the square restaurant. Look, the members of the Yi family are reasonable. That jade spirit body is the younger sister of that brat Yi Qinghan. When I came, I told him that the family would take responsibility for his sister's matter, and told him not to touch Xuanhuan, but look, he didn't. That idiot Long Xuelu was looking for trouble, so he couldn't do anything. I think that if we can't come to an agreement, let him handle it himself. Everyone was speechless again. Did Yi Qingyo really think that his Yi Qinghan was the same Yi Dao from back then? What kind of strength did xuanhuan have? Ranked 10th on the earth roll? Could any Tom, Dick, or Harry touch him? Besides, even though Long Xuelu was a bit of a spoiled brat, he had painstakingly cultivated his strength to the second tier of the general realm. It was hard to say who would be the one to be hit. He wasn't worried that Long Xuelu would be hit. Even if he was hit, Chief Long wouldn't care. He was just worried that if Yi Qinghan was hit, Yi Qingyo would take the opportunity to flip out and make her square restaurant a mess. Let's go out and take a look. Yi Qingyo chuckled but thought to himself, this brat can even cripple Yi Qinghuang, who is in the third tier of the general realm, not to mention Long Xuelu, a good-for-nothing. And I heard that this brat has broken through again? Make your move. Seeing that you're young, I'll let you have 3 moves. Long Xuelu stood calmly outside the square tower, a sword in his left hand. The sword was not unsheathed and his right hand was behind his back. He held his head high, giving off the aura of an expert. What an idiot. There's no beauty by his side, so what's the point of showing off? Why are you putting on airs? The muscular young master was the strongest among the younger generation of the Feng clan. His name was Feng Zi. His name was a bit feminine, but he was a very pure man. At this time, he was standing next to the beautiful young master with a feminine temperament and whispered, I reckon it'll be settled in 3 moves. The feminine and delicate young master was the young master of the Hua family, Hua Ji. He shook his head and said, but it was unclear whether he meant that he could defeat Long Xuelu in 3 moves, or that Yi Qinghan could defeat Long Xuelu in 3 moves. Feng Zi obviously understood that Hua Ji was referring to the latter or the former or both. He knew very well that this friend of his, who was like a transvestite, had grown up in the midst of slaughter. His foresight and battle experience could be said to be the strongest, and Feng Zi had never doubted his foresight. However, when he looked at Yi Qinghan again, his gaze was a bit different. It was a bit scorching. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. Before coming here, Yi Qingyo had instructed him, and his sister, who was lying in the mountain behind the Yi clan, had all made him apprehensive. That was why he didn't kill xuanhuan the moment he saw him. That was why he had a fire burning in his heart. At this time, this fire was being fanned even more fiercely by Long Xuelu. Looking at the arrogant Long Xuelu before him, he felt as if he was looking at the old Yi Qinghuang. So he narrowed his eyes and considered whether he should seriously injure this idiot with 1 move. Little Han, don't cripple him. Don't expose your body fusion technique. You can do whatever you want. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and looked to the left with a smile. He could tell that this was Yi Qingyo's telepathic message. Since the old fellow was here and had spoken, he no longer had any scruples and shouted, Battle Beast Fusion. A black shadow faintly appeared in front of his chest and quickly entered his body. When a faint black tattoo appeared at the corner of his eye, a huge aura instantly enveloped the entire area in front of the square tower. It was as if the air had frozen. Long Xuelu looked at the young man in front of him in surprise. How did this young man's aura become so strong after the Battle Beast fusion? He didn't dare to be careless and quickly released his battle aura, forming a yellow battle aura shield around his body. 8th grade Battle Beast? Feng Zi and Hua Hua looked at each other and saw a trace of surprise in each other's eyes. The Yi family had really hidden their strength well. Looking at the aura of the body fusion technique, it was very likely to be an 8th grade Battle Beast. As for the Holy Beast, he didn't think too much about it. After all, the Yi family had only produced 1 Holy Beast in a few thousand years. The Yi family was probably going to have another strong warrior. Old Niao, your family has really hidden their strength well. When did you have a talented young man with an 8th grade Battle Beast? Furthermore, he's already at the 1st level of the general realm at such a young age. His future is limitless. At the entrance of the square tower not far away, one of the 2 elders from the Feng and Hua families who had been silent all this time finally spoke up. His eyes were filled with surprise and envy. An 8th grade Battle Beast, and this young man's great talent could be foreseen that the Yi family would have another terrifying expert in the future. Yi Qingyo laughed foolishly, but in his heart he thought to himself, we're the ones who hid it. It's this brat who has been hiding it well recently and very well at that. It's only been a month and he's actually broken through to the general realm. It seems like the clan leader was right. This brat really has a lot of secrets. Shuefei, on the other hand, stood silently at the side. His face darkened even more as he thought about how to settle the matter today. Looking at the posture of the old and the young, they would probably bleed a lot. However, Xuanhuan didn't know that 4 old fellows were secretly watching him from afar. He only knew that this young master long in front of him had to be ruthlessly slapped to the ground in order to completely extinguish the fire in his heart. Therefore he made his move. Feeling the surging power in his body that he had never felt before, he was full of confidence as he swung his fist and smashed it directly at Long Shuelio's battle aura shield that was emitting a faint yellow light. He didn't use any fancy moves, nor did he use his battle aura to transform into various weapons like the other General Realm warriors. Because he had just entered the General Realm, he didn't know how to do it. He simply circulated all the battle aura in his body, turned into a horned rhinoceros and smashed it down savagely. With Xuanhuan's wind-like speed and the surging aura condensed from the vast battle aura on his left fist, the temperature in the air suddenly became scorching hot. When the golden fist smashed onto the yellow battle aura shield, it caused a violent explosion that almost set the air on fire. Bang! As was expected, the yellow battle chi cover was broken in a split second. Like a cannonball, Long Shuelu was ferociously sent flying backward and hit the solid wall behind him. After bouncing back and rolling on the ground for a few times, he directly passed out. On the surface, Xuanhuan was only a level 1 General Realm warrior. However, because of his incomparably special Dantian, the battle aura in his body was almost more than that of a level 2 General Realm warrior. After merging with his battle beast, his strength had reached the terrifying martial realm. The battle aura shield of Long Shuelu, a level 2 General Realm warrior, instantly shattered upon contact with Xuanhuan's fist. If it weren't for Xuanhuan seeing this and withdrawing most of his battle aura, Long Shuelu would probably have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. Ugh! Ah! Ah! After the 3 exclamations, the entire place fell into dead silence. Feng Zi, who was as strong as a mountain, opened his mouth wide. His expression was a little exaggerated, but the battle intent instantly ignited in his eyes was exceptionally fiery. The beautiful transvestite lowered his head timidly. Under his long eyelashes, a pair of blinking eyes concealed his shock and bewilderment. Xuanhuan's face was still very gloomy, but his black and gray eyes were full of shock and bewilderment. He didn't seem to understand how the little guy he could casually slap away a few months ago could grow to such an extent. Yunyang, on the other hand, slightly frowned. She looked at the young master of the Yi family who was silently standing in front of her and the bald guard who was walking towards Long Shuelu. She was a little worried. Long Shuelu didn't bring many guards with him. He was a bald, middle-aged man with a slightly dark complexion who had been silent the whole time. The bald, middle-aged man hadn't said a word since Xuanhuan came in. He didn't even make a sound when Xuanhuan almost killed Long Shuelu, nor did he stop him. Only now that Long Shuelu had fainted on the ground, he walked out and silently picked up Long Shuelu. Then he turned to look at Xuanhuan and said, "Thank you, young Master Yi, for showing mercy. Long Fifth will take his leave first." Yunyang let out a sigh of relief. She knew that since Long Fifth said this, he definitely wouldn't cause any more trouble. She also knew that this dark, bald man was a level 2 Imperial Realm expert. Once he caused trouble, it would definitely be very troublesome. Therefore, she smiled and arranged for someone to bring Long Fifth away to treat Long Shuelio's injuries. "Damn old Nyo, this kid from your family is so fierce. That power just now was at least the strength of a martial. Your family has found a treasure. This is another Yi Dao." The great elder of the Feng family nodded and looked at Xuanhuan enviously. They were all experts and could easily tell that Xuanhuan had left something up his sleeves. "Old Nyo's family is not bad. My family's Xiao Chao is no match for him." Old Man Hua also nodded and said seriously. Yuji was also beaming with joy. She smiled charmingly and said, "Brother Nyo, congratulations." "Not at all, not at all. This kid is still a lot weaker than those 2 freaks, Feng Zihua and Hua Hua." Xuanhuan shook his head and said very modestly. However, he suddenly thought of something and turned to look at Xue Fei and said, "But I think it shouldn't be difficult to eliminate Xue Wuhan. How about old Xue, let them fight to the death? After the fight, I don't want that stupid thing of yours. What do you think?" Chapter 54. Air. Xue Fei looked at Xuanhuan's smiling face, but his heart was pounding. This old black bull was smiling so obscenely. Could it be that Xuanhuan still had a trump card that defied the natural order? One had to know that Xue Wuhan was extraordinarily talented and was currently at the 3rd level of the General Realm. Coupled with the 12 golden-shelled insects that he was raising, even a 1st or 2nd level marshal would not dare to say that they could defeat him for sure. "Ah, old bull, why are you so confident in that kid of yours? You have to know that xuanhuan is a genius that only appears once in 100 years in the House of Aries. Even my little madman admits that he is no match for him. The Feng family's grand elder revealed a shocked expression and said with great astonishment, "Old Fei bet with him. I don't believe that a 15 or 16-year-old kid can fly in the sky." The Hua family's grand elder also took the opportunity to add fuel to the fire. Yuji, on the other hand, was silent at the side. However, the expression on her face also showed that she did not believe it. The three of them echoed each other in silence. They cooperated very well. Of course, they hoped that Xue Fei would bet with them. After all, these two youngsters were very talented. No matter who died in the end, it would be more beneficial than detrimental to their family. Xue Fei's heart was pounding even harder. These three were obviously adding fuel to the fire. Xuanhuan was the only son of the patriarch and the future successor of the family. Anyone could think of exchanging some external objects for a powerhouse that had a high chance of becoming a sage in the future. Hence he was silent. "I say, old man Xue, what do you want? Why don't you say something? Let's have a fight to the death? I don't want your things after we're done." Xuanhuan was a little impatient. He bulged his bull eyes and looked provocatively at Xue Fei. "You." Xue Fei was speechless again. How was this Xuanhuan a green bull? It was clearly a wild bull. The Green Night Bull's battle beast was of the 8th grade, and its body was at the 2nd level of the Saint Realm. There were not many in the House of Aries who could defeat it after merging. At the very least, Xue Fei knew that if he were to fight this wild bull to the death, he would definitely die if he couldn't escape. Xue Fei, I still think that Xuanhuan has a higher chance of fighting against the boy from the Yi family. The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder started to encourage Xue Fei again. Yuji flew away from the Grand Supreme Elder of the Hua family. She was a little angry at him for wanting the world to fall into chaos. She sighed and said, "All right, brother Nyo, let me say something. Xue family will add 2,000 bottles of the best grade snow panacea and this saint-level secret skill on top of the original offer. How about we let this matter go? The prefecture battle is just around the corner, and our common enemy is the other two prefectures. Don't make a fool of yourself." Xue Fei was silent for a while before he gritted his teeth and said, "Sigh. This is also Xuanhuan's fault. Forget it, we'll do as Yuji says." "Brother Nyo." Yuji was a little dissatisfied after seeing Yi Qingnyo's silence. After all, the Xue family was bleeding a lot this time. If Yi Qingnyo still didn't agree, then he wouldn't be giving her face. "I have one more condition." Yi Qingnyo was silent for a while before he spoke again. However, before Xue Fei and Yuji could answer, he continued, "Don't panic, I don't want anything else. I want the right to exchange for the first prize." "The right to exchange for the first prize?" Everyone pondered. After a moment of silence, the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was the first to speak. "You want the spirit pill? As long as your family's disciple can get enough points, I don't mind. 10,000 points is not easy to get. I don't have any objections since that boy from your family is so fierce." The Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder also expressed his opinion. "I agree." Xue Fei and Yuji expressed their opinions at the same time. Even though the spirit pill was very tempting, it could only be exchanged with 10,000 points. They heard that the Demon God Mansion and Barbarian God Mansion had sent out many elites to obtain the spirit pill. They didn't want to sacrifice a large number of their family's elites for a single treasure. The gains would not make up for the losses. "Alright, since everyone has agreed, Brother Fei and Brother Nyo, come and sign this agreement. In the future, don't use this matter to destroy the unity of the 5 clans." Yuji sighed in relief and led the group into the tripartite pavilion again. After the agreement was signed, the atmosphere in the pavilion clearly relaxed. Yi Qingnyo no longer wore a sour expression and began to chat with the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder. The Xue family's Grand Supreme Elder no longer wore a dark expression and continued to chat with Yuji and the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder. After a while, the atmosphere in the pavilion became harmonious. It was as if they had become old friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time and began to chat about their parents. "What is that, Yuji?" The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder seemed to remember something. He suddenly turned to Yuji and said, "Isn't it your family's Summer Flame Festival in 3 days? I heard that your family has a peerless saintess who will appear for the first time?" "That's right, my family Xiao is here for this peerless beauty of yours. Your family is also very mysterious. Every time the saintess appears, she will only appear during the coming of age ceremony, the Summer Flame Festival. Who knows how many young geniuses fall for her?" Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder Yi nodded and said, "Haha, how many young geniuses fall for her? Wasn't my family's dumped by Yi Dao last time? In the end she died of depression. Yuji sighed deeply and turned to look at Yi Qingyo with some hidden bitterness. She began to talk about the past. Yi Qingyo was startled. Seeing Yuji's bitter expression, he bulged his bull eyes and said bashfully, "Don't look at me, I didn't dump you. Wasn't Yi Dao almost driven out by my family's patriarch because of this? After that, Yi Dao died. Your family's Yu Yena missed him so much that she fell ill. In the end she died of depression. I was also very sad. Sigh, this is probably their fate." "Alright Yuji, don't bring up the past. Why don't you ask your family's Qingqing to choose my family's Fengzi this time? I guarantee that my son will definitely treat Qingqing like a treasure. Moreover, my family's Fengzi is quite good looking and is quite strong." The Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder chuckled and said. When the Hua family's Grand Supreme Elder saw that the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder was acting as a matchmaker, he was displeased. "Good looking? How can your family's big guy be as good looking as my family's Xiao Chao? My family's Xiao Chao is a flower of our Luo Hua city. There's no doubt about her strength. As long as she successfully ambushes a martial, she will definitely kill her opponent in one move. F***CK. You call that good looking? He looks neither human nor demonic. If thrown into the demon god residence, he will definitely be a member of the royal family. Even if he can kill a martial with a sneak attack, he has to succeed first." When the Feng family's Grand Supreme Elder heard this, he couldn't take it anymore. He widened his eyes and roared in anger. "Your family is the real transvestite. If you throw that lunatic of yours into the barbarian god residence, he will still be the barbarian god's successor." Yuji let out a deep sigh. She looked at these two clowns and shook her head. "Alright. Brothers, please spare this little sister. It's not like you don't know about this summer flame festival. In the end, the one who will choose the protector is that girl Yi Qingqing. I don't have this right, do I? What's the point of you arguing?" "Summer flame festival? What summer flame festival?" Yi Qinghuan was sitting in the square tower. He originally wanted to ask Feng Zi when he could depart for Dragon City, but Feng Zi said that he would only depart after the Summer Flame Festival 3 days later. Hence he asked in confusion. Hearing Yi Qinghan's question, Feng Zi and the flowers and plants looked at him as if they were looking at a monster. Even Shui Wuhan, who was sitting quietly at the side, twitched his nose. "You don't know about the Summer Flame Festival?" Feng Zi asked in astonishment as he puffed up his iron-like chest muscles. "You don't know? Is the Summer Flame Festival very famous?" Yi Qinghan was a little baffled. He knew about the summer festival. "Oh, let me put it this way. The Summer Flame Festival is actually the most important festival of the Yu clan." Feng Zi chuckled, and his eyes revealed an indescribable feeling. He continued, "What is the Yu clan most famous for? Beauties, peerless beauties. Every year during the Summer Flame Festival, they will send a peerless beauty to the Moon Tower to be an artist for a year. Under normal circumstances, that beauty will be the goddess of the Moon Tower's guests. She is definitely a super red card. After a year, the beauties will be auctioned off, and the 3 with the highest bid will have the chance to win the beauty." 3? Not the one with the highest bid? Yi Qinghan's curiosity was piqued by Feng Zi's description, and he asked with interest. "No." Feng Zi shook his head and sighed. "This is also the most brilliant part of the Yu clan. In the end, it's all up to the lady to choose the one she likes among the 3. This way the Yu clan will receive great benefits, and their lady will marry happily. Don't you think it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Indeed clever. Then will the Yu clan have a new beauty in 3 days?" Yi Qinghan nodded and sighed. "Beauty, a peerless beauty that can topple cities and countries. Let me tell you, you're in luck. Today is the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that the Yu clan holds once every 15 years. That's a grand ceremony for the younger generation of the House of Aries. Your young master have been waiting for years." Feng Zi flicked his bangs, and his eyes emitted a fiery glow as if he wanted to burn the entire square tower. "Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival? Didn't you just say the Moon Tower Summer Flame Festival? Isn't the Calm Lake the place where the Yu clan's descendants live?" Yi Qinghan was getting more and more confused as he listened. If the Yu clan sends a peerless beauty out of the Moon Tower every year, then the Summer Flame Festival wouldn't be that famous. Let me tell you, the Summer Flame Festival is famous because of the Calm Lake Summer Flame Festival that happens once every 15 years, which is 3 days from now. Every 15 years, the Yu clan selects a saintess from hundreds of female disciples. Then they invite all the descendants of the great clans to gather at the Calm Lake to watch the saintess coming of age ceremony. And their saintess will choose 2 guardians from dozens of youthful talents. They will observe her for 3 years, and the last person will return with the beauty. Furthermore, the talent who is fortunate enough to marry the saintess will receive the position of a lifetime guest elder of the Yu clan, and will receive the full support of the Yu clan. A peerless beauty and an unparalleled status are within reach. Tell me which talent in the world wouldn't go crazy for it? Who wouldn't want it? The more Feng Zi spoke, the more excited he became. It was as if he had already succeeded, and the corners of his mouth curled into an intoxicated and wanton smile. Didn't Yi Dao not want it back then? Just as Feng Zi finished speaking, the transvestite flower and plant suddenly spoke after a long silence. Ah! Yi Qinghan looked at the flower and plant in surprise. This matter actually involved his father? His father, who was so awesome back then, was actually so awesome that he didn't even want the Yu clan's saintess? How many Yi Daos do you think there are in the world? He doesn't love the saintess, but he loves the red card of the moon tower back then. Feng Zi snorted and said with dissatisfaction. However, he still admired Yi Dao back then, and his tone was still very respectful. He doesn't love the saintess? Only loves the red card? Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued. It seemed like it was related to his mother's background. Looking at Yi Qinghan's very interested expression, Feng Zi was completely speechless. You don't even know about the Yi family? Have you been locked up for secret training since you were young? That's too hard. Let me tell you, 15 years ago, Yi Dao was also invited to the Quiet Lake Summer Fire Festival. Back then he was peerless and had unparalleled martial arts. In the end, he wasn't charmed by that generation's saintess. Instead, he charmed that generation's saintess, Yu Yan. However, this guy didn't like Yu Yan. He only loved the red card of the moon tower, Yu Shui. In the end, he rejected Yu Yan and brought Yu Shui back to the Yi family. In the end, Yu Yan, who was bewitching, died of depression. When she died, she wasn't even 30 years old. Don't you think it's sad? Oomph. Your life is destined to be sad because I'm determined to get you Qingqing this time. Suddenly, the unique sharp voice of the flower and plant was heard. Hearing this, Feng Zi jumped up and shouted, "Humph, you damn transvestite, don't even think about it. I'll fight whoever dares to snatch you Qingqing." So that's what happened. The Summer Fire Festival seems to be a little interesting. Feng Zi and the flower and plant started to curse at each other. However, Yi Qinghan ignored them and thought to himself, so my father and mother have such a tragic story. It seems like the Summer Fire Festival in 3 days will be very lively. Also, he was a little interested in the legendary beauty Yu Qingqing, but of course it was just a little. Chapter 55. The Tranquil Lake was of course a lake. It was originally located outside the eastern city wall of the Ecstasy City, but after many years of renovation by the Yu clan, it was surrounded. The eastern city wall was expanded several times, and now the entire Tranquil Lake was included in the Ecstasy City. The Tranquil Lake wasn't big. Strictly speaking, it couldn't even be called a lake. It was just a big reservoir. However, since the Yu clan called it a lake, others would naturally call it the Tranquil Lake. The Tranquil Lake wasn't as quiet as a stagnant pool. Not only was it not quiet, but it was also windy all year round, so the lake water never calmed down. There would always be waves, waves and waves. This is the Tranquil Lake? Nothing special? Yi Qinghan and the other young masters followed behind Yunyang and arrived at the side of the blue lake. Although this place could be considered as having verdant hills and clear waters, and the scenery was pleasing to the eye, it was still just an ordinary small lake. It was far from the Tranquil Lake's image as a holy land in the eyes of the world's geniuses. They couldn't help but feel somewhat disappointed. Hee, there's nothing special about this lake. What's special is the small island in the middle of the lake. That's where the core disciples of the Yu clan live. There are peerless beauties there. Usually, it's a forbidden and holy land for men unless it's the Summer Fire Festival. We're the first batch of people to enter the Holy Land in 15 years. Don't you think it's special? Feng Zi was still carrying his long sword. He chuckled and whispered into Yi Qinghan's ear. Ah, a forbidden place for men? Yi Qinghan was indeed stunned by this news. Looking at the hazy little island in the distant lake, she nodded her head. She couldn't help but be even more puzzled as she softly asked, "There isn't a single man inside?" "Absolutely not." Feng Zi nodded seriously. Yi Qinghan was a little speechless. He shut his mouth in embarrassment, but his heart felt like it was being blown by a cold wind. He shuddered. If they were to encounter a group of resentful women pouncing on them like wolves and tigers, would they be able to hold them off? "Young masters, this way please." Just as Yi Qinghan was letting his imagination run wild, a small boat approached from afar. Yunyang smiled and gestured for them to board the boat. "Young Master Han, after you." Feng Zi flexed his chest muscles to show his elegance. You're already in bed? Oh no, I mean get on the boat. Yi Qinghan felt a lingering fear in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said, Brother Feng Zi, you go first. My body is weak, I can't take it. Humph, since the two of you are so polite, I will go first. Xuanhuan waved his folding fan, smiled and got into the boat. The beautiful flowers and plants flicked the edge of their clothes and followed. Seeing this, Feng Zi and Yi Qinghan also followed. The boat wasn't big, but the decorations were very elegant. It was like a small living room. The front and back of the boat were separated by a thin silk curtain, and the scenery outside could be vaguely seen. They went in and took their seats. Yunyang also came in and served them a few cups of tea. Then she bowed and walked out of the boat, standing at the front of the boat. The Yu clan is indeed the Yu clan. Even the person rowing the boat is an exceptional beauty. Feng Zi looked around once she came in and finally, her eyes fixed on the woman on the bed at the back of the boat. Through the blurry curtain, a graceful woman with one hand on the oar at the back of the boat could be seen. Only the side of her body could be seen. The woman was wearing a cyan palace dress, but her face was covered by a white silk scarf. Although the curtain was a bit blurry and her face was covered, just her graceful and curvaceous figure as well as her elegant temperament were enough to make one's heart sway. Feng Zi's words awakened the people on the ship, and they all turned their heads to look at her. Hua Chao and Feng Zi were the most direct. They stared unblinkingly at the masked woman, and they couldn't stop praising her. Xuanhuan's black and gray eyes were flashing. He waved the fan in his hand, and he looked like he was admiring her. However, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes, and it betrayed his true feelings. Yi Qinghan only took a glance before looking away. It was mainly because Xuanhuan's pretentious expression made him lose his appetite, and he wasn't in the mood. Moreover, Feng Zi said that there were a bunch of women who had never seen a man living on the island, so he was a little afraid. Squinting at Xuanhuan, Yi Qinghan silently pinched his fingers. Thinking of what Yi Qingyo said 3 days ago, he let go of his fingers again and picked up the tea on the table to drink. That day, after slapping Long Xuelu, he wanted to find something to do and use the opportunity to destroy Xuanhuan. However, Yi Qingyo directly transmitted a message to him, telling him to bear with it. That night, Yi Qingyo came to the place where he was sleeping and had a secret talk with him. He told him that because of Yi Qingyu, the Xue family had lost a lot of treasures, which could be exchanged for a spiritual pill. Yi Qingyo told him darkly that he shouldn't do anything now, and that once he got the Xue family's treasures, he could find an opportunity to kill Xuanhuan. Of course, he had to do it secretly and he had to do it cleanly without leaving any evidence. Once the Yu family's matter was settled, they would go to the prefecture battle, and it would be a 3-way battle. At that time, there would be plenty of opportunities to kill Xuanhuan. Therefore Yi Qinghan could only bear with it for now. Fortunately, he had vented a little of the anger he had been holding back that day on Long Xuelu, so he wasn't as angry now. Moreover, he knew that Xuanhuan was someone he had to kill, and that he had to die, so there was no need to be too calculative with a dead person. Yunyang, why haven't you set sail yet? Everyone admired the graceful figure of the woman rowing the boat, and they couldn't help but be more interested in entering the tranquil lake island, and they couldn't wait any longer. If the woman rowing the boat could be so outstanding, wouldn't all the women inside be sky immortals? Gentlemen, please wait a moment. There is still one more person. Coming. Yunyang answered respectfully. Everyone looked at the front of the boat in surprise. Who else was qualified to sit on the same boat as them? However, when they saw a handsome face and slightly curled hair through the blurry curtain, they all smiled slightly. Gentlemen, you are so early. Xuelu is late, please excuse me. Long Xuelu walked in with a smile and greeted them politely. His face was still radiant, and there was no difference from the first time they met 3 days ago. Hello, brother Xuelu. The people on the boat all smiled naturally, and they seemed to have forgotten what happened a few days ago. They smiled and greeted him. Xuanhuan folded his folding fan and pointed to the seat beside him. He even personally poured a cup of tea for Long Xuelu. Yi Qinghan didn't say anything and just nodded slightly. He silently drank his tea, but he admired Long Xuelu's shamelessness and prostrated himself in front of him. Long Xuelu took a sip of his tea and said with a smile, "What are you all chatting about?" "Nothing much. I'm just sighing at the peerless beauty of the Yu clan's women. Young Master Long, even the Yu clan's woman rowing the boat is so beautiful. It is hard to imagine how beautiful the women of the tranquil lake island are." Although Feng Zi looked well-developed, his mind wasn't simple. Although he was rumored to have a fiery temper, he seemed to be very tactful today. He didn't offend anyone and he befriended everyone. He was a smooth and slick person. Long Shuelu looked at the back of the boat seriously and revealed an intoxicated expression. He sighed and said, "Such a woman is truly enchanting. Unfortunately she is masked and I can't see her true appearance. What a pity." Of course. A woman masked also has a kind of hazy beauty. What's the saying? What you can't get is the best. This woman in front of me has the essence of it. What you can't see is more beautiful. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. He didn't seem to care about the cold eyes that xuanhuan was shooting at him. He waved his folding fan elegantly. "Brother Wuhan, you should be a poet. You can recite a good poem." Hua smiled gently and said with a sigh. Fengzi also nodded and sighed. Brother Wuhan is right. The ancients said that a woman's most beautiful is when she takes off her clothes and when she comes out of the bath. I think we can add that to the list. A woman with a mask is also very beautiful. Absolutely right. All of your words are well thought out and each of your words has a profound meaning. You can all be called scholars. In my opinion, a woman with a mask is either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. I can foresee that this woman is definitely an extremely beautiful woman. Long Shuelu nodded and moved closer. Xuanhuan shook his head, but he sighed deeply in his heart. These perverts actually called themselves scholars? It was true that each generation was more unruly than the previous one. What? Young Master Han, do you have any other opinion? Fengzi asked curiously when she saw Xuanhuan shaking his head silently. I don't have any opinion. I think we should ask Yunyang to start the boat, or we won't be able to make it for lunch. Xuanhuan said lightly. He didn't want to express any opinion. Shui Wuhan's flirtatious performance made him want to vomit, and Long Shuelio's shameless participation made the trip to the calm lake that he was originally interested in become boring. He stared blankly through the window at the rippling lake in the distance. He thought of his sister in Songqing, and his mood became gloomy. Darling, let's start the boat." Yunyang had followed Xuanhuan into the boat. She had been quietly standing to the side, not saying anything, nor showing any expression. When she saw Xuanhuan speak, she smiled and said to the woman at the back of the boat. The woman behind the boat responded in a low voice. Although her voice was soft, it was very clear and moving, like the chirping of an oriole. Everyone who heard it felt numb and sore. Everyone present was at least at the general realm, so they all heard it clearly. They couldn't help but look at the woman behind the boat with even more interest. They slowly glided through the window, breaking through the water, and gradually moved towards the small island in the middle of the lake. Yunyang looked thoughtfully at the woman behind the boat and suddenly said, "Darling, why don't you sing a song for the young masters on the boat to relieve their tiredness? What do you think?" Long Shuelu heard her and immediately said with a smile, We couldn't ask for more. I'm all ears." Fengzi and Hua smiled as well, while Xuanhuan nodded his head. "Thank you," Shui Wuhan said with a smile. The veiled woman behind the boat still didn't say anything or turn around. She silently rowed the boat. After a long time she sighed and sang softly, "The shadow of the vermilion building is at noon, the jade tree is low in the shade, the moon is already 3. Greasy powder secretly sells silver carvings, the wrong knife leisurely cuts the mud golden robe, the embroidered bed is afraid of attracting the black dragon's bark, the embroidered word worries teach the blue bird's beak. 100 flavors refine to take pity on the mother, 1,000 flowers bloom half suitable for a man, who can envy the company of a mandarin duck, the parrot is speechless, the waves like to swim bees, the magpies pretend to guess, the magpies murmur. But I love the number of palms, every time I remember the light of the hawksbill hairpin. The years of sorrow in the smoke cave are still there, the night of disappointment on the star bridge is empty, the season in front of the window is shameful, the romantic world smiles bitterly. Only the incense burner steals the wages, secretly hangs down the sandalwood sleeves to learn the ginseng. One must know that it is difficult to calm the heart, but one is willing to part with the clouds. Seeing the scenery fall, the sound of the strings still drifting, looking toward the south. The song was a poem, without the accompaniment of drums, music, or lights to add color to the beautiful scenery, it was just a simple singing. The voice of the person singing did not have any special emotions, and there was no dancing to add color, but everyone felt intoxicated, as if they had flown to the heavenly palace and listened to the peerless celestial song sung by a fairy. Good song, good melody, good poem, such a beautiful song can only be found in the heavens, how many times can one hear it in the mortal world? Lady Nan, this song really makes my heart surge, I am afraid that I will not be able to taste meat for 3 months. After a long time, Long Xuelu loudly clapped his hands and stood up, looking at the graceful figure behind the boat with tender affection. He laughed loudly and said, "Pa." Xuanhuan waved his folding fan, stood up and said with a slight smile, "It is indeed a good poem. Who can envy the company of a mandarin duck? The parrot is speechless. I am ashamed, Lady Nan. And why do you envy others? Why do you feel ashamed? You must know, with Lady's charm and talent, I am afraid that all the geniuses in the world will be attracted to Lady, right? At the very least, the 5 of us will be charmed by you, right?" Extremely right, extremely right. You sang it really well. Even though I don't know much about music, I think even a pig would be able to tell that this is a peerless song. Feng Zi laughed heartily and sincerely used a lame joke to flatter the old man. Hua Chao also nodded and very seriously said, "It is indeed a celestial song." Yet Yi Qinghan sat there alone, continuing to remain silent. He half raised his cup of tea and looked at the cup in front of him in a daze, not knowing what he was thinking. Seeing this, Yunyang could not hold back the curiosity in her heart, and turned sideways to ask, "Young Master Han, do you feel that the song is not good?" The 4 turned around and looked at Yi Qinghan, also a little puzzled. Such a beautiful song, it was also the first time they had heard it, so why did Yi Qinghan appear so silent? Or even somewhat disdainful? Under the gazes of the others, Yi Qinghan remained silent for a while, then slowly drank his tea and leisurely said, "The song is a good song, the poem is a good poem, and the singing is also very good, but this poem, this song and this scene, the beautiful artistic conception created by it, have been ruined by some idiots. How sad, how lamentable." What did these words mean? Feng Zi and Hua Chao felt a little strange, while Long Xuelu and Xuanhuan's expressions were a little gloomy. They could hear the idiots in Yi Qinghan's words, and a glimmer of light appeared in Yunyang's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curled up, revealing a trace of a smile. And at the back of the boat, the veiled woman who had never turned around suddenly turned around. Behind the white silk scarf that covered her face, a pair of beautiful black eyes that shone brightly, showed some faint interest. Chapter 56. What do you mean? Young Master Han. Feng Zi saw that Xuanhuan and Long Xuelu were about to go berserk, so she hurriedly tried to smooth things over and asked in confusion. "Yeah. I don't think they're wrong," Hua Hua said in confusion. "They're not wrong, but what they're saying is bullsh*t. What's so exciting about singing and not knowing the taste of meat? What's the point of being envious? What's the point of being ashamed?" Yi Qinghan sighed deeply, shook his head and continued, "You don't even know the meaning of this song or this poem, and you dare to talk nonsense? It's a good poem about the scenery in front of you, and the helplessness of the passing of time. How can it make people excited? Isn't it funny?" We're all ears to young Master Han's opinion. Xuanhuan's face darkened. He quickly waved the fan in his hand, as if he wanted to get rid of the unhappiness in his heart. "I'd like to hear the details." Long Xuelu said coldly. "Young Master Han, you know poems? Tell us, tell us." Feng Zi's eyes lit up. She was very interested. In the Fire Dragon continent, martial prowess was the most important thing. Few people would understand the poems of literati. Although I don't understand, I feel that what Yi Qinghan said is meaningful. I also heard this poem and there's a sense of loneliness and helplessness. I just can't describe it, Hua Hua said with a frown as he touched his beautiful face. Yunyang and the woman at the back of the boat didn't say anything. However, when Yi Qinghan described the poem, their eyes seemed to simultaneously emit a ray of light. Then, a sense of loneliness and nostalgia appeared in their eyes at the same time. "Little darling, I have a question to ask." Yi Qinghan didn't say anything. He just turned his body to look at the woman behind the boat. He looked at her black and shiny eyes and said calmly. The woman behind the boat bowed and said softly, "Young Master Yi, please speak. If I'm not mistaken, this poem was composed by Senior Yu Yen, right?" Yi Qinghan's words shocked everyone. Yunyang and the woman at the back of the ship looked at Yi Qinghan in astonishment, not knowing how he knew about it. After all, this was the first time he had sung this poem to outsiders. The woman at the back of the ship frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "It's indeed written by the previous saintess, Yu Yen. Have you heard it before, young master?" "Never heard of it before," Yi Qinghan said faintly. He seemed to have thought of something as he turned around and looked at the island in the distance through the curtains. He sighed and said, "This poem can be divided into 4 stanzas. The first stanza is the scenery in March outside the window, and the needlework in the room. It is difficult to teach the bluebird to deliver the letter. It contains the unspeakable worries of the young girls. They are a little nervous, a little confused and a little resistant. The second stanza is about the mandarin ducks having company, the parrots are silent, the bees are flying, and the foxes are murmuring. It reveals the young girl's feelings of loneliness in life. They are not lamenting or envying anything, nor are they yearning for love or a man. Xuanhuan spoke leisurely as if he had turned into a wandering poet, a romantic who was dissatisfied with the reality. The last sentence was a serious criticism of xuanhuan for acting coquettishly. Then, without waiting for xuanhuan to explain, he continued, the third stanza is about a few years in the smoke cave and a night on the star bridge. It expresses melancholy about the legendary love affair between a man and a woman. It contains a kind of calling for a fulfilling life and disappointment in love. I suppose that at that time, Senior Yuyener was very disappointed in the love affair that had just started and ended so quickly. She was a little painful and heartbroken. She longed for a different kind of life. The fourth stanza continues the theme of the previous stanza. It expresses the fear of the desolation of the scenery, the pursuit of the joy of life, the understanding of life, and the pursuit of love. The meaning is especially open and persistent. This poem tells the story of Senior Yuyener. When she was a young girl in the Yu family, she was a little perturbed and ignorant about the arrangement of the family and her own life. She even had some resistance. Then, during the summer fire festival, she met Yi Dao and fell in love with him. However, Yi Dao fell in love with another woman. She was a little disappointed and heartbroken in love. Then Yi Dao died. She couldn't stand the passage of time and gradually grew old. She sighed with emotion about the desolation of the scenery and the deep memory of Yi Dao. Miss Yu Qingqing, am I right? The four childs were a little confused. It seemed that what he said was a little meaningful. Xuanhuan and Long Xuelu wanted to refute, but they didn't know how to do so. They were not good at these literary things. They were only used to solving problems with force. However, it seemed that they couldn't deal with this guy in front of them with force. Therefore they felt a little aggrieved, very aggrieved. However, after hearing the last sentence of Xuanhuan, they were shocked and surprised. Yu Qingqing? Wasn't Yu Qingqing the saintess of this summer fire festival? Was the graceful woman who was rowing the boat for them Yu Qingqing? Therefore they were a little shocked. They fixed their eyes on the woman at the back of the boat. The long and slightly curved eyelashes of the woman at the back of the boat trembled. There was a trace of surprise in her dark eyes. After a moment of silence, she put down the joystick in her hand, lifted the curtain, and walked in slowly. She bowed in a low voice and said in a soft voice, Yu Qingqing pays her respects to the childs. Oh, The childs in the boat felt as if they were struck by lightning. What was going on? Why didn't Yu Qingqing play her cards according to common sense? They thought of their ugly behavior and naked greedy eyes just now. They thought that they still had a lot of beautiful things that they hadn't shown yet. They thought that they were going to show off in the evening at the summer fire festival. In the end, Yu Qingqing played her cards carelessly and appeared in advance. All their hopes might be in vain. They wanted to cry but had no tears. Only Yi Qinghan and Yunyang were calm. Yunyang smiled, walked to the back of the boat and started rowing the boat. Yi Qinghan nodded slightly. He cupped his hands and said, Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Miss Qingqing. Greetings to Miss Qingqing. When the rest of the people heard Yi Qinghan's words, they immediately reacted. The thick skin they had cultivated for many years came into play. In an instant, everyone recovered their cultured and elegant demeanor of the childs of famous families. Everyone please take a seat. Yu Qingqing faintly nodded her head and sat on the only empty chair at the front. She looked at Yi Qinghan with interest and said, Young Master Han is very talented. Each of your words is like a gem and your tongue is like a lotus flower. Your explanation is very good and correct. Qingqing admires you. Young Master Han is Senior Nightblade's only son, right? Feng Zihua and Long Xuelu looked at Yi Qinghan in surprise. They didn't expect Yu Qingqing to have such a high evaluation of Yi Qinghan. And the first thing she said was actually to ask about Yi Qinghan's background. Hearing that Yi Qinghan was actually Yi Dao's son, they couldn't help but feel a little strange. Wasn't Yi Dao's son a good-for-nothing? With Yi Qinghan's talent and terrifying beast, if he was a good-for-nothing, then they could only go to the mines and work as laborers. Yi Qinghan's reputation was not very well known in the family. In addition, the information from their respective families was not in place yet. So they thought that Yi Qinghan was a genius that was secretly trained by the Yi family. They didn't expect him to be Yi Dao's son. Good for nothing? Only Xuanhuan smiled bitterly. A few months ago he also thought so. That's right. On behalf of my father, Yi Qinghan expresses his gratitude to Senior Yuyener for her infatuation and his sorrow for the loss of her beauty. Although I don't know much about my father's life, I feel that he always felt a trace of guilt and sorrow for Senior Yu Yena. Xuanhuan also deeply admires Senior Yu Yena. Xuanhuan bowed slightly, but he felt very helpless in his heart. Father, you have a romantic debt, yet you want me to apologize and clean up your mess. It's okay. Aunt Yu Yen didn't regret falling in love with you even before she died. She once said, "In this world only Yi Dao is a real man." I don't regret my choice that year. Yu Qingqing sighed slightly. Her eyes were a little blurred as if she was recalling some past events. Young Master Han, you're in the wrong. I only found out now that you're the son of Senior Yi Dao, whom I admire the most. You're not a good friend. Feng Zi was unhappy when he heard that. He looked at Yi Qinghan with hidden bitterness. A man with bulging muscles like a giant from the god of barbarians was looking at a man with hidden bitterness. No man could stand it. Yi Qinghan didn't look at him. He said embarrassedly, "You didn't ask me. Do you expect me to tell everyone I meet that I'm Yi Dao's son?" "That's right. Do you, Feng Zi, also tell everyone you meet that I'm a lunatic and that I'm a lunatic?" Flowers and grasses quickly chimed in with a smile on their pretty faces. They looked very pretty. Haha. Everyone laughed heartily and the awkward atmosphere was swept away. It didn't matter if they lost face just now. What was important was to get it back as soon as possible. Therefore, everyone began to present their treasures. They performed the performance and speech that they were going to perform at night in advance, hoping to get back some impression in front of the beautiful woman. However, the performance was about to end before it even started. The small boat had arrived at its destination, Tranquil Lake Island. Looking at the beautiful woman drifting away, looking at the beautiful scenery in front of them, everyone's emotions were complicated for a moment. Chapter 57. As they watched Yu Qingqing's figure gradually disappear on the small path of the island, they reluctantly withdrew their gazes and stood rooted to the ground. When they didn't know that she was Yu Qingqing, they only felt that this woman's figure was really graceful, and her every movement had an otherworldly aura. When Yi Qinghan revealed her identity, she threw down the armrest and walked over leisurely. Everyone saw the pair of black pearl-like eyes above the white silk scarf and smelled the delicate fragrance that was naturally emitted from her body. Only then did everyone realize that Yu Qingqing was actually so enchanting, even a little enchanting. There was no need for words. As long as she sat there quietly and looked at you with her clear black pearl-like eyes, you would feel especially enraptured and overwhelmed. Alright, stop looking. We've already walked so far. Won't we be able to see her true appearance at night? Yi Qinghan said softly with a faint smile. Everyone withdrew their thoughts and their souls that had floated far away and smiled embarrassedly. Young Master Han, not bad. You've taken the initiative. I didn't know that you were so powerful. You're actually skilled in both the pen and the sword. How did you know that she's Yu Qingqing? Feng Zi said with a laugh as he returned to his senses and hugged Yi Qinghan. That's right. Young Master Han, Yu Qingqing is a holy maiden. Before the Summer Fire Festival, she definitely can't leave the Tranquil Lake. How could you know her? Could it be that you've snuck in before? Hua Ji also came over curiously. As a descendant of the assassin god, his concealment skills were top-notch. However, he probably didn't have the ability to sneak into the Tranquil Lake Island. Long Shuelu and Xue Wuhan, who were at the side, were too embarrassed to come over. However, they pricked up their ears and listened curiously. It's very simple. You guys just didn't notice. Yi Qinghan wasn't used to Feng Zi's enthusiasm. He shrugged and said calmly, "First, there are many beauties in the Yu clan. However, if there are beauties of this level among the boatmen, then all the beauties in the world are too common. Secondly, temperament. How could a woman rowing a boat have such an otherworldly temperament? Third, that scarf of hers was the biggest flaw. Young Master Long had said before, a masked woman was either extremely ugly or extremely beautiful. The Yu family naturally wouldn't have an extremely ugly woman, so she would definitely be an extremely beautiful person. Even if a boat servant was extremely beautiful, I don't think there was a need for her to cover her face. That would be akin to burying one's head in the sand. Fourth, that little song. When Yu Qingqing sang that song, her tone was a little sorrowful and a little melancholy. From the poem, I could tell that it was written by Senior Yu Yener. Since she felt sad about Senior Yu Yener's deeds, it was very likely that she felt sad because of what happened to Yu Yener in the past. Therefore, I made a decisive guess and it turned out that I was right. Respect. Young Master Han indeed has a discerning eye, to be able to observe these small details in such detail. Your words have awakened me from my dreams. Feng Zi thought about it carefully and nodded. However, he suddenly thought of a problem and shouted, "What's that? Young Master Han, you're still so young. You won't fight with me over Yu Qingcheng, right? Let me tell you, although we're familiar with each other, your father is also someone I respect. If you dare to fight with Yu Qingcheng, I'll still fight with you. Just now on the boat, Yi Qinghan obviously had the upper hand and left a deep impression in Yu Qingcheng's heart. Moreover, this brat had a rather delicate appearance, and his strength and the forces behind him were not much different from theirs. If Yi Qinghan really took the initiative to attack, he wouldn't have any chance at all. That's right, young Master Han. You're not even 16 yet. Yu Qingcheng is already 16. Don't tell me you're fated to fall in love with an older sister? Once Feng Zi said this, the beautiful man Hua Shu also became anxious. His family had given him a strict order to fight for this opportunity. Moreover, he had also seen Yu Qingcheng. She was indeed a devastatingly beautiful woman, so he also said this anxiously. Long Xuelu and Xuanhuan also tensed up. One had to know that in the entire house of Aries, the 5 most powerful and promising youths were all gathered here, so it could be said that they had the greatest chance. However, if Yi Qinghan took the initiative to fight for it, then their chances were really not high. Long Xuelu had been slapped by Yi Qinghan before, so he already felt a little inferior in front of Yi Qinghan and couldn't raise his head. As for Xuanhuan, because Yi Qinghan was here, he didn't dare to go against Yi Qinghan openly for fear that Yi Qinghan would flip out, so he lowered his stance. So the two of them leaned to the side nervously, silently paying attention to Yi Qinghan's words. Why not? A fair and graceful lady is a gentleman's desire. Moreover, isn't it just a few months? I don't mind. Yi Qinghan chuckled and looked at the 4 nervous people in front of him, teasing them. As expected, when he finished speaking, their faces darkened. After a moment, he nodded in satisfaction and continued, however, if the 4 of you agree to one condition of mine, I can promise you that I won't take the initiative to woo Yu Qingcheng. There's something good? Say it, say it. As long as it's not asking me to kill my father, I'll agree. When Feng Zi heard this, he immediately beamed and patted Yi Qinghan's shoulder heavily. Although he was a little surprised that Yi Qinghan would say such a thing, if there was such a good thing, he naturally wouldn't give it up. Say it, I won't hesitate if I can do it. Feng Zi expressed his attitude, a hopeful look on his face. As long as it's within my ability, no problem, Xuanhuan said calmly. However, he was a little surprised, so he was a little reserved in his words. Long Xuelu patted his chest and smiled slightly. Young Master Han, just say it. Ah. Yi Qinghan laughed. To be honest, he admired Yu Qingcheng. But he felt that a holy maiden raised in such a way by such a clan was a little arrogant and a little cold. Moreover, he was a little male chauvinist. If he had to circle around such a girl all day like a dog around its master, he would be very uncomfortable and displeased. Moreover, he thought that because of the incident with his father Yi Dao, Yu Qingcheng probably didn't like him, so he used this groundless attitude in exchange for a condition from everyone. Of course, the most important thing was that his younger sister was lying unconscious in the mountains behind the Yi family. Her life was hanging by a thread, so he really didn't have the mood to woo girls. Thus he said very seriously, in the Elite Academy tournament, I want the few of you to help me get as many points as possible. Of course you can't drag me down. Just this. Feng Zi asked in disbelief after waiting for a long time for Yi Qinghan to propose such a condition. Just this. Why don't you agree? Yi Qinghan said with certainty. This world was really not as important as saving his younger sister, and if the few people in front of him agreed, his journey to the Elite Academy tournament would be much smoother. Agree, 200% agree. Feng Zi answered quickly. Agree. No problem. Agree. The other 3 nodded quickly and agreed unanimously. Of course, they would be fools not to take such a great advantage. This condition was equivalent to no condition, and they would lose a strong opponent for nothing. Why not? Let's go, let's go. Yunyang is waiting anxiously in front. Today, I want to drink a few barrels of good wine with young Master Han. You're such a good brother. Feng Zi laughed loudly and walked forward with his arm around Yi Qinghan. Hua's beautiful eyes narrowed into slits as he followed them and said seriously, Young Master Han, you're my brother. Xuanhuan and Long Xuelu looked at each other and felt the doubt in each other's eyes. What was Yi Qinghan up to? He actually gave up such an opportunity that all the men in the world dreamed of so easily. Could it be that there was something else going on? However, the two of them couldn't figure it out no matter how hard they thought about it, so they could only follow him embarrassedly. After they left, a green figure slowly walked out from the small forest at the side. Above the white silk scarf, there was a slight frown on her exquisite eyebrows. That pair of black pearl-like eyes also shone with an inexplicable meaning. It was a little playful, and a little curious. Chapter 58. There were many wonderful things in this world, such as friendship. Xuanhuan promised not to pursue Yuqingqing. As expected, Wuxia and Feng Zi let go of their grudges and became brothers with Xuanhuan. Long Shuilu and Xuanhuan didn't seem to be too intimate, but for the bonfire party tonight, Xuanhuan wouldn't play tricks and ruin their plan. They could only pretend to be friendly and get cold feet from Xuanhuan. Tranquil Lake Island wasn't big, but the scenery was beautiful and the air was fragrant. Most importantly, the buildings here were very unique. There weren't many houses on Tranquil Lake Island. They were divided into East Yard, West Yard, and North Yard. There weren't many houses in the East Yard. It was mainly used to receive guests, so it was usually empty. The West Yard was where the young disciples of the Yu family lived, so there were more houses. The North Yard was where the higher-ups of the Yu family lived. Ordinary people couldn't even get close. They could only look at it from afar. It was said that there were only 800 houses on Tranquil Lake Island. Compared to Yi family's castle or other families' residences, which had thousands of houses, it was pitifully small. However, these 800 houses were all made of bamboo, which was unique. On the island in the middle of the lake, there were dense trees and bamboo houses among the trees. It gave them a very special feeling. Some were elegant, some were fresh, and most of them were comfortable. No wonder all the beauties from the Yu family had such a special temperament. On such a small island in such an environment, it would be strange if they weren't special. They were arranged to stay in a small yard in the East Yard. The yard was called Emerald Pavilion. There were 6 to 7 houses and a hall. Young masters, please rest here first. I will bring you to the bonfire party tonight. Yunyang said respectfully after she brought Xuanhuan and the others into the Emerald Pavilion and served them tea, wine, and cakes. Then she smiled mysteriously and clapped her hands. After a while, a few beautiful women in red entered the Emerald Pavilion. The women in red stood in front of the Emerald Pavilion and bowed, successfully attracting everyone's attention. Yunyang smiled and said, "The bonfire party will only begin at night." Yunyang was afraid that young masters would be bored, so she called a few outstanding disciples of the family to accompany you. You can do as you please. Yunyang will take her leave first. See you at night. Can you do as you please? Yunyang had already left, but her words were still echoing in their ears. The sentence was very good, very powerful. Of course, the meaning was clear. These women were sent by the Yu clan to entertain the young masters. You can do as you please, use them as you please, play with them as you please. She was a beauty, a top-grade beauty. She was a product of the Yu clan, and she was even used to entertain important guests. Of course, she was a fine product, a peerless beauty. Although these women were just standing there indifferently, their clothes were not particularly open. They wore red palace dresses, and on their exquisite facial features, there was a hint of shyness mixed with a hint of charm. The combination of innocence and charm was so perfect that it could practically make an honest person take off his pants and commit a crime. These were not the outer disciples of the Yu clan in the Moon Tower. They were the inner disciples that the Yu clan had cultivated for many years. The art of charm had been cultivated to the bone. There was no need to deliberately show it. As long as they stood there quietly, the charm emitted from their bones could stimulate the male hormones of any normal man to a limitless rise, and the evil fire in their lower abdomen would be ignited. Long Shuilu was the first to react. His Adam's apple moved by accident. However, as if he had done something wrong, he quickly coughed softly and picked up the tea to cover it up. He was a regular customer of the Moon Tower. Of course, he knew the unlimited charm of the Yu clan's women. He also very much wanted to have fun with the women in front of him. Even under his white robe, the dragon root had already raised its head slightly. However, he could not move and did not dare to move. Not only him, everyone in the room did not dare to move and could not move. They could only suppress it and try not to look at the 5 enchanting women in front of them. What were they here for? They came to the Yu clan, of course, to play with women. They came to taste the Yu clan's enchanting women that all men in the world dreamed of. However, what they wanted to do now was to play with the Yu clan's most beautiful and most honorable saintess. Before they got it, they did not dare to move recklessly and could not move recklessly. The only natural person in the room was Xuanhuan. He was firm without desire. He was not afraid of anything and did not ask for anything. Therefore he very naturally admired the 5 peerless beauties. He squinted his eyes, had a smile on his face and constantly made clicking sounds. 5 beauties, don't just stand there. Each of you find a young master to sit with. Xuanhuan looked at the 4 young masters who were trying their best to suppress themselves. A trace of playfulness flashed in his eyes, and he very naturally instructed. Since you want to move but do not dare to move, then this young master will help you fulfill your wishes. The scene at this moment was very familiar to him. He thought of the nightclubs in his previous life. In the private room, rows of ladies stood respectfully and coquettishly, waiting for the customers to order. However, the beauties here did not greet them. The ladies in the nightclubs would greet them as soon as they entered. Of course, the ladies here were of a much higher class than the ladies in the nightclubs, and definitely could not be compared. No need. Almost at the same time, voices sounded in the hall. The voices were very determined, very suppressed, and also had a tinge of regret and bitterness. Young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm a little tired, so there's no need. Fengzi chuckled and winked at Xuanhuan as if he understood. Wuxia also blinked her beautiful eyes and said a little shyly, young Master Han, you enjoy yourself. I'm not used to it. Yes. Long Shuelu nodded like a chick pecking rice and said very seriously. Shui Wuhan did not speak and lowered his head. Is that so? Xuanhuan chuckled and pretended not to see their expressions. He slowly drank a cup of tea and enthusiastically said, since everyone is tired, let's take a good rest. Ladies, I'll have to trouble you to perform a sexy dance. Do something explosive so that the young masters can rest well. The four of them glared at Xuanhuan angrily as if they wanted him to eat them, but were too embarrassed to say no. If they did that, they would really be deceiving themselves and it would be too pretentious. However, seeing that Xuanhuan had his head down and was fiddling with the tea leaves, completely ignoring their burning gazes, the few of them could only helplessly remain silent. Seeing that the few of them did not object, the few bewitching beauties responded softly, bowed, and retreated. Not long after they came in again. Their clothes were still red but they were a lot less. Only a thin tube top, a very short muslin skirt, and an almost transparent muslin were left on the outside. They nodded faintly and waved the muslin in a leisurely manner in the hall. The dance was beautiful but the people were even more beautiful. Beauties who wore less could dance even more beautifully. The air in the hall heated up under the swaying of the white, tender flesh and the red, sexy little skirt. The sound of swallowing saliva, trembling of the Adam's apple, and coarse breathing mixed with the sound of Xuanhuan's clicking of the tongue could be heard frequently. The air in the hall was unconsciously mixed with a scorching heat, a surging wave and a ripple. Enough. All right, ladies, thank you for your hard work. You may leave first. Shui Wuhan drank 4 cups of tea in a row, but the more he drank, the hotter his body became. When he was about to drink the 5th cup of tea, he finally suppressed the fire in his heart and said loudly, yes. All right, why do I feel that the more I dance, the more tired I am? Fengzi drank a cup of tea in one gulp, and felt that it was not enough, so she gulped down another cup and said while panting, yes. Long Shuelu nodded again like a chick pecking rice, and his expression was even more serious than before. Hua did not speak but only nodded and lowered his head. It was as if the 5 beauties in the room were poisonous scorpions, and he did not dare to look at them again. Don't. Xuanhuan plucked a grape from under the table and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed he said, they dance very well. It's rare to have a chance to enjoy the super treatment of the Yu family, so we should cherish it. What? Do you think that these beauties dance badly? They dance very well, that. Young Master Han. Fengzi looked at Xuanhuan angrily as if he was blaming him for his prank. He deliberately emphasized the words young Master Han to show his anger and continued, but we are not used to this. If young Master Han likes it, I can give the one who serves me to young Master Han. Yes, young Master Han, that's enough. I'm tired too, so I'll give them to you too. Hua raised his head and said sincerely. Long Shuelu and Shui Wuhan looked at each other and said in unison, us too. Young Master Han, you can enjoy it slowly, we are not used to it. I see. Xuanhuan smiled mischievously, but he was laughing coldly in his heart. These animals, if they were not here at this time, they would probably rob them. After a moment of silence, he said embarrassedly, how can I accept it? It's okay. There are plenty of rooms next door. Fengzi stood up and waved his thick hands, indicating that he could do as he pleased. Then, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Xuanhuan laughed lewdly and stretched lazily. He looked at the 5 beauties of the Yu family and said sincerely, since they are not used to it, why don't we go into the room together, and study the art of the human body? The beauties did not speak and only smiled shyly. They nodded slightly and surrounded Xuanhuan as they walked out of the room. What's that? Young masters, I'm going to rest for a while. You guys rest well too and perform well tonight. I have high hopes for you guys. Yi Qinghan did not forget to look back as he walked out of the hall and continued to tease them. Then he laughed loudly and disappeared from everyone's sight. Animals, animals. Yi Qinghan, this animal, he really dared to do it, he actually did it. Feng Zi said angrily as he clenched his fists as he watched Yi Qinghan's figure disappear from the room. Wuxia also looked at the bamboo door of the room reluctantly and said angrily, I hate animals like him who don't care about brotherhood and value sex over friendship the most. When you go out with him in the future, don't tell anyone that I know him. Yi Qinghan is really lewd and unruly. Xuanhuan waved the fan in his hand quickly, as if he could blow away the restlessness and injustice in his heart. Long Xuelu didn't say anything. He just kept pinching and pinching the grapes on the table. Chapter 59. Tranquil Lake Island, North Court. In an independent small bamboo building, a masked woman in a green palace dress was standing quietly in front of the window. She looked at the dense bamboo forest in the distance and said nothing. Miss? After a while, a woman in white walked in softly. She bowed and called out respectfully. Then she stood aside silently. What's the situation at the Emerald Pavilion? After a long time, Yu Qingqing sighed deeply and turned her head. Her black pearl-like eyes flickered as she whispered. Miss, as you expected, after Yu Qi and the others went in, the young masters behaved themselves very well. They didn't do anything excessive, but later, young master Yi Qinghan asked Yu Qi and the others to dance, an erotic dance. Then young master Xuanhuan asked them not to dance. Young master Yi Qinghan then he brought Yu Qi and the others into the room. The woman in red said carefully. This was related to the life of the Mississippi. She didn't dare to say anything that would affect the misjudgment. Yu Qingqing didn't have any expression and still stood there quietly. However, after she heard that Yi Qinghan brought Yu Qi and the others into the room, her black pearl-like eyes flashed a trace of inexplicable meaning. She asked curiously, what did Yi Qinghan and Yu Qi do after they went in? Do what? The woman in red was a little puzzled by the question. What else could a man and a woman do in a room? So she was a little shy and said shyly, of course they did that. The family scout said that they could hear moaning coming from that room. Yi Dao's son isn't that lustful. Call the scout team and activate the family mechanism. Peep, peep and report back quickly. A trace of shyness and anger appeared on Yu Qingqing's face. She didn't think that the young man on the boat with eyes like lightning, intelligence like the sea, and special temperament would be so unbearable. How could Yi Dao, who even the saintess didn't care about, give birth to such an unbearable son? She also didn't believe that with her charm, she wouldn't have a trace of attraction and love for Yi Qinghan. The Yu clan scout team moved very quickly. In less than a moment, news came back. The woman in red looked at the information in front of her inexplicably. She said in puzzlement, Miss, there is no such thing happening in the room. Yu Qi is moaning loudly there. Yu Ba is massaging Yi Qinghan, and Yi Qinghan seems to be asleep. Yu Qingqing didn't show the slightest bit of happiness when she heard the answer that she was hoping for. The Black Pearl's eyes flashed with a trace of anger. She looked outside the window and said angrily, Yi Dao's son is actually the same as Yi Dao. He doesn't even care about me, the saintess. At noon, the early summer sun was a little warm and made people sleepy. However, it seemed that the sunlight of the tranquil lake did not make people sleepy at all. Instead, it made people more and more energetic. Inside the green pavilion, the four young masters drank a few pots of tea, a few jars of wine and countless plates of fruits and pastries. After sitting there awkwardly for more than 2 hours, the deafening moans in the room outside the hall finally stopped. Creak. A few minutes later, the room door was pushed open and Yi Qinghan walked out feeling refreshed. He reached out to wipe the drool from the corner of his mouth and stretched his body. Then he took small steps and walked into the hall. As soon as he walked into the hall, he smelled a very sour smell. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He ignored the complicated gazes of the others and sat down casually. He picked up a bunch of grapes and ate them. As he ate, he nodded and praised, the grapes of the Yu clan are indeed different from those of other places. They seem to be sweeter. What are you guys looking at? Eat them. Feng Zi, who had just drunk a mouthful of wine, spat out the wine in her mouth when she heard this. She said somewhat angrily, Young Master Han, don't attack people like this. If you do this again, I'm going to fall out with you. Everyone's eyes bulged as if they wanted to use their gazes to despise him. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen such a shameless person. He enjoyed 5 exquisite bewitching beauties by himself, and the moment he came out, he still didn't hide his arrogance at all. They had listened to the erotic songs for more than 2 hours, and there was already a fire in their hearts. But this brat was showing off so openly. Don't be angry, lunatic. Don't be angry. Didn't I just say that the grapes were delicious? Is there a need to be so angry? Why don't I ask Yunyang to arrange something else for you? Yi Qinghan waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't. You ruthless brat. I'm afraid of you, all right? Feng Zi had a bitter expression on her face. She cupped her hands and ignored him. The others at the side didn't dare to say anything. After witnessing this brat's viciousness, who would dare to pick a fight? If this brat did something else tonight, they would be completely finished. Young masters, have you rested well? At this moment, Yunyang walked in and said with a beaming smile. When she looked at Yi Qinghan, her charming eyes slightly narrowed, with a smile that was not a smile, causing Yi Qinghan's hair to stand on end. Feng Zi's bitter expression immediately blossomed when Yunyang walked in. She smiled and said, It's all right. It's mainly because young Master Han rested well. Yes, young Master Han rested the best. Long Xuelu also stood up. There weren't many opportunities to add insult to injury, so of course he wouldn't let it go. Thank you, Yunyang. Young Master Han likes it very much. Huahua blinked her beautiful eyes and said calmly. Xuewuhan also smiled and waved the folding fan in his hand as if he would never get tired. Thank you, Yunyang. Of course young Master Han likes it. It's all right, it's all right. Yunyang's arrangements are definitely not wrong. Why don't we arrange it again in the afternoon, young masters? Yi Qinghan stood up slowly and glanced at the young masters. He scratched his head and immediately retorted. The four of you said that young Master Han rested well, and young Master Han also said that he rested well. Then Yunyang's efforts were not in vain. Why don't we arrange a few more in the afternoon? Yunyang's whole body was glowing with a smile, reflecting the faint refraction of the sun behind her. She seemed to have become much younger and more charming. No need. Other than Yi Qinghan, the four of them said in unison, their attitude very firm. If they had to listen to the erotic songs for the entire afternoon, who knew if they would go crazy? Seeing Yunyang look at him, Yi Qinghan licked his lips and looked at the four of them. However, he saw the silent pleading in their eyes. He said a little embarrassedly, Since they are so insistent, I can only give them some face. Forget it? Then forget it. How about this, Yunyang will take you to lunch first. After lunch, I will take you to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the tranquil lake. Yunyang smiled and nodded. That's great. Feng Zi was the first to respond and followed Yunyang out of the Emerald Pavilion. Xuewuhan and the other two heaved a sigh of relief and followed. Yi Qinghan chuckled, touched his chin and followed them. They had lunch in a private room near the Emerald Pavilion. During the meal they did not have much appetite, so they only ate a little. However, Yi Qinghan ate heartily, as if he had never eaten such delicious food before. He was completely like a country bumpkin. However, he really did not have the opportunity to enjoy such high-class food. When he was young, he was very unpopular in his family. It was good enough that he could eat his fill. After that, he went to Man City because he was short of money, so he did not dare to go to a good restaurant. When he came back from Man City and had money, he did not have the time to eat good food. He killed people and set fires. It was very lively, but in the end he did not have a full meal and was thrown to the back of the mountain. In the back of the mountain, Yi Tianlong and the two old men had a light meal. In addition, he was worried about his sister, so he did not eat well. Now that they had finally arrived at the Yu family and had the first feast in this world, Yi Qinghan ate with excitement and ferocity. He did not know how to describe it. Even Feng Zi and the others' plan to get him drunk was ruined. They all looked at Yi Qinghan in a daze, wondering why the Yi family was so poor that they did not even have a good meal. Yunyang, who was at the side, also came to a sudden realization. No wonder Yi Qingyo was so ruthless. It turned out that the Yi family was about to run out of food. After eating and drinking, the few of them began to tour the mountains and rivers. Although there were no mountains, there was a lake. The scenery of the calm lake was not bad, but Yunyang did not bring them to the west court or the north court. They only looked at the ordinary scenery. The few of them began to feel bored, so they apologized to Yunyang and went back to rest. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, had slept for more than 2 hours. He wouldn't be able to fall back asleep even if he went back. He also didn't lack this bit of time to cultivate, so he simply rejected Yunyang's company and quietly walked along the lakeside. Xiaohei, come out and play. Yi Qinghan felt that there was no one around. It was a good time to walk the dog, so he summoned Xiaohei. Although he had been chatting with Xiaohei in his heart, it had been a while since he had accompanied Xiaohei for a walk. Yi Qinghan kind of wanted to see this silly dog. Boss, you finally remembered me. As soon as Xiaohei came out, he jumped happily. He was currently in the growth stage and did not need to be fed with magic crystals every day. Every day he would absorb battle chi from Yi Qinghan's warbeast space. When he slept, he would absorb battle chi. His body had long been rusty. Now that he came out, he was like a runaway horse running around everywhere. Xiaohei, don't run around. You can swim? Yi Qinghan looked at Xiaohei dotingly. When he saw Xiaohei suddenly jump into the lake, he said worriedly. However, he saw Xiaohei's 4 small melon seeds gliding through the lake. He said in surprise. You're looking down on me, aren't you? No matter what, I'm at least a holy beast. This little thing can't stump me. I'll go catch some fish to eat. Xiaohei sent a message through his soul. A trace of pride flashed through his black eyes, and he dived into the water with a splash. This soul-devouring beast can actually speak so well? Yi Qinghan laughed and thought to himself. This little guy was indeed worthy of being a holy beast. It was full of intelligence. Poopiu. After a while, fish flew straight towards Yi Qinghan as if they could fly. Yi Qinghan looked at the black silhouettes that were as slippery as loaches in the water. He could not help but shake his head and smile. Yi Qinghan, what secret technique is this? It can actually make the fish jump out by themselves? The strange scene here shocked others. A gentle voice sounded from behind him. It was a little surprised and a little puzzled. Yi Qinghan turned his head in astonishment. He saw a graceful woman wearing a green palace dress and a white silk scarf slowly walking over. Her pearl-like eyes looked at Yi Qinghan in amazement. Tonight is Miss Qingqing's big day. How do you have the time to play a coincidental meeting with me? Yi Qinghan chuckled and lowered his head slightly as he spoke. It's not a coincidental meeting. I purposely came to meet you. Yi Qinghan's black pearl-like eyes flashed. There was a trace of a smile and agility. Chapter 60. Oh, you specially came to meet me? Yi Qinghan raised his eyebrows and said in confusion, Miss Qingqing, this seems to be the second time we've met, right? I don't think there's anything special that requires you to specially come for me, right? Yi Qingqing didn't say anything. She just turned her body and looked at the quiet lake quietly. The light eyebrows on her forehead frowned slightly and said with some resentment, Since it's the second time we've met, I wonder what Qingqing did wrong? What made young Master Han hate Qingqing so much? Where did this come from? Yi Qinghan was slightly surprised and didn't understand. At the same time, he sent a telepathic message to Xiaohei and asked him to go play at the side. He didn't want his trump card to be seen by Yi Qingqing. The reason why a trump card was because others didn't know about it. Yi Qingqing rolled her black pearl-like eyes. She was a little blaming and a little annoyed. This rolling of her eyes didn't look ugly at all. Instead, it made her originally pure temperament more mischievous and clever, which made Yi Qinghan excited. Yi Qingqing was a little hesitant. Actually, with her identity, she shouldn't have come here and said such shameful words. However, Yi Qinghan's words of not taking the initiative to woo her and his unusual behavior in the Emerald Pavilion had successfully aroused the competitive spirit of the little girl in Yi Qingqing's heart. The Yu clan's holy maiden Li Dai had bewitched all the men in the world. However, the previous generation's holy maiden had fallen under Yi Dao's robe, which made the Yu clan's holy maiden feel an unprecedented humiliation. And now Yi Dao's son was the same. How could she endure this? Therefore, when she heard that Yi Qinghan was taking a walk alone, Yi Qingqing didn't hesitate and hurried over. It was just a conversation. Facing Yi Qinghan's direct question, Yi Qingqing didn't know what to say. Looking at Yi Qinghan's expression, it was hard to tell if he really didn't understand, or if he was pretending not to. Yi Qingqing bit her lips and said angrily, Qingqing heard what young Master Han said when he first came to the island. And young Master Han's unconventional performance in the Emerald Pavilion, Qingqing also heard about it. Isn't that young Master Han hates Qingqing? Sure enough, Yi Qinghan thought to himself, so this little girl came here in a fit of pique. It seems that father dumped their saintess back then, which made them lose a lot of face. Does she want to regain face from me? No way. After figuring out the cause of the matter, Yi Qinghan smiled brightly and innocently. It's this thing. Miss Qingqing, I'm willing to explain. I'd like to hear the details. Yi Qingqing turned her head and a trace of happiness flashed through her eyes. She listened attentively. Miss Qingqing, actually you've misunderstood. Actually, this is a conspiracy. Yi Qinghan chuckled and said with a somewhat complacent smile. His words were like a clap of thunder, which successfully aroused Yi Qingqing's interest. He continued, actually my love for Miss Qingqing is like the bright moon in the sky, like like an endless torrential river. To put it simply, I love you so much that you want to die. The seas dry up and the rocks crumble, the earth tremble, the sky fall and the earth crack. But Miss Qingqing has so many pursuers. I'm not as beautiful as that transvestite Hua, not as handsome as that idiot Long Shuelu. My demeanor is not as outstanding as that hypocrite Shui Wuhan, and my muscles are not as stylish as that lunatic. My strength and influence are also slightly weaker than theirs. So I thought and thought, how can I stand out among so many pursuers of yours? So I thought of a shocking move, loosening the reins only to grasp them better. Look, didn't he successfully lure Miss Qingqing out? Beautiful Miss Qingqing, you must believe in my sincere love for you. At the beginning Yu Qingqing listened with interest. But the more she listened, the darker her black pearl-like eyes became. Even an idiot could tell that he was making fun of her. Finally, after Yi Qinghan finished speaking, she did not speak for a long time. She sighed deeply and said with some resentment, "If Mr. Han doesn't like Qingqing, you can say it clearly. There's no need to make fun of Qingqing. Sorry for disturbing you, Qingqing will take her leave." Yi Qinghan's sincere speech would definitely make an ordinary woman smile until her eyes turned into crescent moons. But what kind of person was Yu Qingqing? She was the holy maiden who stood out among the hundreds of women of the Yu clan. Whether it was intelligence or appearance, she was the best. How could she not hear this sincerity in Yi Qinghan's words? Looking at Yu Qingqing's lonely and desolate figure gradually disappearing in the emerald green bamboo forest, Yi Qinghan touched his chin embarrassedly. He was wondering if he had gone too far? To attack a little girl like this, without any enmity between them, it seemed that he felt a little guilty. Night gradually approached. A full moon, like a shining silver plate, was slowly lifted up from the west. The gentle moonlight began to sprinkle down, illuminating the entire Fire Dragon continent and the entire Tranquil Lake Island. The Yu clan was already busy at dusk. Countless people came out from the West Court and the North Court, decorating the wide lawn in front of the three courts. Today was the Yu clan's big day. It was a big day that happened once every 15 years. Of course they had to be cautious and grand. The turf had been trimmed neatly a long time ago, through the efforts of countless people in the Yu clan. A huge open-air camp was set up on the wide lawn. In the center was a row of roaring bonfires, and on both sides of the bonfires were rows of satin spread on the ground. On top of the satin were rows of short square tables made of ancient wood. The square tables were filled with fruits and wine. On top of the bonfires, golden yellow suckling pigs and suckling lambs were being roasted, making crackling sounds. The 5 young masters arrived neither too early nor too late. Apart from Yi Qinghan, who was still dressed in black, the other 4 young masters were dressed extremely dazzlingly. They wore all kinds of tailor-made banquet robes. Their long black hair was combed neatly, and their faces were always rippling with charming smiles. They had been taught since they were young to have a noble temperament in their every movement. It made the 4 of them look like fighting chickens in a flock of chickens. They were like cranes in a flock of chickens, dazzling and eye-catching. It made Yi Qinghan, who was following behind, look like a bodyguard, pale in comparison. A group of young masters were already sitting in the open space. They were the elite children of the famous families in the House of Aries. However, there was still a gap between their families and the 5 major families, so they did not receive the treatment of Yi Qinghan and the others. It was not until the evening that they were received by the Yu clan into the Tranquil Lake Island and directly brought to the bonfire party. There were countless beautiful girls scattered around the open space. These were the Tranquil Lake disciples of the Yu clan. They had been nurtured for many years. They were also the main targets of this group of young masters. Most of these young masters were nominally subordinates of the 5 great clans and the Manor Lord. Thus, when they saw Yi Qinghan and the others walk in, they immediately stood up and rushed forward to greet them. Lu Xiao greets young Master Shui. Young Master Shui looks radiant today. You will definitely be the top courtesan. Brother Z, I'm Chao Pei. Do your best, Brother Z. Take Yu Qingqing back to West Wind City. Young Master Hua, I'm the cousin of your uncle's nephew. It's an honor to meet you. Young Master Long, I've long heard of your name. Today I can finally meet you. I'm extremely excited. The 4 young masters smiled faintly and casually responded to the young masters who came to greet them. They were somewhat proud and somewhat arrogant. They looked askance at Yi Qinghan as if showing off their fame and status. Why should they be proud? Why should they be arrogant? Because the people who came to greet them were all heading towards the 4 of them. No one paid attention to Yi Qinghan, who was following behind them. After arriving at the Yu family, they had always been suppressed by Xuanhuan. So today they finally had the opportunity to suppress him. So they were very excited, very excited. Normally they would not care about such a scene, but they were very enthusiastic. Xuanhuan smiled faintly. He ignored them and walked to a square table alone. He poured himself a cup of tea and lowered his head to drink. "Excuse me?" At this moment, 5 young masters suddenly walked straight to Xuanhuan and bowed respectfully. They seemed a little excited and a little scared as they asked politely, "Huh?" Xuanhuan raised his head in astonishment and looked strangely at the unfamiliar young masters in front of him. He frowned. And the 4 people who had been chatting with the crowd were also slightly shocked. They looked over with interest and seemed to find it strange that there was someone who knew this country bumpkin. And when the young masters saw that Xuanhuan was frowning, they bowed even lower, and their tone became more respectful. They said in a slightly trembling voice, "Excuse me, are you the one who crippled Yi Qinghuang, killed Yi Rong and imprisoned Yi Jian, young master Xuanhuan?" As soon as the words fell, the whole place fell into a dead silence. The 4 young masters opened their mouths wide, and their bodies trembled slightly. But they recovered their calmness immediately, but their hearts were in turmoil. They had received news from the Yi family some time ago. The Yi family had undergone a great change. Yi Jian was imprisoned, Yi Qinghuang was crippled, and the elder of the Yi family, Yi Rong, was dead. But the reason was unknown in the news. Now that they heard that all these things were done by Xuanhuan, their first feeling wasn't shock but funny. But at the same time they started to think about the truth of these words carefully. And the young masters at the side were also half doubtful and half shocked. They thought this young man was just a follower or something. They didn't expect him to have such a powerful background and such a fierce story. So their eyes changed at the same time, and they looked at Xuanhuan respectfully. No matter whether he did it or not, the fact that he could sit here today and represent the Yi family, it itself represented a certain attitude of the Yi family. And the attitude of the Yi family was one that must be respected. Countless beauties of the Yu family standing at the side also looked at Xuanhuan with slight surprise. Although they already knew that this skinny young man dressed in black, who didn't look particularly outstanding, was the popular young master of the Yi family. And they also heard some rumors indirectly, that this young master actually didn't even care about the saint of the Yu family, Yu Qingqing. But this was the first time they heard that Xuanhuan had actually done such a big thing. Yi Jian, Yi Rong, and Yi Qinghuang were all famous people in the House of Aries. Of course they had heard about it. But now all of them were actually crippled and destroyed by this ordinary young man? For a moment the ripples in their eyes started to turn, and they all used their charming eyes to look at Xuanhuan. "You can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. I am Xuanhuan. What's the matter?" Xuanhuan was a little angry. He looked at the 5 idiots in front of him with some reproach. How could these things be spoken carelessly here? Dongfang Dao, Nangong Chong, Sima Fu, Xiahou Gong, Dugu Jian, greet young master. The 5 of them didn't say much, but they all knelt down in front of everyone. Their eyes were actually filled with hot tears, and they put on a good show of searching for their master. "What are you all doing? Get up, can you give me an explanation?" Xuanhuan was a little confused. He frowned and stood up. The 4 young masters were dumbfounded. This Xuanhuan actually did something like this. Wasn't he stealing their limelight? However, it seemed like Xuanhuan wasn't acting, so they continued to watch seriously from the side. On the other hand, the young masters at the side were in an uproar. They all knew these people and they had some dealings with them. They were the top 5 young masters among the young masters of their level. Regardless of whether it was martial strength, talent, or intelligence, they were all top-notch. Now, they actually recognized him as their master in front of everyone. One had to know that this recognition was no joke. This was a master that they would follow for life. Chapter 61. At Xuanhuan's words, the 5 people quickly stood up. The young master in the middle, who called himself Dongfang Dao, stepped forward and said respectfully, "Young master, have you heard of master's dripping blood guards? We are the descendants of the 5 guards. When master died, our clans were suppressed by Yi Jian. In recent years, the patriarch has gone into seclusion and the young master is still young, so our 5 clans did not dare to act rashly and could only live in seclusion. Now that young master's power has been extinguished, the old patriarch has come out of seclusion again, of course our 5 clans will come out again. After obtaining the consent of the patriarch, we will come to serve young master." The dripping blood guards? Xuanhuan suddenly understood. His father Yi Dao had used his unparalleled charm and peerless strength to subdue 5 strong men. They were known as the dripping blood guards. But when his father died on the god-slaying mountain, the 5 experts also died, so xuanhuan did not know how to react for a while. Now, the 5 people who suddenly appeared were the descendants of the 5 masters. At this time, Yi Tianlong must have played a part in the show of searching for his master. It seemed that Yi Tianlong had spared no effort in order to win back his heart. After figuring out the situation, Yi Qinghan nodded, pointed to a row of square tables behind him and said, "Well, you sit behind me, we'll talk in detail later." The 5 people nodded, sat respectfully at the back and remained silent. Yi Qinghan did not care about the gazes of the crowd. He sat down alone and began to drink tea. He was not overly intimate with the 5 people behind him. On the one hand, the identity of these 5 people had yet to be confirmed. On the other hand, even if there was no doubt about their identity, he still had to examine their strength and character. He did not intend to take 5 wastes or 5 villains to participate in the sect battle. After watching the excitement, getting to know each other and flattering each other, everyone lost interest and took their seats. There were 3 rows of square tables in the Yu clan, forming the word door. The seats above the door were obviously for the Yu clan or the older generation. Yi Qinghan and the other 4 sat in the first row on both sides of the door. The rest of the young masters knew that their statuses were different, so they consciously sat behind them. "Congratulations, young Master Han, you've gained another 5 strong generals." Feng Zi sat next to Yi Qinghan and raised her wine glass. Hua Chao, Long Shuelu and the rest quickly raised their glasses too. Although Yi Qinghan had promised not to take the initiative to attack, it didn't mean that he couldn't cause trouble, right? Therefore, the 4 of them would try to curry favor with him whenever they had the chance, even though Yi Qinghan didn't really like it. "Same to you." Yi Qinghan nodded and raised his glass. As everyone chatted and chatted, the doors of the north court of the Yu clan finally opened under everyone's hopeful gazes. The first to come out was a beautiful middle-aged woman. Her age couldn't be determined and her figure was still graceful. Her skin was rosy like a young girl's, but there were faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes, which made her look a little old. Behind the beautiful middle-aged woman was a tall man dressed in green. The man's eyes were like a bull's, bulging as if they were about to jump out. Behind him were 3 old men. They walked to the front with a smile and naturally sat down at the top row of square tables. "Greetings, 5 grand elders." Everyone hurriedly stood up. The rules of the Yu clan Summer Fire Festival were held and judged by the 5 grand elders of the 5 clans. They all knew this, so they weren't surprised. However, Yi Qinghan casually cupped his hands, but his eyes were staring at Yi Qingyo, as if he was blaming and questioning him. What was up with the 5 people behind him? "Brat, don't glare at me. They were arranged by your grandfather, and they are indeed the descendants of your father's dripping blood guards. There are no problems with their character and strength, so make good use of them." Yi Qingyo squinted his eyes, smiled and transmitted his voice. Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. These people were his father's descendants, so they were truly his people. Since Yi Qingyo said that there were no problems with their character and strength, then there shouldn't be any problems. He would observe them in the future and make good use of them. "Young masters, you are the elites of the new generation of the House of Aries. Today I am honored to represent the Yu clan in welcoming you to the Summer Fire Festival. Your presence brings light to the tranquil Lake Island. Now, I announce the official start of the Summer Fire Festival." Yuji smiled and stood up. She said a few simple pleasantries, then announced the official start of the Summer Fire Festival. In the beginning, the young masters thought that there would be a very long and complicated speech. Now that they saw that Yuji was so understanding and immediately entered the main topic, they couldn't help but smile very sincerely. Their smiles were very bright and happy. Yuji was also very happy to see everyone laughing so happily. She gently raised her hand. However, after a moment she seemed to have discovered something. Her expression was somewhat solemn, and she didn't lower her hand in midair. She only stared blankly at the northern sky. Yi Qingyo, Shuefei, and the others also stopped whispering and looked at the northern sky with some solemnity. Yi Qinghan and the others were also puzzled. They also looked toward the northern sky, but they didn't discover anything. However, after a moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in the northern sky. Then a black dot rapidly grew larger in everyone's eyes. A dragon roar. It's a level 7 demonic beast, the winged dragon. Only then did everyone realize what the Grand Elders were looking at. They were shocked, but they calmed down in the blink of an eye. However, the excitement in their eyes were obvious. In all these years in the House of Aries, there had never been a case of a magical beast running into the 3 prefectures to cause trouble. Therefore, it was obviously impossible for a wild magical beast to come here. Since it wasn't wild, then it was very simple. This 7th level magical beast, the winged dragon, was reared by someone. As a powerful existence, the winged dragon wasn't something that ordinary people or clans could rear. There was only one place on the continent that could rear a winged dragon, and that was the Divine City. This winged dragon was clearly flying toward the tranquil lake island. That meant that someone from the Divine City had come. The Divine City? What did the Divine City represent? If the tranquil lake was said to be the holy land in the hearts of the men in the house of Ares, then the Divine City was the holy land in the hearts of the people in the world. 5,000 years ago, the 3 prefectures often fought because of the differences in races and civilizations. Every time the 3 prefectures fought, a large number of warriors would die. Countless civilians, demons, and barbarians would be affected. Until 5,000 years ago, a mysterious man named Tu was born out of thin air. He single-handedly defeated all the experts of the 3 prefectures on the sacred mountain where the 3 prefectures fought. He forced the 3 prefectures to stop fighting and established the Divine City on the sacred mountain where the 3 prefectures fought. After that war, the Divine City became the most powerful existence on the continent. Its brilliance was like the stars in the sky. It was so dazzling and unsurpassable. It also brought 5,000 years of peace to the continent. At least the civilians wouldn't die for no reason. Those who liked fighting. Sure, go to the prefecture battles and kill to your heart's content. The more you kill, the more you'll be rewarded. Those who like peace. Sure. Live a peaceful life without having to worry about the mutated races coming to your doorstep in the middle of the night. Afterward, other than a few loose rules, the Divine City had never interfered with the affairs of the prefectures. It stood quietly on the Divine Mountain, like an otherworldly master, smiling at the clouds in the sky and calmly watching the storms in the world. It was because of the Divine City's indifferent attitude that the people of the 3 prefectures began to accept the sacred mountain and the Divine City represented by the powerful man. However, there were talented people in every generation. Countless experts and heroes appeared in the past few thousand years. They seemed to care a little about the tall Divine City, which was pressing down on their sky and blocking their way. Therefore, they picked up the swords in their hands, walked up the mountain, and walked into the city. However, the ending was always the same. No one had ever walked into the Divine City with a sword and walked out again. Never. Therefore, the Divine City became a sacred place in the hearts of the people on the continent. The Divine City became a taboo existence. But today, during the Summer Fire Festival, the tranquil lake welcomed a special guest for the first time. A guest from the Divine City. How could the people here not be shocked? How could they not be shocked? How could they not be excited? They looked at the approaching winged dragon, as well as the young man dressed in fluttering white robes on it. Xuanhuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't have a good impression of the Divine City. He had always been resisting that tall sacred mountain in his heart. It was as if that mountain was too high, so high that the people on the continent couldn't even lift their heads. And now the Divine City actually sent a young man to the tranquil lake. What was the meaning of this? Yuji finally put down her hand, but her expression was not as solemn as before. She smiled at the young man in the sky. Since the Divine City didn't send those old fellows but a young man. Today was the Summer Fire Festival, the day the Yu clan chose a son-in-law. The young man's purpose for coming here in such a grand manner was already very clear. Although it might not be a good thing, it would at least not be a bad thing. Therefore he was slightly relieved. Yi Qingyo and the others, on the other hand, had solemn expressions. With their status, they had the right to talk to the old fellows of the Divine City. However, the young man who came to the Divine City today was someone they had never seen before. Moreover, he was so ostentatious and brazenly coming to steal women. How could they not be worried? How could they not be angry? Feng Zi Huahua and Long Shuelu looked a little gloomy. Another strong opponent had come. And from the looks of it he looked pretty good. Most importantly, he had a mountain behind him. Meanwhile, Xuanhuan wasn't as cultured and refined as he used to be. His expression wasn't gloomy either. Instead, there was some inexplicable joy and excitement. Yi Qinghan didn't care. He continued to drink his wine with a lazy look. After a short while, he regained his desire to be strong again. I'm not asking for anything and I don't want anything. The more you guys fight, the more exciting it will be for me. It'll be a waste if I don't watch a free monkey show. Boom. The winged dragon landed heavily on the ground in front of everyone's eyes. The moment the winged dragon landed, a white figure lightly tapped his feet. His entire body emitted a golden light. Like an ancient god, he glided and floated towards the crowd. Landing steadily on the ground, the golden light instantly retracted. The young man in white smiled and cupped his fists towards the few Grand Supreme Elders at the head of the table. Tu Qianjun greets the seniors. I've long heard of Lady Qingqing's unparalleled beauty. Today I too have specially come to pay my respects. Furthermore, I heard that the young elites of the House of Aries are all here. I too also hope to be friends with the Martial Arts Association.